Well, good morning everyone and welcome to the 2026 Kings PLC Regatta. It's a lovely day out here at the Regatta Centre. We're looking forward to an excellent day of racing. We're going to be kicking things off very shortly with race 1 on the program, the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull Recreational 500. So just as our scullers prepare to take off in race 1, the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull will run through the competitors. So in lane 2, representing PLC Sydney, is Pelin Ozen. In lane 3, also from PLC, is Sailor Reid. Lane 4, from Roseville College, Jess Smith, coached by Sophie Brady. In lane 4, from PLC, Michelle Lai. In lane 6, from PLC, Rachel Lai. In lane 7 from Redlands, Amelie Horrocks. And finally, in lane 8 from PLC Sydney is Scarlett Sinclair. And we should have a start any moment, but for the moment, joined by Mark Tejan up here in the commentary tower.
Good morning, Michael. As Mike said, it's a perfect day up here. What I'm intrigued by is we have 8 lanes of para rowers. This is fantastic at a school level.
Yeah.
It does look like PLC is maybe running a bit of a para program, given there are 4 of them from PLC, 5 from PLC. So this is really fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is just a 500-metre race by the look of it. So they're all within view at the start as well. I love a good 500-metre race, Michael. It's
a quick dash. It's a fly and die.
Quick dash. You work as hard as you would in a much longer race, because you tend to not get into your stride because you just think it's only 500 metres. I'll give it absolutely everything I've got. So the start is just trying to get them all lined up there. A couple of boats were at different angles, but seem to be getting into line now. We're looking straight into the sun glinting off the water, and it's the water's fairly glassy, so a little bit tricky to see. So it looks like they are now underway. A couple of the girls have got off to a really good start. Others struggling. It may well be, my guess is probably for some of them, first time they've rowed out here on the Boyd course as well.
Yeah, really valuable learning experience for these young scullers, Mark.
The sculler in lane 3 has got off to a really good start. I think that's Jess Smith, or lane 4, sorry, the third one in from the other side. Having a little bit of steering issues, but she's managed to get herself into the middle of the lane. And then the rest of the pack are all pretty much neck and neck, but she's really taken off and is already about 50 metres ahead of the rest of the pack. That would be, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Jess Smith from Roseville College.
Yeah, really healthy rate of striking from Jess Smith in the Roseville colours. We'll have a better idea when she comes just out of the sun glinting across the watermark, but does appear to be lane 4, Jess Smith of Roseville in the lead, and quite a substantial lead now. And as you said, the rest of the pack more or less on terms at the moment.
Yeah, and some of them struggling to, it looks like some of them are a little bit struggling to go straight and stay within between the lane boys. But a real mixture there. I can see one of the scullers has floats on her riggers. It doesn't give a grading for the paras here, does it? We usually have either PR1, 2 or 3. But certainly Jess Smith, she's into the last 150 metres now and looking round to see where the finish line is. She's not letting up even though she's well and truly won this race. So she's racing against the clock. Yeah, and really decided to put on a really big finish there as she comes up to the finish line. A fantastic effort there by Jess Smith. Now the real battle here is in the second and third place getters, and it does seem to be Michelle Lee in lane 5, who is probably just going to hold off, I think it might be Emily Horrocks in lane 7 from Redlands.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's Michelle Lee in lane 5 up against Emily Horrocks in lane 7 at this stage. But, Mark, as you say, Michelle Lee, a small advantage, and I think she's poised to claim second place at this stage. Emily Horrocks still maintaining a healthy rate of striking. She's just eating up the lead enjoyed by Michelle, but just running out of water. So second place, Michelle Lee from PLC. Third place, Emily Horrocks of Redlands. Fourth place, looking as though it'll go the way of Rachel Lee from PLC. Fifth place going to Scarlett Sinclair of PLC. And a couple of scullers still to finish on the far side. So lane 3, Sailor Reid from PLC looking poised to claim 6th place. And Pelin Ozen of PLC Sydney as well on the far side of the course doing a fantastic job, coming into the final strokes of her race as well.
I think she would like to be finished. She's looking around to see where the finish line is. Is it there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Congratulations to PLC and Pelin Ozen. And congratulations to each of our competitors. So recapping the results of race 1, the schoolgirl para singles scull. A win for Roseville College, Jess Smith. Second place to PLC Sydney, Michelle Lee. Third place to Redlands, Emily Horrocks. Fourth place to PLC's Rachel Lee. Fifth place to PLC's Scarlett Sinclair. Sixth place to PLC's Sailor Reid. And seventh place to PLC's Pelin Ozen.
So looking down the course now, we have the first division of the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. So being Year 8, these are 1,000 metre races, and if you look down the course, you can see them being lined up at the 1,000 metre mark. There are 3 divisions. And in this first division, in lane 2 from PLC Sydney is Emma Liu and Ruby Deegan. In lane 3 from Roseville, Daphne Alvarado and Matilda Gifford. In lane 4 from Redlands, Lily Carey and Maddie Barnes. Lane 5 from Loreto Normanhurst, Macy Palmer and Abby Kane. Lane 6 from Loreto Kirribilli, Marley Ray and Tilly Farrell. Lane 7 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Moorcroft Proudfoot and Alice Bondietti, and in lane 8 from Loreto Normanhurst, Camilla Di Pietro and Poppy McAuliffe. And great to see we have some Canberra Girls Grammar girls with us as well.
Yes, indeed. It's always great to welcome the Territorians up to Cirque, and we're looking as though we'll have a start very shortly in race 2.
Yes, those looking on screen can see the starter has a line. The girls are sitting ready and they're off.
So the first of 3 divisions of the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. Mark, it may well be some of the first, well, certainly likely to be the first bit of buoyed racing out here at the Regatta Centre for many of these girls, but if not, the first couple of races.
Yeah.
So a challenge I suppose, is to contend with keeping the boat straight and between the buoyed lane markers. And of course, over 1,000 metres, just practice what it feels like to exert yourself over that distance.
Well, and you know, I have been fortunate to row, as you probably have, Michael, a few places around the world, and this is still one of the very best courses we have in the world.
Yes.
It was built specifically as a rowing course, and the depth of the water is correct. There's a whole lot of factors about it. It's just magnificent to row on. And I can still remember my first race out here. It was just like mind-blowing. Wow, this is incredible. So as they're coming down the course, I'm not sure if we have somebody in the 250-metre hut, the 500-metre hut to get a race split, but we'll see as they come past the camera that's on the 500-metre hut. And they're just coming up to that now. It does look to be the scullers in the Canberra Girls Grammar scullers in lane 7, which is the second one in from the viewing side of the course. And out there in the middle, it seems to be Lily Carey and Maddie Barnes from Redlands. So those two, just looking from my naked eye down the course, the girls in lane 8 from Loreto Normanhurst, Camilla Di Pietro and Poppy McAuliffe, are also putting on a real battle.
That's right, Mark. Coming through the 500, it is Canberra Girls Grammar, Loreto Normanhurst, and then back to Redlands. Those are the three crews who are making the best of things so far. 500 metres down halfway through this race. And Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Moorcroft Proudfoot and Alice Bondietti enjoying a narrow lead ahead of Loreto Normanhurst's Camilla Di Pietro and Poppy McAuliffe. And Redlands, Lily Carey and Maddie Barnes currently occupying third place. A little bit of a distance then back to Loreto Normanhurst in lane 5, Macy Palmer and Abby Kane.
And there's one boat out there is just sort of going sideways on the course at the moment. So again, as you mentioned, Michael, they've straightened up now. It can take a little bit of skill to learn over time to learn to go straight and stay within the lane. But a great race here coming down to the finish. It's Canberra Girls working really hard to hold off Loreto Normanhurst. Loreto Normanhurst has just run onto the boys, but it slowed them down a bit, but they haven't given up the fight. They're right back into it, going hard. But look at the Canberra Girls going. That's Grace Moorcroft Proudfoot and Alice Bondietti.
Indeed, setting a cracking pace now, coming into the last 250 metres of the race there or thereabouts, and the boys turn red, and that's when you know you're almost into the last bit of the race. Coming down past the grandstand, Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst in lane 8. They are putting up a valiant effort to try and reel back this lead enjoyed by Canberra Girls, who are just floating with the boys on their bow side a little bit. Mark, let's just see what happens. I think they've corrected their course and back in the middle of the lane now and looking good as they come into the final bit of their race. Also, Redlands over there, Lily Carey and Maddie Barnes looking good as well. Just looking over their left-hand shoulders to see what Loreto Normanhurst over in lane 8 are doing, but won't be enough. It'll be a win for Canberra Girls Grammar in the first division of the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. Congratulations to Grace Moorcroft Proudfoot and Alice Bondietti. Second place going to Loreto Normanhurst's Di Pietro and McAuliffe, and third place to Redlands, Carey and Barnes.
And they'll be followed across over on the far side there in lane 2 by PLC Sydney's Emily Liu and Ruby Deegan. Then some way back to lane 5, which is Loreto Normanhurst's Macy Palmer and Abby Kane. And it'll be rounded out over on the far side by Emily Liu, yeah, that's lane 3. They've crossed over into lane 1 to finish the course, so as you do. That's Daphne Alvarado and Matilda Gifford. And then these are the girls with the real steering issues who will crossover to round out the field. That's Marley Ray and Tilly Farrell. They started in lane 6. They've had a check out of a few other lanes, and I think they're actually going to finish in lane 5. So great effort, girls. And looking around, wondering where that finish line is, but roaring down the course, we have the second division of the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull over in lane 2 from Regatta Kirribilli. Soraya Laurendette and Rose Middleton in lane 3 from Loretto Normanhurst, Ebony Bornstein and Audrey Zhang. Lane 4 from PLC Sydney, Zoe Paras and Gauri Sharma. Lane 5 from Queenwood, Edwina Sev and Charlie Henderson. Lane 6 from Roseville, Evie Craig and Sophie Thomas. Lane 7 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Early Ken and Lydia Kolak. And in lane 8 from Loretto Normanhurst, Madison Hunt and Harriet Granger. And just coming up to the last 300 odd metres there. Michael, what's happening out there?
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. It's just a little bit unclear at this stage, just to see, just because of the way the light's playing on the water. But I think it's lane 4, Zoe Paras and Gary Sharma of PLC, who could be in the lead. I'm just having a look at that boat in the middle.
I think that's lane 5, Michael.
Lane 5, Queenwood, yeah. Edwina Seve and Charlie Henderson. Yes, yeah, that's right, it is.
Yeah. So for those of you, we also rely on the colours of the bow numbers, so we know, and lane 5 is always a nice yellow colour. They're looking very good. I think they've realised they've got this race. They've just dropped their rating down to make a big finish as they come up the last 5 or 6 strokes to cross the finish line. That's Edwina Seeve and Charlie Henderson from Queenwood.
Yeah, big win for Queenwood. Congratulations. Second place is a little bit tighter. It's between lane 8, Loretto Normanhurst, and lane 3, Loretto Normanhurst as well. So
could be a photo finish here, Michael.
Bragging rights up for grabs here between lanes 8 and 3. It'll just go to Loretto Normanhurst, lane 8, Hunton Granger, ahead of Loretto Normanhurst in lane 3, Bornstein and Zhang. And coming up now to the finish line is lane 6, Roseville, Evie Craig, Sophie Thomas. They'll claim 4th place, followed by Canberra Girls Grammar, Ellie Keane and Lydia Kolak, who claim 5th. And over the far side, we have Loretto Kirribilli's Soraya Laurendette and Rose Middleton approaching the final strokes in their race, and they've got a good rhythm on now as they come into the last couple of strokes, and they'll claim 6th place. Congratulations to Loretto Kirribilli. And the final boat to cross the line, it'll be PLC Sydney's Zoe Paras and Gauri Sharma across the line in 7th place.
And coming down the course is Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull in lane 2 from PLC Sydney, Alice Halloran and Eliza O'Neill. Lane 3 from Askham, Gigi Patton and Darcy Moody. Lane 4 from Loretto Normanhurst, Elsie Vial and Eve Taylor. Lane 5 from Roseville, Josie Harris and Harriet Godfrey. Lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Irene Lee and Clara Duke. Lane 7 from Redlands, Maeve Glendenny and Chloe Last. And in lane 8 from North Sydney Girls, Claire Kim and Angela Chen. And again, they're halfway through their race. They've just come through the 500 metre mark. And it looks to be the Canberra girls again. Irene Lee and Clara Duke taking a healthy lead. Not quite as big as the margins we've seen in the previous races, but they are out in the lead. Bit hard to work out who's running second at the moment. It does look like could be Claire Kim and Angela Chen from North Sydney Girls, but they've just gone off course. So I don't think they're going to recover from that to take a place. but one never knows, because in coming up on the out there across the other far side of the field, there's a real battle going on between the PLC Sydney crew on the far side, right next to them the Askham girls, and then further in the Loretto Normanhurst girls. I think they're going to be battling it out to work out who comes third and fourth. I think the PLC Sydney Alice Halloran and Eliza O'Neill on the far side have taken the lead ahead of the other two, but the clear winners here are the Canberra Girls Grammar crew of Irene Lee and Clara Duke. So they are just about to cross the finish line now, and we're seeing the real excitement over on the far side there between Alice Halloran and Eliza O'Neill from PLC Sydney. They're just managing to hold off the Askham girls, Gigi Patton and Darcy Moody, who are just holding off the crew behind them, Loretto Normanhurst, Elsie Vile and Eve Taylor. And then right next to us down here, North Sydney girls, Claire Kim and Angela Chen, and they'll be followed across by Redlands, Maeve Clendenny and Chloe Last, and just struggling out there in the middle of the field. I think they might have had a couple of navigation problems, is the numberless crew, but it must be Roseville's Josie Harris and Harriet Godfrey, I think. Are those Roseville colours, Michael?
Yes.
Lose track of all the colours these days.
Looks as though it is Roseville Lane 5. And that crew crossing the line will complete the third division of the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. So a win for Canberra Girls Grammar, Irene Lee and Clara Duke. Second place to PLC Sydney, Alice Halloran and Eliza O'Neill. Third place to Askham, Gigi Patton and Darcy Moody. Fourth place to Loretto Normanhurst, Elsie Vile and Eve Taylor. Fifth place to North Sydney Girls, Claire Kim and Angela Chen. Sixth place to Redlands, represented by Maeve Clendenny and Chloe Last. And seventh place to Roseville, Josie Harris and Harriet Godfrey.
And rapidly coming down the course is the first division of the schoolgirl Year 8 single sculls. There are again 3 divisions in this this grouping. So over, and it's a full field, this first one. Over on the far side from Roseville, we have Sophie Belzer. In lane 2 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Olivia Smith. In lane 3 from Roseville, Mia Darcy. In lane 4 from Sydney Girls, Olivia Cheng. Lane 5 from Roseville, Ilaria Roberto. Lane 6 from Askham, Jemima Huxley. Lane 7 from Redlands, Scarlett Coles. Lane 8 from Queenwood, Sophia Cottrell. And in lane 9 from Sydney Girls, Christina Moe.
Thanks, Mark, and it's always a great thing to see at the Regatta Centre. 9 scullers across 9 lanes. And, yeah, the first of a couple of divisions coming up now of Year 8 single sculling.
And it looks like Scarlett Coles from Redlands has the lead at the moment, but she's dangerously close to the boys there. I think she caught one briefly. She's in lane 4 and 7. Then over on the far side, in the shadows for us as the sun glints off the water, it does look to be lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar, Olivia Smith.
Yes, that's right, Mark. Olivia Smith in the Canberra Girls colours looking good in lane 2. The Canberra Girls crews have a couple of shots across the bow early on in this regatta, Mark, and they've been doing really well in the sculling event so far. But for the moment, it's all going the way of Redlands. Scarlett Coles in the lead, but challenged now by Smith from Canberra Girls Grammar on the far side. The Redlands sculler, Scarlett Coles, having to lift the rate of striking and just contending with the boys now, Mark, on her stroke side. So just question whether she's done enough to hold on to the lead or whether it's going to be snatched in the final bit of this race by Olivia Smith from Canberra Girls Grammar. They're on terms now, coming into the last couple of strokes. Gee, lane 7, lane 2. Oh, it's really close. I think it's going to be the Redlands sculler by a narrow margin. Canberra Girls settling for second. Third place going the rate of lane 4, Olivia Cheng from Sydney Girls.
Oh, photo finish for fourth, I think.
Oh, goodness
almost.
me. We won't call that. But that's really close between Christina Moe from Sydney Girls Ilaria Roberto from Roseville in lane 5, and also Mia Darcy from Roseville in lane 3. Coming across the line now is lane 9 from Sydney Girls.
Over on the far side, it's lane 1, Sophie Belzer, and then rounded out by Jemima Huxley from Askham. The big mention there from Olivia Cheng, who took 3rd spot. She was really working that to and looking good as she came to the finish line, just not quite enough power to keep up with the rest of them.
Well, she looked as though she might have taken it, Mark, in the final couple of places, and maybe if there was 15 metres more water to row, she may have done it, but a win nonetheless for Scarlett Coles and Redlands, so congratulations. We'll move on to the second
The
division.
old rower's lament, Michael, is, you know, just another 15 metres, I would have got him.
So I wonder how many times that phrase has been uttered out here at this regatta course. Mark, it's yeah, a really close effort between those two scullers, and Division 2 of the school girl Year 8 single scull underway down at the 1,000 metre mark. So it's a full complement of scullers again. 9 lanes, 9 scullers. So in lane 1 from Loretto Normanhurst is Lily Sam. Lane 2 from Canberra Girls is Memphis Lynham. Lane 3 from Roseville is Imogen Howitt. Lane 4 from Sydney Girls is Aria Tillian Dizan. In lane 5 from Redlands is Molly Whiteway. In lane 6 from Roseville, Eloise Winkler. In lane 7 from Sydney Girls, Eva Drew Tam. Lane 8 from Roseville, Verity Spark. And in lane 9 from Sydney Girls is Sharanya Day. We've got a scratching from lane 8 there from Verity Spark of Roseville. So only 8 scullers to compete in this race.
And a little bit hard to call at this stage. They look to be fairly evenly spread across the field, coming down in a fairly straight line. At this stage, I would call it for Memphis Lynham over on the far side in lane 2. Looks to have a slight lead, but it's a bit hard to tell because the sun glints off the water, and but over where she is, it's still in the shadows.
I tend to agree with you there, Mark. Memphis Lynham, another Canberra Girls sculler at the pointy end of the race early on. So the Canberra Girls showing us how it's done so far.
They've made their trip worthwhile already.
Yeah, absolutely. And also on the near side of the course, I think it's Sharanya Day from Sydney Girls in lane 9, also probably not too far off the front end of this race too.
Well, and right next to Memphis Lynham, Imogen Howard is putting on a good battle now.
So here we go. As the scullers come through the 500 metres, Memphis Lynham, Imogen Howard, Sharanya Day, Eva Drew Tam, Aria Tiliania Deason, Eloise Winkler, Lily Sam, Molly Whiteway. That's how they went through the 500 metres. And the margin's a little bit spaced out, Mark. 5.51, 9.1, 5.4 for the first 3 margins.
Some great video on screen at the moment of which sculler is that?
That's Molly Whiteway from Redlands in lane 5. And a really nice, healthy rate of striking and looking in control of her scull in the middle of the course. But Memphis Lynham at the front end of the pack at the moment. And it's all to do for the rest of the scullers. Imogen Howard in Roseville, her closest rival. 1 to her left in lane 3. And yeah, Lynham looking as though she's extended the advantage that she has over the rest of the field.
Oh, and she's just where she knows she's in the final stretch there, and she's just taken it up a couple of points, put on a big finish as she heads up to the finish line. That's Memphis Lynham over the far side, putting on a great show here for to take out the Division 2 of the Year 8 single scull. She's ahead by 4 or 5 lengths easily over Roseville's Imogen Howard. Then on this side we have she started in lane 9, she's just hugging the boys as she comes down the course, that's Sharanya D from Sydney Girls. So just crossing the line in second place is Imogen Howard. And Sharanya D from Sydney Girls has just sort of managed to come right down the course sitting on the buoys, but she hasn't tangled in them. She'll discover the big white one. She's just, as she crossed the line there. In fourth place, it'll be Eva Drew Tam from Sydney Girls. Then across in the middle there, it's Aria Thelina Desan from Sydney Girls, and she was closely followed across there by Roseville's Eloise Winkler. Over on the far side in lane 1, Loretto Normanhurst's Lily Sam, and it'll be rounded out by lane 5's Molly Whiteway from Redlands.
That's right. Thank you, Mark. And as that Redland Sculler crosses the line, finalises the second division of the schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. A win for Canberra Girls Grammar and Memphis Lynham. Second place to Roseville's Imogen Howard. Third place to Sharanya Day from Sydney Girls. Fourth place to Eva Drew Tam from Sydney Girls. Fifth place to Aria Tilian Dizan from Sydney Girls, lane 6. It's sixth place, I should say, in lane 6. Eloise Winkler from Roseville. Seventh place to Loretto Normanhurst and Lily Sam. And eighth place to Molly Whiteway of Redlands.
And this is the third and last division of this, the Year 8 single sculls. And again, a little bit hard to call from up here, but it does look to be Isabel Wimpole from Redlands, closest to us, who possibly has a lead. No, I think out there in the middle, it is Sydney Girls' Catherine Nee. Yes, so she seems to have the lead. I would put it as Isabel Wimpole in second spot.
The margin looks pretty tight, coming through the 500 metres, 0.81.
And followed across by Jessica Murphy from Canberra Girls. Some of the glare up here, we're just struggling with our various sunglasses, reading and looking out the window into the sun. So bear with us while we work out what exactly is happening. But out there in the middle, it is... Who is it? It's Catherine Nee out in the front.
Catherine Nee and Isabella Wimpole are the scullers to watch, and as they went through the 500 metres, they were 0.81 seconds apart. And let's just see what happens as they come into the final 250 metres of this race. Catherine Nee from Sydney Girls, well, she's increased her rate of striking. She sees the challenge coming on from Isabella Wimpole of Redlands over here in lane 8. Wimpole's just contending with the lane markers on this side of the course. If she can just correct her direction, she will be in a position to challenge Nee coming towards the line. But gee, Mark, Catherine Nee from Sydney Girls, a really, really healthy rate of striking, and I think this is her race to lose now as she comes into the final 150 metres or so.
And she has great leg drive there. You can see why she's out in front.
Oh, absolutely.
For Year 8, going really well there, making that boat fly, and she's not letting up, even though she has a pretty healthy lead. She's looked across, she can see that she's a couple of lengths now ahead of Redlands' Isabel Wimpole, who has had a bit of struggle steering. She clipped a few buoys on her way down. It does slow you down. And then a bit of a battle here for third plus spot as well. It is Roseville's Mia Williams just holding off Canberra Girls Grammar's Jessica Murphy. Then further back, it's Roseville's Charlotte McIntosh. And over on the far side, Sydney Girls' Scarlett Chow, and it'll be rounded out by Sydney Girls' Kate Yee. Oh no, there's another one coming down the course as well. That'll be
Sienna Weston from Loretto Normanhurst.
Yes.
Yes.
So roaring down the course now, we have the first division of the schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. I'll try and rattle through the names as quick as I can. Over in lane 1 from St Catherine's, Cadence Lim, Isabel Hartley, Pippa Dodwell and Sophia Dunkley. They're coxed by Estelle Glass. In lane 2 from Tara School, Charlotte Winfield, Tara Maley, Caitlin Uwono and Avery New, coxed by Dia Mishra. In lane 3 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Olive Mufarij, Alexandra Corderis, Erin Riley, Grace Fogarty, coxed by Sienna Gately. In lane 4 from Kinross Walleroy, Isabel Provost, Andy Zinga, Ingrid West, Pippa Wise, coxed by Grace Lowther. Lane 5 from Roseville, Jasmine Coker, Eleanor Forster, Millie Hawkins, Alicia Jenkins, coxed by Libby Atkinson. Lane 5 from Pimble Ladies, Eloise Gavanya, Daisy Leahy, Edith Cullinane and Lily Oldfield, coxed by Annabelle Stack. Lane 6 from Loretto Normanhurst, Clara Bedford, Charlotte Horden Smith, Camilla Lamp, Sarah Murray, coxed by Ava Forrester. And in lane 8 from Queenwood, Charlotte Butlin, Elizabeth Whainganuku, Lucinda Hughes and Manuela Taylor, coxed by Cara Sheeran. And being a Year 9, it is again a 1,000-metre race.
Yes, that's right. And Kinross Walleroy, Mark, was making the best of things through the 500 metres. They enjoyed some 3 seconds over Canberra Girls Grammar, Pimble Ladies, Loretto Normanhurst, Queenwood, St Catherine's, Roseville and Tara in that order. And a really tight race unfolding, Mark. The margins between our these quadruple sculls, about 1 second for the most part. But Kinross Walleroy, well, they're in the lead, and there's some 3 seconds, so that margin is a bit larger. And Kinross, famously a strong sculling school, and they'll be ones to watch, I'm sure, throughout the duration of racing today. But a really tight affair unfolding. We're going to have our work cut out for us, Mark, as they come towards the line. But Kinross Walleroy, they're the leaders in lane 3, but not by a huge margin. Coming up on their right-hand side is Canberra Girls Grammar, who's had such a strong start to this regatta this morning. And they're just lifting their rate of striking coming into the final 150 metres or so. Also finishing strong is Pimble Ladies College in lane 6. They're probably contending for 3rd place at this stage. Queenwood in lane 8 and Loretto Normanhurst in lane 7. They are all fighting out probably for that 3rd place. First place looking as though it's going the way of Kinross at this stage. Canberra Girls Grammar occupying 2nd place. 3rd place, well, it's really tight to call, Mark. It's going to go between Queenwood, I would suggest, and Pimble in lane 6, who have just lifted their rate of striking. Kinross take the win. 2nd place goes to Canberra Girls. 3rd place, it's so tight, I couldn't call it between Queenwood and Pimble. 5th place goes to Loretto Normanhurst. 6th place, oh gosh, it's another photo finish by the looks of things. I couldn't call it even if you asked me to, Mark.
No, too hard to call. Both photo finishes there for the 2nd and 3rd spot, and for that other, what was it, 5th and 6th, I think. And it's just going to be rounded out by lane 2's, which is Tara School. So the winner there was the Kinross Walleroy in a time of 3:40. That's pretty good considering this is Year 9 Cox Quad Scull.
Yeah, cracking time from Kinross Walleroy. Keep an eye on that 3:40 time, and we can see how that checks out against the rest of the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls as they come down the course. We've got a fair bit of Year 9 Cox Quad sculling to get through for the next half an hour or so, but it's a very, very exciting division, I always find, to call, Mark, just precisely because of what we've seen unfold in front of us, which is this phenomenal competition across many lanes of the course all at once, and so many blades and so many coxswains yelling. So it's all glorious chaos out here at the Regatta Centre this morning. So strap in, and we're fantastic that it's great that you're joining us out here at the course or online this morning.
About to start is race 9, which is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. Over in lane 2 from MLC School, Claire Way, Hannah Lee, Kiara Ferguson and Alana Ng. Cox by Molly Bentley Lamp, sorry. Lane 2 from Loreto Kirribilli, Charlie Orth, Addie Bartlett, Lulu Chidgey and Juliette Cortez. Cox by Francesca Fleming. Lane 3 from Sydney Girls, Savini Parthiban, Jintong Hay, Ishana Singh and Vivian Gao. Cox by Freya Hahn. Lane 4 from Askham, Amelia Butler, Emily Zhu, Hannah Kyle, Poppy Mallet, Cox by India Balderstone. Lane 6 from Tara School, Kitty York, Amelia Duffy, Olivia Peach, Chelsea Hodges, Cox by Zara Wickramarge. Lane 7 from PLC Sydney, Anna Prokhorov, Zara Rutherford, Miller Stewart, Lara Sangster, Cox by Eleanor Short. And in lane 8 from Redlands, Pearl Brown, Annalise Beattie, Sammy Halliday and Imogen Bush. Cox by Kyra Benoliel. So our apologies for any mispronunciations. We run through a list of names and suddenly think, oh my goodness, how can we pronounce that? So we try our best.
Well, thank you, Mark. You've done a stellar job with the roll call yet again. And we're underway in race 9, the second division of the Year 9 Cox to Quad Scull Division 1. And yeah, a really exciting event, as I said earlier, is the Year 9 quads, because yeah, there's just so much going on and so much competition, and you know, a relatively even playing field for these young scullers in Year 9, Mark. They've probably had a season under their belt, so they know how to row, and they're really getting into that competitive kind of space, Year 9, Year 10, and so these quads are really fiercely competitive event because of how many entries there are and how accessible it is for that reason, and you've got the support of the Cox in the boat as well. So a really great event to watch and to call up here from the commentary tower, I can tell you. But yeah, plenty of action to come this morning in the Year 9 quads.
And it looks as they come up to the 500 metre mark, it's going to be a close one, I think, Michael. Way too early to call, but I'm just the way it looks, it seems to be the Loreto Kirribilli out there in lane 3, and then closest to us probably PLC Sydney battling it out with Redlands, and on their inside Tara School. So that's 4 of them as they come through, and we'll just get the readout as they come across the 500 metre mark.
Yeah, well called, Mark. It is lane 3 by the looks of things. Loreto Kirribilli out there in the lead, not by much at all, I'd suggest, but that's the crew of Oth, Bartlett, Chidgey, Cortez and Fleming, and their coach Mietta Jones. And so yeah, it's lane 3 followed by lane 7, 8 and 5 in that order. Lane 6, I should say, Tara. So Sydney Girls, PLC, my apologies, Loreto Kirribilli in first place currently, PLC Sydney second, Redlands currently occupying third, Tara fourth place, MLC fifth place at this stage, Sydney Girls and Askham.
But the real battle is going to be on for the second, third and fourth places, because those 3 boats, there was only half a boat length between them as they came across the 500 metre mark. So I'm sure there'll be Coxes screaming at them. But a very healthy lead there by the Loreto Kirribilli crew. They look to be, are they extending their lead? No, I think I would say the PLC crew have just managed to find another gear, and the Redlands crew beside them has seen them and are going with them. And then on the inside, the Tara School girls have wound it up as well as they come into the last 250 metres. Will they reel in the Loreto Kirribilli crew out there in the middle? It looks like they might, because I think when you've got a boat right beside you and everybody's pushing hard, it certainly makes you put on the power, and we can see that with a very exciting finish for the 2 lanes closest to us. Out in the middle, Loreto Kirribilli are managing to hold on to their lead, and then it's PLC Sydney just holding off Redlands, which is closest to us in the grandstand. They've both written off Tara School at this stage, I think. Loreto Kirribilli can see the danger across this side of the field, and they're holding up their rating as they come up with about 5 strokes coming up to the finish line. But look at this, the battle is on. I think Redlands have managed to overtake the PLC Sydney crew to take out the second spot. And yes, they have by half a boat length almost, as they wound it up right there at the finish. They've just come across ahead of PLC Sydney and then Tara School behind them. But the winners there with a very good row were Loretto Kirribilli across there in lane 3. They're now in 4th spot. Oh, hang on, 5th is it? Over on the far side, MLC School, and they will be followed across by Sydney Girls and then Askham. Well, that's a sort of exciting racing you were talking about, Michael. Doesn't get much better than this.
If we're in for that kind of conclusion to these Year 9 quad races, we'll have a very entertaining morning, Mark, up here in the tower. But yeah, that was just a fascinating contest to watch unfold. And congratulations to Loretto Kirribilli for the win, but also congratulations to Redlands over here on the near side of the course, just overtaking and snatching that 2nd place off of PLC in the closing stages. But we haven't got time to breathe, because for the moment, race 10 is underway. It's the 2nd division, the 1st division of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. So it's contested over 6 lanes, but in lane 2, representing Roseville, is Steph Atkinson, Jess Venter, Cassie Gracie and Lily Brennan. Their cox is Carmen Gow. In lane 3 is Loretto Normanhurst, Annie Shepherd, Camilla Ogilvie, Constance Whitaker and Neve McGowan, coxed by Harriet Portelli. In lane 4 from Queenwood is Imogen Stewart, Ella McIntyre, Isabella Rogers and Mila Beavis, coxed by Frederica Hall. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, Alexia Franco, Carrie Baseby, Stefania Harvis and Felicity Hazlitt, coxed by Georgina Banks. In lane 6 from MLC is Janani Canthatis, Elizabeth Pidcock, Daniela Zhu and Sophia Ronan, coxed by Jocelyn Yao. And finally from St Catherine's is Abby Markham, Olivia Brill, Matilda Olenderek-Smith and Saskia Vinnell. The cox is Isabella Wadham.
So, Michael, although we're calling Division 1 and 2 because that's what's printed on our program, there are actually 9 divisions of this Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls, which is fantastic. I don't think the computer program can handle that, so it's throwing up divisions 1, 2 and 3. But roaring down the course now, we can see in this division, which is only 6 boats, so they have a slight advantage. And it does look to be over on the far side there's at Loretto Normanhurst once again taking the lead, but right beside them is Queenwood putting on a fantastic effort. And then closer to us, St Catherine's is potentially in 3rd spot. Out in the middle of the field there is the Canberra Girls Grammar, trying to make sure that their trip was worthwhile, but I think the Loretto Normanhurst crew across on the other side are looking pretty polished as they come up to the last 200 odd metres of this course. 2nd spot is going to be the hard one to call. Will it be the Queenwood crew right behind the Loretto Normanhurst crew, or closest to us here, the St Catherine's crew, putting on a fantastic effort as well? I would give it now to the Queenwood crew and probably going to take 2nd spot. But they're all putting on a big surge as they come up in the last 100 metres of this race. Loretto Normanhurst with a nice healthy lead there. They're looking very polished as they come up to the finish line to take out the win of this division of the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. Are about 2 lengths ahead of lane 4's Queenwood, and then closely followed across by St Catherine's. A little bit further back to Canberra Girls Grammar. Then over on the far side we have the Roseville crew, and it'll be rounded out by the MLC School.
Yeah, just as Roseville across the line there, 5th place, 6th place to MLC, as you mentioned there, Mark. It's a really good race from each of those schools. A win for Loretto Normanhurst, 2nd place to Queenwood, 3rd place to St Catherine's, 4th place to Canberra Girls, 5th place to Roseville and 6th place to MLC.
And roaring down the course is the next division. Only 5 boats in this race. From PLC Sydney on the far side in lane 3, Vanessa Feltis, Lily Burrows, Annabelle Cameron and Maya Burnett. Cox by Grace Kinsler. Lane 4 from Kinross Wallaroi, Claire Bruce, Miley Absley Bell, Tilly Tancred and Grace Seger, Cox by Asher Jones. In lane 5 in the middle from Loretto Kirribilli, Harriet Delaney, Harriet Fallon, Sophie Dobbin, Lily Heyman, Cox by Audrey Lonergan. Lane 6 from Sydney Girls, Larissa Liu, Advita Prasad, Claire Wang, Eva Lee and Cox by Isabella Shen. And in lane 7, closest to us, from Pinball Ladies, Olivia Gordon, Dimity Love, Sky Mitchell and Emma Lloyd, Cox by Jessica Pickford. And it's a very close race as they come down the course here. Pinball Ladies, closest to us, does look to have a slight lead over the rest of the field, and it's pretty hard to call the second and third spots here. Michael, what do you think?
I think it's very, very tight to call at this stage, Mark. It is Pinball Ladies College, I think, by a very narrow margin, but they're up against a challenge from Kinross Wallaroi in lane 4, and also from Loretto Kirribilli in lane 5. So a really, really tight race unfolding in front of us now in race 11. Pinball Ladies, I mean, that lead that they had, if any, has been more or less eaten up by fast finishing crews from Loretto Kirribilli, Kinross Wallaroi. Also not too far off the pack is PLC Sydney over there in lane 3, but a really tight race unfolding now. Lane 7, lane 5 and lane 4. Pinball Ladies, Loretto Kirribilli and Kinross Wallaroi. Those are the 3 boats finishing the fastest in this race. Pinball Ladies College looks as though they've still got just half a length maybe ahead of lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli, and then that same distance again back to Kinross Wallaroi. So it looks as though it will be that way that they go across the line. It's a win for Pinball Ladies. Second place to Kinross, to Loretto Kirribilli. Third place to Kinross. And fourth place to a PLC in lane 3. And across the line they travel. And Sydney Girls in lane 6 to round out this field.
And just to remember, when we started, I can't remember what the time was we said, but they all seem to be coming in around the high 340s. So fairly consistent race speeds here. Both the previous 2 races were 349.
Yes.
And roaring down the course now, we have another division of the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. There are 6 boats in this race over on the far side from Canberra Girls Grammar. Madison Auger, Grace Tully, Millie Levy and Amelia Russell, Cox by Isabella Rose. Lane 3 from Queenwood, Annabelle Garner, Alexia Draisma, Jess Slade, Scarlett Clark, Cox by Chloe Cox. Lane 4 from St Catherine's, Summer Foster, Amelia Williams, Edie Arthur and Scarlett Cowtroy, Cox by Adriana Oliver. Lane 5 from Kinross Wallaroi, Ella Mason, Millie Dimmock, Poppy Grinter, Lily Berryman, Cox by Benjamin Howe. Lane 6 from Askham, Madeline Southwell Keeley, Hayley Yip, Isabel Rezavi and Fleur Hallahan, coxed by Jess Rebillard. And in lane 7 from Pinball Ladies, Khan Lin Dow, Isabella Ming, Lucy Woodbridge, Rose Bennett, coxed by Bronte Cardno.
Thanks, Mark. A stellar effort again with the roll call. And I think at this stage of the race, it's Kinross Wallaroi in the lead, followed by Queenwood, Pinball Ladies, Canberra Girls Grammar and St Catherine's. That's the way they went through the 500 metres. And another really, really tense affair unfolding in front of us. 0.84, 0.94, the margins between first, second and third. Kinross, Wallaroi, Queenwood and Pinball Ladies College. And for the minor placings, Canberra Girls Grammar, St Catherine's and Askham Armidale a little bit further back. But for the moment, those crews, Kinross, Queenwood and Pinball, contesting at the pointy end of the race.
So very close racing here, but a second is about half a boat length in a Cox Quad, I would think. So it's very close. It could be anyone's. From what I'm seeing up here, it does look to be the, is that St. Catherine's or Queenwood?
Queenwood over there.
Queenwood over there. They just put on a push, but so did the Kinross Wallaroi out there in the middle. They can see what's going on, and they've up there pacing, as has the Pimble Ladies crew on this side. So they're in the last about 200 metres of the race now, well, probably about 100 metres. And they're all got their coxes yelling at them, no doubt. But we can see the polish of the Kinross Wallaroi crew. They've really just starting to stride out and hold it together as they come up to the finish. They're battling it out with the Queenwood crew over on the far side there. But I think Kinross Wallaroi are definitely going to just take this bar or any mishaps. It's only going to be by about half a canvas. And that's Kinross Wallaroi have just managed to pip the St. Catherine's crew, who held the lead earlier in the race, and they'll be followed across by Pimble Ladies. We love this exciting racing as it happens down here. Over on the far side, they're going to be followed across by Canberra Girls Grammar. A bit further back to St. Catherine's, and it'll be rounded out by the Ascombe crew.
Another fascinating race, Mark. Another great one.
You can tell how exciting it is, because both Michael and I have jumped up. We're on our feet as these finishes happen, and I'm going to pass on now to Peter Waldersee, who's going to share his golden tonsils with you.
The golden boy, here we go. Peter Waldersee, welcome to Back to the Box.
Thank you, Michael, and a big thank you to Mark Tejan, who's doing a great job there on commentary. I'll try fill his shoes here as we move into race 13, Michael. So race 13, we have the schoolgirls Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. So we have North Sydney Girls, the Armidale School, PLC Sydney, Loreto Kirribilli 3, and Loreto Normanhurst as they come into around the 250 metre mark of this 1,000 metre race. A bit hard to tell who's in what place here, Michael, but we get a better picture as we go.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, and you can just see across the course a little lick of wind now coming across and whipping disturbing the relative tranquility that we had earlier on in these races to kick us off. We're about almost coming up to an hour of racing through the 2026 Kings PLC Regatta. Fantastic program in store for you today. And but yeah, for the moment, race 13, the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. Well, as you've seen, Pete, it's been a fascinating competition for most of these divisions, and there's nothing like a hotly contested quadruple scull race. It's just glorious chaos, blades flying everywhere, coxswains yelling. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, agreed, Michael. As you and Mark were saying earlier, you know, it's the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. It's when it starts to heat up a little bit. The crews are really sort of finding their footing. You get some quite competent rowers out here, and so you do get some really tight racing, which we've obviously seen in the last couple of races, and we're keen to see again in this one here. As we come through the 500 metre mark, it will be Loreto Kirribilli 3 in the lead. Followed there by Loreto Normanhurst, 4.55 seconds behind, then PLC Sydney, mere 1 second behind them. And as Mark was saying there, 1 second is around half a length, maybe less, so that will be the race to watch there, that second place race between Loreto Normanhurst and PLC Sydney.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. And it's certainly no doubt at this stage, Loreto Kirribilli, the race leaders, you know, they've done a fair bit of work in that first 500 metres. And it'll be tough now, I think, for Loreto Normanhurst and PLC to displace that lead. But as you say, it might well be that the real race is for that second place between PLC and Normo. But PLC, well, they're the ones in the hot seat, looking to just snatch the second place off of Loretto and Normanhurst. North Sydney Girls and the Armadale School just a little bit back, but they're not too far away from each other either.
Yeah, Michael, it does become difficult there. You can see the two crews fighting for second place there are a couple of lanes apart from each other. That tends to be a bit of a challenge. You have to sort of look around quite a bit. So it does at this point, though, look like that second place lead has just been extended. And it might be that that battle is becoming a little less achievable as they come into the final 250, 100 metres. So
yeah.
We'll see how we go as we come through the finish line here, Mark.
I think that's right, Pete. I think it's the PLC crew that's just dropped a little bit back now. They're in lane 5, but no doubt about the race leaders. It is Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6. Second place occupied at the moment by Loretto and Normanhurst. Third place to PLC. But have a look at the race that's unfolding for fourth between the Armadale School and North Sydney Girls over there on the far side of the course. The distinctive yellow hats from the Armadale School looking very good over there in the sunshine. But at the pointy end of the race, it is going to be a win for Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6. They claim it. Closely followed over the line by Loretto Normanhurst. Third place is going to go the way of the red and yellow of PLC Sydney.
And a little bit of a rough stroke there from the Armadale School, which might have just got them out of that contention here for the fourth and fifth place finish. As they seem like North Sydney Girls there will just edge about a canvas in front of the Armadale School to conclude that race.
So recapping the results, a win for Loretto Kirribilli, second place Loretto Normanhurst, third place PLC Sydney, fourth place North Sydney Girls, and fifth place the Armadale School. And coming down the course now, race 14, we are underway and they're almost up to halfway, so we'll do a very quick roll call. It's race 14. In lane 2 is Queenwood, Sophia Curti, Georgia Self, Rachel Chatfield, Helena Furness, Cox by Jess McMillan. Lane 3, I should say, the Armadale School, Evie Watt, Georgie Burgess, Bella Trindle, Nicola Craft, and Violet Caulfield. In lane 4, Pimble Ladies, Selena Jiang, Amelia Quamby, Ava Costa, Diana Peleduana, and Tamika Tran, their Cox. Lane 5 is Canberra Girls Grammar, Emily Doikos, Saskia Hillage, Annie McMillan, Tabitha Campbell, Cox by Rebecca Alicia. In lane 6 from Loretto Kirribilli, Matilda Murphy, Georgie Sultana, Eloise McLucas, Eloise Christian, and Francesca Heath. In lane 7 from St Catherine's, Isla Anderton Vink, Elkie Brady, Ayla Rose, Isabella Hartwright, and Jala Vedat, their coxswain. And finally in lane 8 is Loretto Normanhurst, Ada Golding, Nikita Duff, Maddie Frost, Zalia Johnson, and Lucy Giblin.
Thanks, Michael. And we didn't get a 500 time here, but at this point of the race, it looks like Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6 might just be a slight length ahead of the rest of the field. We do have a little bit of a race there between lane 4 and lane 1, so that will be Pimble Ladies and Queenwood. My apologies, lane 2 in Queenwood. So they have a good race for second there, but it will at this point of the race be Loretto Kirribilli out in the lead. Really looking like they've sort of just run very cleanly here, Michael. They look like they're getting the blades in and out quite effectively. They're not wasting too much water. Looks like they're just able to really effectively stride that boat along.
Yeah, certainly in control of that quadruple scull are those scullers from Loretto Kirribilli, Murphy, Sultana McLucas, and Christian, and their Cox Heath urging them on towards the line. They're in the final on 100 metres of this race or so. Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6, challenged by Queenwood over there in lane 2, but they are going to run out of water. It's going to be a win for Loretto Kirribilli and the blue and yellow in lane 6. Congratulations to them. Second place looking as though it'll go the way of Queenwood, but they are challenged across the line by Pimble Ladies, who settle for third place. Fourth place going the way of Canberra Girls Grammar, but really close between them and Loretto Normanhurst, who have to settle for fifth place. Sixth place going the way of the Armadale School over there in lane 3, who are taking their final couple of strokes. And St Catherine's in lane 7 to finalise this field.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Good race there, and really seeing Queenwood striding through as we move into race 15, the schoolgirl year 9 quad. They are just at the starting blocks now, so we have a little bit of time. So going through the roll call there, we have Queenwood 1, Thea Edgerton, Maddie Ellison, Alyssa Newton, Alana Elliott, and Cox by Lucy Lynn. Canberra Girls Grammar, we have Michaela Gomez, Samara Chung, Lexi Eglinton, Vivian Shen, Cox by Georgia Banks. In North Sydney Girls, we have Vicky Lynn, Rio Wang, Chloe Wang, and Siz Kidoi, Cox by Louisa Chow. St. Cass, we have Eva Lewis, Zali Carter, Matilda Carroll, Monty Bowers, and Amelia Carvin. Lane 5, Loretta Kirribilli, Zoe Mannix, Sienna Bellintin, Molly Roberts, Andy Kennard, and Alice Mekinen. They are still lining up there for the start of the race. Pimble Ladies 5, we have Summer Mackin, Anita Kang, Cordia Curtin, Chloe Zing, and Arabella Huang. Lane 7, Armidale School, Chloe Farrell, Arabella Griffiths, Bonnie Blank, Ellie Bevan, Macy Rogers. And Queenwood 5, we have Arden Cooper Hay, Amelia Baker, Megan Hang, Sophia Cox, and Jackie Ellison. Loretta Kirribilli, Emily Gavin, Sadie McConkey, Pip Kay, Anna Duffy, and Soraya Lundarendet. So they are just lining up now. We probably have a minute or two before they start, Michael, but they'll be down the course very shortly. We do have a couple of minutes now. The schoolgirl Year 9 quad Division 1 is just coming up to the start line. We have some time now as they line up and just get ready to proceed in this race. So sit tight and the racing will commence very shortly, Michael. And they are now underway in the schoolgirl Year 9 fifth quad, Coxed quad. We will get a bit of a better idea as they come down the course, but at this point now it does seem to be the Pimble Ladies School in first place off the start. We, again, as they come through the 500, we'll get a bit of an idea on margins, where everyone is and where everyone is progressing.
Thanks, but yeah, so this is the penultimate Year 9 Coxed Quad Skull race for this morning's program. We'll move into after this, the first 2,000 metre races of the day. Starting off with the schoolgirl year 10-8 in race 17. So plenty of action to come. But race 15 on the course, it is, as you said, Pete, the 5th division of the schoolgirl year 9 Cox Quad. And a fantastic sight to see a full field. And we've got, oh gee, it's hard to say. Probably Loretto Kirribilli, if I was to hazard a guess at this early stage, who are in lane 5, who look as though they are just at the pointy end of the chevron in the middle of the course.
It does look to be that way, doesn't it, Michael? They look like they've had quite a successful lead. They look like they've extended that lead into the 500 metre mark. A pretty positive position to be in at this point of the race.
Probably Queenwood in lane 8 as well, not far off. Oh, and we haven't seen on the far side of the course Queenwood 1, who are in lane 1, and they're the ones that are in the lead. So Queenwood, Loretto, Kirribilli, and
the Armidale School there coming in 3rd place. So this leads into what I was saying earlier, Michael, when you've got a crew right on the far side of the course, it limits that benefit you usually get from being out in front and being able to see the rest of the field. When you're out in lane 1 or 2, you end up, you can be out in front, but you can't really see where all the other crews are without turning your head and disrupting the boat. So that Queenwood crew doing a very, very good job of just maintaining where they are, you know, being quite dominant there on the far side of the field. And just narrowly in front of Loretto Kirribilli, 2.81 of a second at the 500 metre mark. So they will have to keep charging on and just trust that their speed will be enough to keep in front of this Loretto Kirribilli crew. Yeah,
certainly not out of the woods. And as you say, Pete, lane 1 being in the extremity of the course and lane 8 as well, it's difficult because the coxswains have got to keep an eye on the other side of the competition lake. And so that's a challenge. It's a little bit easier if you're in the middle of the course and in the lead to just cast your eyes back and the whole crew knows what's happening. But to a greater extent, I suppose, these scullers in the Queenwood boat relying on the eyes of their coxswain just to tell them what's going on. But Queenwood, they're the ones in the lead, and it's a narrow lead at that. Loretto Kirribilli in lane 5, well, they're their nearest rivals over in the middle of the course in lane 5. Queenwood looking comfortable though. They look as though they've probably done enough just in the final stages of this race. They're looking poised. They're not lifting their rate of striking. I think they're just happy to sit on that rate and glide the boat across the line. Probably unbothered to a greater extent by the wind on that far side of the course, I should say. Whereas in the middle of the course and over here on the grandstand side, just a little lick of wind.
And it does look, Michael, like they've extended that lead there. The Queenwood School is just coming across the line there in first place. Loretto will be just behind them, probably a length of clear water there. But you can also see quite a stretch there between the two crews in first and second, followed by this next Queenwood crew coming through in lane 1. My apologies, lane 8. And then lane 6 there, PLC Sydney will take 4th place. We do have a bit of a race on our hands here in the later extremity of the field between the Armidale School, St Catherine's. Loretto in lane 1 here will, lane 9 will come across in 5th place. The Armidale School there will be racing quite hard here against Canberra Girls Grammar. It will be the Armidale School just striding across to pip them on the line. Canberra Girls Grammar there will take the next spot, followed there by St Catherine's, and finally North Sydney Girls will cross the line.
Excellent, and another full race comes to a close, and it was a win for Queenwood in lane 1. Edgerton, Ellison, Newton and Elliott, coxed by Lucy Line. A second place went to Loretto Kirribilli, Mannix, Ballantyne, Roberts and Kennard, coxed by Eloise McKinnon. In third place was Queenwood in lane 8. Fourth place, Pymble Ladies College in lane 6. Fifth place, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 9. Sixth place, the Armidale School in lane 7. Seventh place to Canberra Girls in lane 2. And eighth place to St Catherine's in lane 4. And finally, North Sydney Girls claiming 9th place. But for the moment, another division and the final division of the Year 9 Cox Cod Sculls comes down the course. And again, looks as though we do have another full race, which is phenomenal. So I will just call out the names as they come towards the 500 metres. In lane 1, it's Queenwood, represented by Lola Bailey, Frankie Blair, Molly Hughes, Chloe Zarikis, and Annabelle Hamilton. In lane 2 is Canberra Girls Grammar, Isabella Campbell, Zara Watts, Lily Rose, Zara Pye, and Elizabeth. Chris Manitz is their coxswain. In lane 2, lane 3, another Queenwood School crew. Georgia McNee, Emily Zhu, Alice Wang, Emma Burridge, and Bronte Russell. Loretto Kirribilli is in lane 4, represented by Nina Cordaro, Penelope House, Rosie Teague, Amelia Richards, and Francesca Vellabarden, their cox. In lane 5 from Queenwood is Olivia Zeng, Bella Blackwood, Sophie Davies, and Michaela Ling, coxed by Florence Jones. In lane 6, also from Pimble Ladies, Amber Lewis, Athena Wu, Lucy Liu, Freya Edwards, and Phoebe Twinton. Loretto Kirribilli is in lane 7, Grace Zuckerman, Grace Ryan, Allegra Johnson, and Emma Francis, coxed by Rose Middleton. Canberra Grammar is in lane 8, Harriet Russell, Abigail de Zoten, Mariam Altafag, Lucinda Barlow, and their cox, Mackenzie Burney. And in lane 9, a third Queenwood crew, represented by Cora Talbot Stern, SB Sanchez, Garayoya, Savvy Lowe, and Isla Robertson, and their cox is Meg Turner.
Thank you, Michael. And at the moment, it looks like it is Canberra Girls Grammar in the lead. It was through the 500 metre mark. We will see how that progresses. It looks like there might have been a bit of a change of guard there. Definitely notable people here. Zoe Bond, the cox of the Loretto Kirribilli crew, has been the coach. My apologies, has been coaching some pretty successful crews. So it'll be interesting to see how that crew goes. But at the moment, coming through the last 100 metres, Michael, it looks like it will be the crew in lane 8 at the moment, and that is Canberra Girls Grammar. So they have retained that lead there, Canberra Girls Grammar. They are being pressured there in lane 7 by Loretto Kirribilli 6. This will be a very, very interesting finish for this crew. Will the Loretto Kirribilli crew be able to push through Canberra Grammar? They're having a really good push here. The coxswain, you can see, just waving her arm and just really, really airing a crew on to go. Will they be able to push through? It looks at this point like they have pushed through that Canberra Girls Grammar crew in the final stretch, the last 100 metres. They are really, really lifting the rate of striking. They're able to just push through this Canberra Girls Grammar crew right at the final stretch. Canberra Girls Grammar will be able to retain second place. But what a push from Loretto Kirribilli to get about half a length there on Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 8, who gets second. And we have an issue there, I think, that Queenwood crew just had one rower that seemed like she maybe caught some dirty strokes, but they will be able to maintain their lead over lane 2. Lane 6, lane 4, lane 1, what a close finish there. That's PLC. We have PLC, Loretto Kirribilli, and Queenwood, and then followed finally by the lane 5 Queenwood crew. And what a race there, Michael. Definitely in the middle of the course, we had some really, really, really close racing. Finally, lane 9 Queenwood will finalise our field here for race 16, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quads, as we move into the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. I believe we have a photo finish there for around 5th and 6th place. We'll have to wait to see what the result was there. Definitely that the two crews finishing very, very close to each other. So luckily we have the technology to double check a photo right at the line and see who got their bow in front. We now have the official result there. My apologies, it was between third and fourth. So Queenwood 2 just getting over Canberra Girls Grammar there by 0.33 of a second. We also have another close finish there, 6th and 7th. Loreto Kirribilli getting over Queenwood 3 by 0.2 of a second. So some very close racing, Michael, and really, really positive to see in these younger Year 9 schoolgirl quads. To see such a tight margin in the field, some really good programs out there, so able to get these girls moving really, really well in the quads. As we now move to 2 kilometre racing, it seems like they're just mobilising the troops up there for the Year 10-8. I will call the names out as we move into the medal presentation here. I'll hold off calling the names out just so we can congratulate these girls for their win. And congratulations to Loreto Kirribilli for their win. As race 17 gets ready for their race here, we have lane 1 Queenwood, Arabella Lynn, Nilla Russell, Jasmine Ramsey, Penelope Rolls, Virginia Dixon, and Minnie May Olgier, Vivian Walk, and Chloe Grimmond. Cox there by Juliet Yardley, Loreto Kirribilli, Charlotte Mutton, Ellie Bailey, Xanthi Fizogi, and Abigail Lee. Chloe Hunter, Rosie Massara, Edel Knox, Abigail Pearson, Sabella Bates, Cox there by Elliot Hunt, coached by Elliot Hunt. Pimble Ladies, we have Blair Elliott, Aura Zhang, Miller Lee Henville, Siri Tebanchak, Rose Jones, Gemma Thiel, Lulu Hill, Kate Lonergan, and Emma Wang. PLC Sydney, Isabel Graves, Madeline Barrett, Ava Lynn, Zara Rathjen, Sophie Moore, Zoe Leisha, Zoe Lee, and Scarlett Askew. They're coxed by Talia Kinley, Kinross Walleroy. We have Anna Orr, Charlotte Williams, Paxton Buckfield, Alexandra Karish, Ruby Hilda, Millie Healer, Matilda Whitley, Georgia Tancred, and they're coxed there by Sophie Caro, Loreto Normanhurst, Zara Dwyer, Sophie Whalen, Ruby Mullins, Ruby Matthews, Lucy Meek, Alexander Hare, Anna Ward, Poppy Bensley, Rosie Lennon is their cox. St Catherine's 1, we have Miller Bell, Gabriella Griffin, Stella Copland, Charlize Morgan, Ingzi Div, Eva Jamison, Georgia Love, Delphi Walshman, and Andrea Roofley is their cox. Canberra Girls Grammar, Lucy Dale, Emily Linfield, Zoe Tran, Grace Fogarty, Eleanor Hall, Chloe Owen, Zayla Biddington, Audrey Blacker, and their cox there by Lucia Wildman. So these crews are now lining up at the 2,000 metre start. If you see on the big screen there, you can see the 2,000 metre start has the boat holders lying down on the little finger pontoons holding the stern of the boat. So it's a little bit different here. It doesn't rely as much on the starter to manage these crews. They have the boat holders that are able to pull the crews backwards and forwards as they line up. Some good crews here in this race, definitely notable crews. St Catherine's have been very dominant in the past. Their coach there by Sophie Costellas, who has been doing a lot of coaching and is quite a good coxswain out of UTS. The new head coach there, John Keogh, is doing a fantastic job. John is quite a very competent coach, coaching at the women's NTC for a number of years. Definitely with a wealth of experience to offer these St Catherine's girls. Elliot Hunt, another coach there for Loreto Kirribilli, has been coaching for years and years, and definitely a integral part of the sport. So the crews are now away. It does seem at this point like it will be Loreto Normanhurst, just half a canvas in front. You'll find in these 8 races, the first 500 metres is really pivotal. They're such fast boats that after about 500 metres, unless there is real issues within the crew, that first 500 will just set you up so positively for the rest of the race. So whoever is leading at that 500 metres will be in a very, very, very dominant position. And that's St Catherine's crew there, just very close to the boys. You don't want to be too sort of bouncy around those lane markers. Firstly, just due to the fact that you will be rowing a little further than everyone else, but also once you do hit those boys, they're quite unforgiving. But at this point here, it looks like it will be, I believe that's Loreto in the lead here. They have quite a good margin. I believe it's either Loreto or Lane 3 Pymble Ladies. So we'll see as they come through the 500 metre mark. We haven't gotten times there, but it is a tight field, Michael. And through the 500, there's probably a length there separating the entire field. So as they progress through this race, we'll see if that margin stretches or whether they're able to capitalise and just keep this to be quite a close race here in the Year 10 Schoolgirl 8.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, it might have been that Kinross Walleroy crew just with their noses in front in the middle of the course, but 2,000 metres is a long way to row, and so plenty of action left yet to unfold in this race. You saw Pymble Ladies College on the screen. They're also doing well on the far side of the course over there in lane 3. So a close race to unfold, certainly between those two crews, and a relatively even affair by the looks of things so far. And coming up within the 1,000 metre mark now, you can just see it's that crew from Kinross Walleroy, as we mentioned before, who are indeed in the lead. They're in lane 5, and they are being closely challenged by a crew to their bow side. I think it's the Normanhurst crew in lane 6. Yeah, that's right. 5, 6, 7, they're the leaders. Kinross Walleroy, Loreto Normanhurst, and St Catherine's.
Yeah, Michael, and St Catherine's historically have been quite dominant in this event. I've been asked to mention the 2023 season by Sophie Costellas and Maddie Swain. So they were telling me earlier how they were undefeated until this race. So we'll see if this current St Catherine's crew can charge through and match the 2023 crew. But definitely at this point, it looks like it will be lane 5 and 6 really battling out that front end of the course. Doing a very dominant job here. They come through the 1,000 metre mark. Definitely a pivotal point in the race. was saying earlier, at the 500, if they are in the lead, it really benefits them in this fast boat in the 8. And it seems like they've just held that lead really, really positively into the 1,000 and now into the 1250. With 750 metres to go, really not a long time in 8s racing.
Well, I think they might have even extended their lead, Peter, over the rest of the field. Has that crew from Kinross Walleroy in those blue boats and the blue zoot suits. They're in lane 5 and they are looking very tidy. You can see on the big screen out here at the competition lake, or if you're joining us on the live stream, Kinross Walleroy making the best of things. And they're coming into the final 500 metres of their race now here in race 17, the first and only division of Year 10 8s racing. But have a look at this now. We have got a genuine competition now. Loretto Normanhurst challenging Loretto for that lead. 0.79 the margin has been reduced, and Catherine's currently occupying third, a little bit back to Queenwood Pymble Ladies College, 4th and 5th respectively. Then over to the far side, it's lane 2, Loretto Kirribilli and Canberra Girls Grammar currently occupying 7th place. But fascinating competition unfolding at the pointy end, Pete.
Yeah, Loretto Normanhurst absolutely charging through the field. A really, really positive bit of racing there to see. It does go to show if you end up getting into that last 500 and maybe you've front-ended the race a little bit too much, it is a very, very dangerous position to be in. So seeing this Loretto Normanhurst crew coming through so aggressively is absolutely fantastic. And we will have to see as they come through the last 100 metres who's in the lead. But 100% it will be a bit of a fire in the bellies there to try and push through for the Kinross crew to try and hold on, that Loretto crew to try and race through. It will be absolutely fantastic race to watch here in the last 100 metres. At this point, it looks neck and neck, Michael. I can't quite call it.
Well, they are on terms by the looks of things. Loretto Normanhurst and Kinross Walleroy, lane 6 and 5. Query whether Kinross Walleroy has just gone out a little bit too hard in front end of this race, a little bit too much. Here come Loretto Normanhurst. They're the ones who have it all to do, and they're going now stroke for stroke with Kinross Walleroy. Loretto Normanhurst, lane 6, Kinross Walleroy, lane 5. It's ding-dong race, and we're into the final 50 metres or so. They're neck and neck. Kinross Walleroy on the surge. I think Kinross will just take it by the narrowest of margins over Loretto Normanhurst. And their crews are absolutely exhausted. And wasn't that a phenomenal finish to that race? And Catherine's claimed 3rd place, 4th place over there to Queenwood in lane 1. 5th place to Pymble Ladies College in lane 3. 6th place looking as though it'll go the way of Loretto Kirribilli over there in lane 2. Closely followed across the line by Canberra Girls in lanes 8. And finally, PLC Sydney in lane 4. Well, we can all take a breath now. Goodness me.
What an absolutely insane race that was, Michael. We see there on the unofficial results, 0.34 of a second there by Loretto Normanhurst, by Kinross Walleroy, sorry, ahead of Loretto Normanhurst. But I would almost say, Michael, that was probably a shorter margin than that. It looked right to be on the surge. It didn't look like any crew had the lead there towards the end. It looked like the boat just surged through just to get the lead. So great racing to watch. We would love to see the official result of that to see what that margin was. But I think 0.34 probably is a larger margin than we saw, Michael. So absolutely fantastic racing to see there over 2 kilometres.
Yeah, phenomenal and gutsy effort from both of those crews. As you say, Pete, just on the surge, Kinross Walleroy take it. It looked as though I was convinced Normanhurst were just going to snatch it on the line, having spoiled the party in the last 500 metres for Kinross Walleroy. But the girls from Orange done enough in the end to hang on by the skin of their teeth to that one. So stellar race to finalise race 17, the first and only division of the schoolgirl Year 10-8. We are going to move in a moment now to the next race on the course, which we'll bring to you in just a short moment. And that win by Kinross Walleroy, I've just been reliably informed, puts them in third place on the Billigence leaderboard, which will be updated throughout the day, I'm sure, on the Rowing New South Wales social. So keep an eye out for that one. But a fantastic effort, of course, spurred on by the fierce competition from the Loretto Normanhurst crew. But for the moment, it's the second division of the Schoolgirl Year 10-8 on the course. This is contested only by 4 schools. Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3, represented by Emily Buriak, Ariel Wood, Georgia Woodward, Lucia Bartlam, Eloise Roberts, Charlotte Taylor, Scarlett Hopkins, Ava Sow, and coxed by Arabella Johnston. Pymble Ladies College is in lane 4, Margot Marseille, Jenny Macon, Eden Connors, Alexandra Ritchie, Bethany Carruthers, Abby Pisani, Isabella Yum, Ellie Zhao, and coxed by Eloise Jenkins. Lane 5 is St Catherine's, Harriet Hathan Jarman, Matilda Jack, Beatrix Debble Hancock, Lucia Waters, Ellie Avery, Eve Bell, Violet Brooks, Ellie Carr, and Chloe Avramides, their coxswain. And finally, in lane 6 is a crew from Loretto Normanhurst, Jacqueline Whitaker, Sally Hines, Jazz Burgoyne, Zahara Bornstein, Catherine Stark, Amelia Edwards, Ella Jones, Beatrix Germain, coxed by Charlotte Fagan, I should say.
Thank you, Michael. And as they come through here to the, what looks like the 1250 here, so another 2,000 metre race. This 2,000 metre racing for the Year 10-8s is quite a new concept for them. They've just started the 2,000 metre racing as of this year. So they might not be used to it. It does use a bit of a different athletic system, the 2,000 metre compared to the 1,000 metre. The 1,000 metre just below a sprint, or just sort of longer than a sprint. 2,000 metres a bit more endurance, but Loretto Normanhurst here coming through the 1,500, about a length ahead of St Catherine's too. That Loretto Normanhurst crew really looking like they're stretching out their lead quite well. They're getting a lot of really effective length. Loretto Kirribilli too is in third place. We have 5.14 seconds and 6.34 seconds respectively from second to third. As they roll through, it looks like Pymble Ladies will be in fourth place there, 17.28 seconds behind. So they're just off the back of the field, just a touch, but it will be Loretto Normanhurst with quite a commanding lead coming into the last 500. Again, these fast 8 races, the last 500 really is a sprint. Once you hit that 500 metre mark, it's all hands on deck. They'll all be just pushing at 100%, emptying the tanks there. So definitely a positive position for them to be in here into the last stretch of this race. We have a little bit more of a spread in this field than we did in the in Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. It looks coming into the last section of this race that we'll have some pretty definite placings, which is good for my heart rate, Michael.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, Loretto Normanhurst making the best of things on the near side of the course. That's Whitaker, Hines, Burgoyne, Bornstein, Stark, Edwards, Jones, Germain, and Fagan. And looking the goods coming into the final 150 metres or so. Poised to claim the win in the second division of the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. St Catherine's, well, they look as though they've done enough to hold on to second place ahead of a fast finishing Loretto Kirribilli. Pymble Ladies College, our fourth and final crew, a little further back, but it's going to be a win at the top end of the race for Loretto Normanhurst. Second place goes to St Catherine's in lane 5.
Loretto Normanhurst there looking like they've just extended that lead by about 2 seconds in the last 500 metres, so they've done a really good job there, as the margin is pretty much the same between St Catherine's and Loretto Normanhurst, but Loretto Kirribilli just able to get an extra 2 seconds in the last 500, so that sort of goes to show they've got that really consistent speed going through that's just a little bit quicker than the St Catherine's crew, and they're able to hold that in quite a good way throughout the race. As we do lead now to race 19, the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 1. From North Sydney Girls, we have Zhaozu Liu and Imogen Sasbo. MLC School, we have Isabella Ng, Steffi Lang, and Redlands 4, we have Hannah Yu and Holly Davies. the Armidale School, we have Elsie Caulfield and Luella Caulfield, I assume sisters, so great to see there rowing together. Definitely siblings in a boat will usually move quite quickly. Canberra Grammar, we have Iris Rangu and Eliza Jones. Queenwood, Eloise Lindveld and Genevieve Hayes. Pymble Ladies, we have Rosie Eggins and Claudia Hodder. And from Cranbrook, we have Rio Churchill and Emily Fletcher. So race 19 here, the Schoolgirls Double Scull Division 1. They are now coming through the 1,000 metres mark, sorry. And we should hopefully get a little bit of a margin. But it does look at this point, and I might be wrong, but at this point it looks like it might be Redlands there in the lead, Michael.
Yeah, I think that's right, Pete. Lane 3, Redlands, Hannah Yu and Holly Davies.
And my apologies after just analysing that a little bit. It does look probably at this point like Queenwood. We'll get a bit of a better idea as they come through the 1,500. But it looks at this point like it might be Queenwood out in front. Cranbrook are chasing them quite a bit. Cranbrook are really pushing the envelope with them there and just making sure they're not letting them off easy. But at this point, it looks like it will be Queenwood, I believe, in the lead. And we'll get a better picture here as they come through the 1,500 and we get a timing hut to read out to us who's who and what's going on in this race. Lane 5, my apologies, Canberra Grammar is that elusive crew in the lead. And that's the Canberra Grammar crew there of Iris Rangi and Alyssa Jones. So they're doing a great job there of leading this race. The girls from Canberra making a bit of a trek to come out here, so good to see that they're having quite a dominant race, and they really have stretched their way to the front of this field as we get the rest of the field coming through the 1,500 metre mark now. Definitely Canberra Grammar in the lead. It looks at this point like it might be a DNS for Cranbrook there, and that's probably where some of our confusion was lying there, Michael. But lane 8 at this point doesn't look like they've had a start.
So Canberra Grammar, it's a school that we've seen fire many shots across the bow early on in this regatta. But they're the ones in the lead. That's Iris Rangia and Eliza Jones in the double scull, and looking calm and in control, and they know that they are in the lead and they know that they have a significant advantage over the rest of the field, so just content to lengthen out and really enjoy this lead into the finish tower. And I think they've extended that lead even further, Peter. Iris Rangia, Eliza Jones, and their closest rivals are going to be Rosie Eggins and Claudia Hodder from Pymble Ladies College in lane 7. So it's a win for Canberra Grammar. Second place going to Pymble Ladies College at this stage. Just contending with the boys on the bow side of the course and looking over their shoulders to check where is that finish line.
Yep, a good stretch there as well, Michael, there from Canberra Grammar to PLC. And PLC then back to Armidale. Some really, really dominant racing there. So Lane 7 crew just crossing the line there ahead of lane 4, the Armadale School. And it will at this point be lane 2, MLC School, barring a disaster. But we do have a bit of a race on our hand between lane 6 and lane 1, so that's North Sydney Girls and Queenwood. And it looks at this point like it will be a very close race coming into the final stretch. And at this point, from my view, it looked like it will be lane 6 Queenwood just ahead there of lane 1 North Sydney Girls, but we will get a better idea there when the official results come out. The unofficial results tell us that is 0.25 of a second between 5th and 6th place. And we now move quite quickly into Division 2 there of the schoolgirl double scull. Redlands, Francesca Richardson and Catherine Buden. Cranbrook, we have Rafi Reed and Florence Vinnell. Loretto Normanhurst 2, we have Mia Dragonodis and Amelia Branley. Mossman, it's good to see Mossman out here at club racing in these school races. We have Arabella Turner Smith and Erica Nutt. Ascombe, we have Chloe Hitchens and Sammy Robblard. MLC School 2, Rebecca Beaton and Ella Hugh. PLC Sydney, we have Jessica Burrows and Emily Barrett. And Canberra Grammar 2, we have Edith Warboys and Alice Allen. So this race here, Michael, coming into the 1500 metres, we again have another 2,000 metre race. The 1500 metre timing hut does tell us that Redland is ahead, followed by Ascombe, and it does say that Redland's got quite a commanding lead there of 12 seconds, but I would say that's probably accurate. They're on the far side, and they would have to get that commanding lead, as we were talking about earlier, Michael. If you are on the far side, you really need to get ahead to be able to see the rest of the field, and they've done just that, Michael. They've really stretched through that crew from Redlands ahead of the Ascombe and MLC School.
Yeah, that's right. It's looking as though it is Redlands on the far side in the ascendancy in this race, and a significant lead, as you mentioned there, Pete. Some 12 seconds through the 1500 metres, and they are looking all but certain now to claim a win in the second division of the schoolgirl double scull. And they're looking really, really good as they do it. That boat is just trimming really nice and flat across the water. And as we've talked about in the double scull before up here in the tower, it's just a matter of ticking that boat along and making sure that the disruption to the boat run is as minimal as possible. And that's exactly what these girls from Redlands have done. Francesca Richardson and Catherine Button take a bow. They win this second division of the schoolgirl double scull, 7:43 the unofficial time. A cracking result for Redlands. Second place looking as though it'll go the way of Ascombe School, Chloe Hitchens and Sammy Rebilliard over in lane 5. Third place, it'll be MLC, represented by Rebecca Beaton and Ella Hugh. A really tight race now unfolding for fourth place between Mossman and PLC Sydney. I just didn't quite catch who got it. I think it might have been Mossman by a very narrow margin, but we'll wait for the official results for that one. Both crews officially exhausted after that effort.
It did look there, Michael, like it might have been Mossman there, just pipping out that PLC Sydney crew. And then we have here lane 8 following through, and that will be the crew from Canberra Grammar, and they will have a healthy enough lead there on lane 3, Loretto Normanhurst. So lane 8 there, Canberra Grammar, that's Edith Warboys and Alice Allen, and they will just take that place ahead of lane 3 from Loretto Normanhurst. But it is interesting to see these double races, Michael. You see there's some really clean blade work throughout all crews, no matter the placing, and definitely quite a hotly contested one. You can see there's some real sort of, ability there in these schoolgirl double scull races.
So the third division of the schoolgirl double scull, and as you said, Pete, we're into the senior years with these competitors, is on the course. Race 21 on the program. So in lane 2 is a crew from Canberra Girls Grammar, Sophie Murphy and Camilla Griffin. Lane 3 is Redlands, represented by Lillian Forsyth and Livia Goodland. Fourth place is Canberra Grammar, Claire Gow and Charlotte Prosser. Lane 5, Tara School, Gemma Waterhouse and Hannah Ryan. Lane 6, MLC, Clementine Hendricks and Sophie Winnell. Lane 7 from Queenwood, Karcher Cassidy and Julie Fishman. And in lane 8, Pymble Ladies College, Edwina Harrington and Amber Eisenhower. And through the 1500 metres, if I was to hazard a guess, I think it's that crew from Canberra Girls Grammar over there in lane 2 who is in the lead, but not far off them, if at all, is the crew from Queenwood in lane 7, one in from the near side of the course. So that's Karcher Cassidy and Julie Fishman from Queenwood.
And we do look like we're having almost a carbon copy of the last race here, Michael. 17.54 seconds ahead is that far lane from the MLC school. So in terms of field position and in what lane, it looks almost like that last race is repeating itself here a little bit. But definitely that far side must have some sort of, you know, sneaky flow in it or something. It's like a Japanese game show or something, Michael. It looks like they've just, that far lane's just been pushed right out in front, and really a big credit to those girls from Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 2 to be able to just extend that lead and really be quite dominant here as they come through the final 100 metres. We can see their blade placement work looks really, really clean. Same with the release. It looks like they're just getting so much effective run on that boat. And not dropping the rate at all. They have that lead quite successfully. They're really not under much pressure, but they're really racing to the finish. So a real credit there to the Canberra Girls Grammar crew and definitely their coaches to really urge them to race right through to the finish there. So lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar, will take that race out ahead of lane 6, MLC School. That's Clementine Hendricks and Sophie Winnell. But they will again have quite a dominant lead there against Redlands, I believe, there in lane 3. So big stretch in this race, and same goes to MLC School. So a credit to their coaches and to those girls for really racing to the finish to make sure that their time is as good as they can make it. The Redlands crew now, again, another dominant lead there between the Redlands crew and lane 5 from Tara School.
Across the line there is Tara's Gemma Waterhouse and Hannah Ryan, who take 4th place in this race. 5th place will be between Pymble Ladies over here in lane 8 and Canberra Grammar in lane 4. Pymble Ladies take it though. That's Edwina Harrington and Amber Eisenhower. Crossing the line now, Canberra Grammar's Claire Gow and Charlotte Prosser. And looks as though Queenwood, lane 7, just running into a bit of problems at the back of the race. But for the moment, that is the race. That is the 3rd division of the schoolgirl double scull.
And it looks, Michael, like I believe the Queenwood crew here is just finalising their race as we lead to the 4th division of the schoolgirls double scull. So we have MLC School, Jemima Blake, Nicola Keast. We have the Armidale School, Georgia Jones and Olivia Bellinger. We have North Sydney Girls, Ari Williams and Zara Tang. We have Redlands, Isabel Campbell and Alana Winder. We have Canberra Girls Grammar, Flair Basby and Hannah Watch. We have Canberra Grammar 4, Charlotte Murrells and Demi Seraphim. We have Loretto Normanhurst, Ava Smith and Maggie Hall. And Queenwood here is finalising their race. They will be able to get this race done before the 4th division of the schoolgirls double scull comes through. But at this point, it does look in the 4th division like it will again be that crew on the far side. I believe at this point that's MLC School to be just a fraction in the lead of the rest of the course.
Yeah, the Armidale School looking as though they're up there in contention as well in this race. But MLC School over there in lane 2, Armidale in lane 3, and also over here on the closer side of the course, Canberra Grammar and Canberra Girls Grammar, lanes 6 and 7 in contention as well for those minor placings. So congratulations just to Queenwood, lane 7, finishing from Division 3. Round of applause for Katja Cassidy and Julie Fishman of Queenwood School to finalise that 3rd division. And Division 4 through the 1750. And as we said earlier, Pete, it is MLC in the lead. That's Jemima Blake and Nicola Keast. And they've got a narrow lead over Georgie Jones and Olivia Bellinger of the Armidale School. But they are not unchallenged. There is some competition now coming in from lane 6, which is Canberra Girls Grammar, Fleur Baseby and Hannah Watch.
Yeah, so that second place finish will be an interesting one to see there, Michael, but definitely at this point the Armidale School has the slight lead just behind MLC Sydney, who are in lane 2, and they will take this race out. The Armidale School will be able to retain their second place finish. Again, as you said, Michael, just over lane 6 there, Canberra Girls Grammar. And there is a bit of a gap there to the rest of the field. Lane 7, Canberra Grammar, Charlotte Morals and Demi Seraphim are going to cross the line there in 4th place. And just a fraction back there to Redlands, who will cross in 5th place. That's Redlands 1.
So Redlands in lane 5, just crossing the line there. This race a little bit spaced out towards this end of the race. It's Ava Smith and Maggie Hall of Loretto Normanhurst taking the final strokes in their race, followed across the line now by North Sydney girls Irie Williams and Ziyan Tang to finalise this race 22, the 4th division of the schoolgirl double scull.
Thank you, Michael. As we move now to the 5th division of the schoolgirl double scull, we have MLC School 5. That's Ashley Denton and Adelaide Abernethy. The Armidale School, we have Layla McFarlane and Georgia Kadzo. Tara School, we have Isabella Dalamov and Rita Liu. Canberra Grammar, we have Anna Breeden and Adeline Roldan. UTS, we have Tilly McCoynes and Sophia Stevenson. They're coached there by Sam Fennessy. Canberra Girls Grammar 2, we have Eliza Punch and Lara Clues. And from Blacksland High, we have Viddy Young and Sophia Whitelaw. So I believe Sophia Whitelaw has already raced this regatta before. I've seen that name there, so she might be doubling up there, which is fantastic to see so early in the day at a 9:44 race. But definitely crews to watch out for here. The UTS crew of Tilly and Sophia will be have been doing some good training, so they will be a club crew that is joining this schoolgirl double scull race. Something we don't see too often, but we do definitely see throughout the regatta. At this point here, though, it does look, I believe, Michael, like it is lane 7, the Canberra Girls Grammar crew of Eliza Punch and Lara Clues, who might be in the lead here coming into the 1500 metre mark.
Yeah, certainly looks that way. Canberra Girls Grammar, Punch and Clues across the 1500 metre point in 1st place. A little bit, yeah, it's pretty tight for 2nd place at the moment. That's between Loretto Normanhurst, lane 8, and I think it was Redlands in lane 5. But the race is a little bit spaced out now between that Canberra Girls Grammar School and their rivals, and some 400 metres left to row.
Yeah, so coming into that last 300 metres there, again, it is quite a spaced out race. It does look quite close, but we do have a good spacing there, and it will at this point be Canberra Girls Grammar doing a great job to hold off their competitors. They have probably a length of Clearwater lead there. Perhaps a bit more coming into the last 250 metres of this race. They will just need to retain that lead, and definitely the first 3 crews will be a close enough finish, followed a fair margin back to 4th place by that UTS crew in their double. But at this point here, it will be Canberra Girls Grammar really stretching their way ahead in this race and having quite a commanding finish.
So Canberra Girls Grammar putting on a clinic in this last 100 metres or so of this 5th and final division of the schoolgirl double scull. Eliza Punch, Lara Clues, poised and calm towards the finish line, just looking over their shoulders to see how further they have to row. Win for Canberra Girls Grammar, Eliza Punch and Lara Clues. 2nd place, it'll go the way of Blaxland High, Vita Young and Sophia Whitelaw in lane 8. 3rd place goes to the Tara School in lane 4, Isabel Dulimov and Rita Liu.
And then quite a stretch back here, Michael, down to the UTS crew, Tilly McCoynes and Sophia Stevenson. They are a fair margin back there in lane 6. So they'll finish there in 4th place, and then another fair margin from them through to lane 2 from MLC School. So they're really in their own race there. But lane 2 there, MLC School, Ashley Denton and Adelaide Abernathy will finish in 5th. They have about a length there onto lane 5, the Canberra Grammar School, Anna Breeden and Adeline Roldan. And again, another fair enough margin through to the Armidale School, who will finish this race in 6th place, I believe.
And so recapping the results of race 23, the 5th and final division of the schoolgirl double scull. A win for Canberra Girls Grammar, a 2nd place to Blaxland High, 3rd place to Tara School, 4th place to UTS Haberfield, 5th place MLC, 6th place Canberra Grammar, 7th place to the Armidale School. And Peter, we move now excitingly into some single scull racing. The 1st division of the schoolgirl single scull, and a number of divisions coming up now, 5 by the looks of things in this event. And it is contested apparently by a full complement of scullers. And so we'll turn our attention now to some single sculling. So race 24 underway. This is over 2,000 metres, of course. In lane 1, Sydney McCartney is representing Tara School. In lane 2 from Redlands, Ava Ford. In lane 3 from Sydney Girls, Elsha Lim. In lane 4 from North Sydney Girls is Luo Jia Tang. In lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Meg Story. In lane 6 from Canberra Grammar, Marsha Bodie. In lane 7 from Sydney Girls, Mia Williams. In lane 8 from Loretto Normanhurst, Gracie May Lander. And in lane 9, Jessica Harris, representing Nepean. Scratching from the Canberra Grammar sculler in lane 6, but otherwise a full complement.
And again, Michael, really good to see some of these club crews coming out into the school PLC Kings regattas to compete. A very good way to merge the 2 disciplines, I guess, between school and club. Obviously, we want as many people rowing from school to join a club when they finish and continue their rowing journey. So it is very nice to see these clubs coming down and participating in these school regattas to even just get a little bit of insight into the different disciplines 100%. But Meg's Story here is coming through into the 1,500 metre mark in 1st place, followed by Ava Ford. 3.23 seconds Then Jessica Harris in third place, 5.08 seconds. So first, second, third is quite dominant there and quite proficient, we'd say. And then fourth, Mia Williams, 10 seconds behind. So Mia Williams there has a bit of a gap again there to fifth place. So it looks like Mia will be able to have quite a comfortable race in this last 500 unless she decides to absolutely go for gold and try and pressure those top three. But at this point, definitely Meg Story will be the sculler that is in the lead of this race. Will she be able to keep that 3-second lead there from second place?
Well, it's all to do now for Ava Ford from Redlands over there in lane 2. She looks as though she's just lifted her rate of striking, has Ava Ford, just to make things nice and difficult for the Canberra Girls Grammar sculler Meg Story, who was in the lead as they went through the 1,500 metres. They're now through the 1,750, both scullers. I think Story has probably done enough to at least ward off the assault coming from lane 2 for now, but Ava Ford running out of water, I suppose, just to push herself up against the leader at this stage, who remains Meg Story from Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5, who is looking strong. A third place currently occupied at this stage by Jessica Harris, the Nepean sculler in lane 9. And fourth place looks as though it's Loretto Normanhurst, the Sydney Girls sculler, Mia Williams, I should say, in lane 7. But at the front of the race, it is looking as though it will be a win for Canberra Girls Grammar and Meg Story. And she fends off that late surge by Ava Ford from Redlands in lane 2. So congratulations to Canberra Girls Grammar. Redlands settling for second with Ava Ford. Third place going to Jessica Harris from Nepean in lane 9. And back to Sydney Girls, Mia Williams in fourth place.
We can see there, Michael, Meg Story had just extended that lead by about 2 seconds from the 1,500. So she really held a leather there in the last 500 metres to just extend there from Ava Ford. It will be Mia Williams there that has gotten fourth place, 12 seconds behind Jessica Harris. And Lujia Tang is in fifth place, 15.63 seconds behind. And then we have just a scattering of crews here to finalise our field. So lane 8, Loretto Normanhurst, Gracie May Lander will get sixth place, barring a disaster. And the final two crews coming through the line there are just going through the 1,750, maybe the 1900 of this race as we conclude the schoolgirl single Division 1. And as we have these final crews coming through, now that will be Tara School, I believe, Sydney McCartney, and I believe they're Redlands 1. My apologies, Sydney Girls 6, Osha Lim. They will finalise that race there for Division 1, but we move now to Division 2 of the schoolgirls single scull. Sydney Girls 8, we have Bonnie Steele. The Armidale School, Isabel Coddington. Canberra Grammar, we have Addison Perry. Canberra Girls Grammar, we have Charlotte Bowen. Sydney Girls, we have Ashling Considine, my apologies, and Tara School, we have Piper Walker. Kinross Walleroy, Katie Lawler. MLC School, we have Ava Parker. And Loretto Normanhurst, we have Lucy Hannaford. And at this point, Michael, it does look like that crew in the middle, that would, I assume, be Canberra Girls Grammar out in the lead, but I could be proven wrong as they come through the 1750. And of course, they're the last 100 metres marked by the red boys, which all those scullers will see in the conclusion of the race.
Yeah, really quite spread out now in race 25. Lane 4, Charlotte Bowen of Canberra Girls Grammar. Well, she's looking the goods. She's looking really, really comfortable out the front of this race. Poised, she's sitting up tall, and she's finishing really strong and upright. And the recovery phase, letting the boat run as well. So a really tidy bit of sculling there from the Canberra Girls Grammar sculler. And she will now claim a win in the second division of the schoolgirl single scull. She's looking across for the finish line, and there it is. Congratulations to Canberra Bowen, Canberra Girls Grammar, I should say, represented by Charlotte Bowen. Second place, a little bit tighter between the scullers in lane 3. That's Canberra Grammar, Addison Perry, and lane 8 over here, MLC Eve Parker.
Lane 8 absolutely going for it, Michael. Will it be enough? Not quite. I think she's just gotten pipped on the line there by lane 3, but she was absolutely charging to the finish line. So a great effort there from lane 8 here in this crew.
Eve Parker, well done. MLC School. She claims third. Isabel Coddington, fourth place from the Armidale School. Fifth place going to Katie Lawler from Kinross. And yeah, just spread out now the tail end of this race. Still yet to finish the scullers from Sydney Girls and Tara in lanes 5 and 6.
And as we're waiting for these just final finishes here, we will turn our attention as well to the schoolgirl single scull division 3. We have Canberra Girls Grammar, Mia Wiley. The Armidale School, we have Isabella Henderson. Sydney Girls, Alison Rail. Canberra Grammar, we have Emily Wertnager. Tara School, Amy Rouse. Redlands, we have Holly Davies. From Pymble Ladies, Arabella Murphy. Glebe, we have Giselle Duza. And Sydney Girls, we have Alice Gow. Coached there by Cameron Ogilvie and Tal Lewis, two legends of the sport. But in the final section of this race, we have Sydney Girls finishing. That's Aisling Considine, and she will finish here ahead of lane 6, Tara School, Piper Walker. And coming into Division 3 here, Michael, it will at this point be Isabella Henderson. She's had some fantastic success throughout the season, has been doing a little bit of work there at the Taree training camp for UTS. I've been lucky enough to coach her throughout that camp, and is a very tough athlete, Isabella Henderson. It will be a tall ask for anyone to beat Belzy, as she's known, but she is in the lead here, but it looks to me, Michael, like she's being pressured there a little bit. I believe, actually, apologies, that will be second and third. 33 seconds, it looks at this point like she's got as a lead there from Amy Rouse. Like I said, a very tough athlete there, Isabella Henderson. She will be someone to look out for this year and definitely in the future. She seems like she's very positive, and I believe she wants to go to America or the UK to pursue her rowing career, so that will be great for her. But Amy Rouse there in second place with a very close race, 1.7 seconds between Amy and Giselle. Mia Wiley there in fourth place, 3.81. So the minor placings there will be a very good race to watch. again, Isabella Henderson with probably the most commanding lead we've seen in the day there, Michael. Very competent sculler and a very tough athlete. So really, really a masterclass of rowing the single there for this schoolgirl single scull. We'd like to see what the time is there. I could imagine it would be quite a quick one.
Yeah, Isabella Henderson just putting her scull through the gears as she comes into the final little bit of her race. A very strong performance indeed from the Armadale School sculler. But, Amy Rouse from the Tara School and Giselle Dueza from Glebe Rowing Club. They were the nearest rivals, and also Mia Wiley from Canberra Girls Grammar over there in lane 1. So second place a little bit tighter. Isabella Henderson crosses the line. End-to-end leader in that race. Congratulations to the Armadale School. But the race is tightening up for second place, Peter. Glebe Rowing Club over here, lane 8. Tara School in lane 5, Amy Rouse, and Mia Wiley over the far side.
And it does look at this point, Michael, like Glebe has had a really, really significant last 500, apologies, and it looks to me like Glebe will have half a length lead there ahead of lane 5. Lane 5, that's Tara School. Glebe, Giselle Duza is just dominating that last section. She will win by a length there ahead of lane 5, Tara School. Lane 5, Tara School there is then ahead of lane 1, Canberra Girls Grammar, Mia Wiley. And lane 7, just crossing the line now from Pymble Ladies, Arabella Murphy. She will just have a couple of lengths lead there ahead of lane 4, Canberra Grammar. That's Emily Wertner. Emily there is just easing her way across the finish. She won't be able to catch the crew from lane 7, but she will be able to hold off Sydney girls, Alison Rao, who, again, coached by 2 legends of the sport, Cameron Ogilvie and Tao Lewis.
Just coming across the line now to finalise this race, Holly Davis of Redlands in lane 6. To complete race 26 in Division 3. And just as that happens, we'll have a change in the commentary. We'll welcome Chris McCarthy to the box.
Thank you, Michael. Please enjoy your break, and a big thank you to Michael McRae for pulling the hard yards in the commentary box this morning. But never fear, he will be back shortly for a good portion of the rest of the day's racing. But race 27 underway on the course now through the 500 metre mark already, or 1500 metre mark rather. Schoolgirls single scull, North Sydney girls Ada Poe in lane 1, Kinross Wallaroy's Katie Smith in 2, Queenwood's Elsie Hood in 3, lane 4 is scratched, Redlands in lane 5, Grace Ford, Claire Ferreira from Pymble Ladies in lane 6, Xenia Palmer from Sydney Girls in lane 7, and Amatra Ranjan from Tara in lane 8. And at the moment, we've got 4 scullers right in contention at the head of the field between the sculler in lane 3 from Queenwood, Elsie Hood, Then the sculler 2 across from Redlands, Grace Ford, Claire Ferreira from Pymble Ladies, right up in contention as well. And just about a boat length or two back is Sydney Girls' Xenia Palmer. But it looks like the 2 scullers in the middle of Grace Ford from Redlands and Pymble Ladies, Claire Ferreira, who are right now going stroke for stroke in the last 200 metres of the race. But do not discount Queenwood's Elsie Hood on the far side of the course, who looks to be making a bit of a late surge here. It certainly looks the cleanest out of the 3, but the other 2 got the rate up nice and high. A little bit of steering going on for the Redlands and Pymble scullers, and I think the Redlands sculler just getting her bow ball up in front here, but very hard to tell from our vantage in the commentary box. Those of you in the grandstand will probably be able to tell if I am just talking rubbish or not. It is the Pymble sculler at the moment, Claire Ferreira, who has just gotten in front in the closing stroke. She's recovered from those steering issues. Grace Ford from Redlands throwing everything at it, as is the Queenwood and Sydney Girls scullers, but it'll be too little too late for them. It is Pymble Ladies College's Claire Ferreira, who will cross the line 3/4 of a length in front of Redlands' Grace Ford. Xenia Palmer holds off Queenwood's Elsie Hood for 3rd place, and then some way back, it's a tale of 2 races here, and back to the scullery lane 2 from Kinross, Katie Smith, and some way back again then to Ada Poe from North Sydney Girls, and Tara's Amatra Ranjan, who is about 250 metres off the leading scullers in this Division 4 of the schoolgirls single scull.
Yeah, what a race that is there. And the third placing there, a real tightly contested race. So it's always good to see those minor placings are just ticking along against each other, as lane 2 there now finishes this race and not quite finalises the field, but have 2 more scullers here to come through as we turn our attention to race 28, the schoolgirls single scull Division 2. In lane 1, St Columba's Catholic. We haven't seen much of them out here today, but we have Ellie Taylor. Canberra Grammar, we have Charlotte Lynch. Canberra Girls Grammar, we have Grace Disney. St Catherine's, we have Florence Hennessy. Tara School, we have Lila Obdurt. Sydney Girls, we have Camille Zankel. Askham, we have Isabel Bug. And Tara School, we have Victoria Eaton. They are just a fraction back from the final finishes in this race here, and that will be race 27 finishing now. Lane 1 is just edging her bow. That's lane 1, North Sydney Girls. Ada Pope is just edging her bow, a fraction above Tara School, Amatra Ranjan. But as we turn our attention now with these final finishes, we also are very lucky to get race 28 coming past our grandstand, past our eyes. And at this point, Chris, you might be able to see a little bit better than me. It does look like it might be St Catherine's Florence Hennessy, but she will be coached by John Keogh. Again, I've mentioned John earlier today, an old coach of the NTC, women's NTC back in the day, a very successful coach. So surely he'll be reworking the already very dominant St Catherine's program and hopefully getting some very dominant athletes out of that already successful program. Yeah,
it should be interesting. St Catherine's 8 later on after the lunch break. They haven't raced yet this season, owing to the All Schools Championships being called off due to wind. And their top athlete here, Florence Hennessy, in the centre of the course. She was in the Australian Junior 8 last year that went to the Junior World Championships. But it's currently looking like she's having all the right questions asked of her by Ellie Taylor from St Columba's Catholic. We might be more used to seeing her in the colours of Nepean Rowing Club, coached there by Angus George, Miles Harold, and I know Daniel Waddell having a lot of input there. And she was just in front as we saw them come through the 1500. Florence Hennessy drawing on that experience and putting all the pressure on in the closing strokes in this race. About 80 metres left to row. Ellie Taylor's throwing everything at it. Florence Hennessy looks cool, calm and collected in the closing strokes of this race, but I think it is going to be the local from St Columba's Catholic, Ellie Taylor, who will just hold on by just over half a boat length here in this final race of the schoolgirl single scull. It will be half a boat length to Ellie Taylor. Florence Hennessy from St Catherine's in second place. Isabel Bug from Askham in third place, just a little way off our leading pair, but not a bad time here in the heat in the schoolgirl single. 8:28 for our leading sculler, Ellie Taylor. I think that'll be a great scalp for young Nepean sculler to get up over someone who's represented Australia in the last 12 months.
Yeah, good to see some really hot competition in these schoolgirl scull races. You see these very dominant athletes like the St Catherine's, Florence Hennessy, really being pressured by these Club Nepean athletes. And as we come here, lane 2, Canberra Grammar 2, Charlotte Lynch is just crossing our field now, just ahead of lane 5. That's Tara School, Layla Albert, and lane 3 and 6. So we have Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Disney crossing the line. Just about a length ahead there of lane 6, Sydney Girls. That's Camille Zankel, and they will finalise our field. My apologies, they'll almost finalise our field about 200 metres back there. We have, believe, the athlete from the Tara School, Victoria Eaton, is just making her way down the course ahead of race 29, the schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull, which leads us back into 1 kilometre racing, Chris.
Yeah, it might be a couple of minute delay here as we get the crews set up at the 1,000 metre mark. But I know we're juggling starters and officials and all the rest of it all around, but these Year 8 quads getting underway shortly. We're just running just a few minutes behind schedule, so probably about close to 5 or 8 minutes behind schedule at this rate, but hopefully we can make some of that up in this transition back to the shorter format. So it looks like we're pretty close to a start here in race 29, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Division 1. So this is the first quads, not running heats and finals, so the first quad race has been split up into 2 events. And I see our aligners doing a great job of getting these crews as close as possible. It's not an exact science, but certainly gets us off to a pretty good footing. And the conditions making things as simple as possible for our volunteers and our boat race officials down the start. Redlands over in lane 1, Sydney Girls in lane 2, Loretto Kirribilli in, well, Sydney Girls in lane 3 rather, Loretto Kirribilli in 4, Roseville in 5, Loretto Normanhurst in 6 and Queenwood in 7. I think this might be the first time I've commentated since Roseville have changed their zooties, so please my apologies in advance if I refer to them as the wrong school, because the light blue is a little bit does kind of knock me for 6 a little bit. As we present medals to Ellie Taylor from St Columba's Catholic for her win in the schoolgirl single scull earlier. A round of applause down at the presentation dais. We are off and racing in the Year 8 quads now.
Yeah, and so far so good here, Chris. I think it looks like it's a pretty tight field. There's definitely until we can see maybe from the 500 hut. I'm not going to be brave enough to call this one. It does look like it's almost a straight shot there. You can throw a blanket over them, which is exactly what you want to see in these Year 8 quads. Usually you will get a bit of a margin, but ideally you want them really to be quite close to have to race this race. It's a great way to get that experience for these girls, to be able to see someone beside them and just push themselves as hard as they can. But we have a little bit of steering and balance issues there from that crew on the screen. I believe that's Loretto.
Kirribilli. That's
Yes.
the other uniform that'll knock us around here, is that Loretto Normanhurst have changed their zooty and now look very similar to Loretto Kirribilli, and we do have both of them in the race here. We can see the Normanhurst crew in the background there, the furthest crew away from us on the screen, I believe.
Sure does keep things interesting, Chris, doesn't it?
Second crew, the crew in the centre of the screen there is Loretto Normanhurst. But we'll get a better idea of where they're sitting as we come through the 500. We'll be able to stop talking nonsense and actually let you know what's going on in this race. And that is Queenwood in Station 7, closest to the camera, who are leading comfortably. Clearwater even at the 500 metre mark to Queenwood, then Redlands, then Roseville, and then Clearwater back to Loretto Normanhurst. And just ahead of their fellow Loretto school, Kirribilli and Sydney girls trailing the field. But as is typical in these top divisions, things pretty evenly spread across the board. So good change for Queenwood and Redlands over the summer break. It was all about Roseville and Loretto Normanhurst across most of the Year 8 quads last term, but it has been a while since we've been racing, and some big miles over the summer for a lot of these girls, no doubt.
Yeah, Chris, and it is interesting to see when they come back to see which crews have been really putting in that effort over the Christmas break. It's a tough thing to do, especially when, you know, it is quite individual training. A lot of the time these programs do shut down over Christmas, so you really rely on these athletes to be, I guess, self-motivated to just train as much as they can through the Christmas break. A hard task, easier said than done, but really...
Especially for a lot of these schools that have got lots of borders, and it can be pretty hard to maybe get to an erg or get to the water especially. Yeah,
exactly. And really Queenwood, a real credit to this Queenwood program. You can see they've got this quite commanding lead here, definitely through the 500, and it seems they're through the... now the 800, 900 metre mark, I guess, but they are pressured almost not quite to the point where I think they'll be able to pip them, but Redlands having a really good crack here in lane 2. That Redlands crew is raising their rate of striking, and they're really progressing quite well here, but it will be Queenwood at this stage that are able to just pip the Redlands crew, who have gained on them. They had a little bit of clean water on Redlands, and now they've got not quite overlap, but definitely that Redlands crew having a really brave finish there. And they will be able to pip lane 5 Roseville, who have extended their lead there on the Loretto Normanhurst crew, who have changed their zooties to look very similar to that Loretto Kirribilli crew in lane 4. So that will be confusing throughout the day, I think, for both me and you, Chris, but it will now be lane 3 Sydney girls finalising our field.
Yeah, an interesting race, especially ahead of, they'll all get another, I think most of these crews will all get another crack tomorrow. Not all, not Redlands, but at the IGSA Regatta. And it'll be just a straight final with all crews in that one. But Division 2 of the first quad is well underway. We had a few steering issues over on the far side of the course early on in the race, but we've got Redlands, we've got St Catherine's in Station 3. We've got race number 30 ahead of us here. It's St Catherine's in Station 3, MLC School in Station 4, Pymble Ladies in 5, Tara in 6, and Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7. And fairly even across the field, with the exception of MLC, who I think look like they maybe had possibly even a spot of bother with their rudder or maybe just a big crab early on in the start, and they were all over the shop in the early stages, and that'll be a big effort to try and rein that in. But the crew on the far side from St Catharines, Phoebe Roon, Georgina Moylan, Chloe Gardner, Sarah Smith and Charlotte Moore coxing, coached by Sophie Costellis, former cox of the St Catharines First 8. I believe cox? Yes, a couple of years ago, and back at her alma mater coaching this crew who look to be leading. Canberra Girls Grammar on the near side of the course, right up there as well. I will correct myself, it is Canberra Girls Grammar leading from St Catharines, but only sort of 2/3 of a length in it, and Tara in third, tied across the top three. I think barring disaster, that will be our top three. The crews from Pymble and MLC some way off the pace here at the halfway mark. So it will be those top three, but they are close enough that the order they will be crossing the line in is certainly anything but decided.
Yeah, and it does look like it is quite a close race at this point, Chris. It definitely, we saw earlier there the MLC crew with the camera following them just had a little bit of steering issues at this point through the 500 metre mark. 1:55 is the time there for Canberra Girls Grammar, just ahead of that St Catharines crew. As you said, they're coached by
Sophie Costellis.
Sophie Costellis, thank you, Chris. Sorry, I had a complete mind blank there. Sophie Costellis, who was at the cox of the 2023 crew that went to Henley. So definitely some experience there. And some other great coaches there, such as Luca Roncolato, another legend of the sport. But at this
Canberra
point,
girls, though, maybe even just put a little bit more ground into them in the over the last 300 metres or so.
I think so. I think you're right there, Chris.
Another school with some some very recent Henley heritage, and that those events, which was a great experience for them. I know it was a lot of work for head coach Kaz Pipers to get them over there.
Definitely a sign of a dominant program when they're making that trip to go through to Henley and compete there against some of the world's best. And it will be lane 7 there, really with quite a dominant lead over the crew there over in lane 3 from St Catharines.
Fast too, a lot faster than the last race.
Yeah,
3:53, which is almost as quick as sort of the first quads in the year 9s. And good solid 4.5 seconds quicker than Queenwood in the first division. So Canberra Girls Grammar, a lot of confidence from that performance.
So some good stuff brewing over there at Canberra Girls Grammar for sure. And they will be happy with that, knocking off St Catharines. And obviously quite a dominant crew there from Canberra Girls Grammar, as we have lane 5 now, Pymble ladies crossing our finish line just ahead there of MLC. Just trying to get their timing right a little bit there. They're just a little bit out of sync, so they're just crossing the line.
A few different rhythms going on there.
A couple of different strokes, and that's the beauty of the year 8 quads is you sort of see it's quite a technical sport, and it does take quite a while to get used to. So these younger crews, you have some that really will be quite drilled into that technique, and
you're very diplomatic, Pete.
sometimes.
Well, that brings to an end my short stint in the commentary box, 'cause I need to go down and watch my girls in a couple of races' time. So thank you very much for having me, and I'll hand back to the very capable hands of Michael McRae through to the lunch break.
As we lead to race 30, this year 8 schoolgirl quad, I will pass over to the ever-capable Mark Tejan to take over. I'll be back shortly, but he will grace the paddock with his voice. So here is Mark.
Thank you to Pete and Chris, and delighted to welcome Mark Tejan back up to the commentary tower. And as the guys have mentioned, race 31 underway. It's the first division of the year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2. In lane 2, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Irene Lee, Clara Duke, Olivia Smith, Ellie Keane and Elizabeth Chris Mannitz, their coxswain. In lane 3, representing Queenwood, is Sophia Cottrell, Gracie Rice, Jessica McMillan, Annabelle Hamilton and Georgia Springall, their coxswain. In lane 4, from Pimble Ladies College, Georgina Ritchie, Madison Burns, Florence Murphy and Zoe Maynard, their coxswain is Harper Lee. In lane 5, from St Catherine's, Ellie Maxwell, Sophie Hollis, Ava Van Manen, Lucy Brown, and their coxswain is Harlow Jones. Lane 6, from Sydney Girls, Sharanya Day, Eva Drew Tam, Christina Moe and Anna Meng, coxed by Davy Patel. And finally, lane 7, from Tara School, is Tanya Muragera, Sheilan Onku, Amalia Hussain and Vida Bandari, coxed by Aditya Kumar. Now we are in a way mark, and the crews are approaching the halfway point in their race, of course, over 1,000 metres, so we're at looking at the 1,500 metre mark.
Right, and it looks like, so this is year 8 Cox Quad. You mentioned it was Division 2, but once again our programs lie to us. There are 9 divisions in this category, and it's the 3rd one in. But as they're coming down the course now, they're through the 500 metre mark, and I'm not looking at the screen. It looks like over the far side, it's the Queenwood and Canberra Girls Grammar crews battling it out, and that's what the screen shows us. They're followed across a bit further back by Sydney Girls, then St Catherine's, Pimble Ladies and Tara School. But we can see, looking down the course now, clearly over the far side, it is Queenwood who are trying hard, and I think they might be just extending their lead over Canberra Girls over in lane 1. And then out here in the middle, Sydney Girls are putting on a really good effort to try and stay in the mix. As they came through the 1,000 metre mark, they were 5 seconds behind. They have hot on their tail the St Catherine's crew. So they're being pushed as well. It's some great racing we're seeing here with year 8 girls. The leaders are just coming into the last 250 metres, and as I thought was happening, the Queenwood girls have, I think, extended their lead just slightly, but we can see the Canberra Girls crew over on the far side. I think they just took up their rating a point or two. Queenwood have accepted the challenge, and they've taken their rating up too. They've got just about to hit the red boys with last 100 metres of the race. And Queenwood probably nearly a length ahead of Canberra Grammar now as they come up to the finish line. A bit further back to the St Catherine's crew, Sydney Girls crew. And they're being pursued by St Catherine's, but just crossing the line now is Queenwood. They're going to be followed across. They extended their lead by just over a boat length to Canberra Girls Grammar. Probably about 50 metres back now to Sydney Girls. They are working hard. Bow person looking round, where is that finish line? But they've just crossed it now. A couple more lengths back to St Catherine's. They'll be followed across by PLC. Oh, sorry, no, it's Pimble Ladies. And a little bit further back to finish will be Tara School. And roaring down the course now, we have the next division. That's race 32 of the year 8 Schoolgirls Cox Quad. over on the far side from Loretto Kirribilli in lane 2 is Maeve Malone, Coco Mutton, Mila Sardi and Maddie Manchi, coxed by Francesca Vallabarden. In lane 3 from PLC Sydney, Alice Halloran, Eliza O'Neill, Emma Liu and Ruby Deegan, coxed by Gauri Sharma. Lane 4 from Loretto Normanhurst, Ebony Bornstein, Elsie Viol, Eve Taylor, Audrey Zhang and are coxed by Emily Boone. Lane 5 from North Sydney Girls, Oishi Dutta, Yu Yan Liao, Claire Kim, Angela Chen, coxed by Rui Yao Wang. In lane 6 from Roseville, Eloise Winkler, Charlotte McIntosh, Ilaria Roberto and Imogen Howard, coxed by Zia Chapman. And in lane 7 from Redlands, Margaret or Maggie Nasser, Sienna Capodici, Maeve Clendenny and Fleur Peters, coxed by Alice Bernath. And as they're coming down, it looks to be the Roseville girls second in from the grandstand side of the course in lane 6, who have a lead over the crew from Loretto Kirribilli over on the far side.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, that's right. It's a bit of a tale of two races in this event by the looks of things. Roseville in the lead, some 1.26 the margin to Loretto Kirribilli through the 500 metres, and then some 13 seconds behind them, Loretto Normanhurst and Redlands almost on terms. So, yeah, plenty to play for first and second and between third and fourth too. There's still probably 250 metres to row for our race leaders, Redlands, at this stage.
So yeah, it's the real battle's going to be on for the third spot. There's 4 boats in a row pretty much across the course. The leaders have extended their lead very well, so the Roseville crew is in the lead, but pushing them hard over the far side is Loretto Kirribilli. Will they be able to make up the distance? As they're getting closer, we can see Roseville's fairly healthy lead over Loretto Kirribilli. They're just about to hit the 100-metre boys in about 5 strokes. And as they come through, it is definitely going to be, barring all incidents that may occur in the last 100 metres or so, it'll be Roseville over Loretto Kirribilli, but the big race is on for the third spot. And I would give it to the Redlands crew closest to us, but look over there in lane 3, the Loretto Normanhurst crew. They are working hard to hold off the PLC Sydney crew just the other side of them. But I do think it's going to be the Redlands crew who will take out third spot. So the win there to Roseville, and they were followed across by Loretto Kirribilli over on the far side. And the battle's on here for who's going to get the third spot. It is going to be Redlands here in lane 7. That followed across by Loretto Normanhurst, just a canvas ahead of PLC Sydney and about a length ahead of North Sydney Girls.
Thanks, Mark. And yeah, really good race there, and particularly for that third place, congratulations to Redlands for just seeing off the late challenge from Loretto Normanhurst and PLC Sydney. So recapping the results, a win for Roseville, second place to Loretto Kirribilli, third place to Redlands, fourth place to Loretto Normanhurst, fifth place to PLC Sydney, and sixth place to North Sydney Girls. And we have a start, and we'll move right along to race 33, which is the next division of the schoolgirl year 8 coxed quad scull. So in lane 1, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, is Isabella Campbell, Zara Pye, Zara Watts, Lydia Kolak and Mackenzie Burney, their coxswain. In lane 3 from Sydney Girls is Elvina Wong, Caitlin Grogan, Karishma Sabapathy and Jian Geng, and their coxswain is Kate Yee. Pymble Ladies College is in lane 4, represented by Sahana Shazi Daran, Eva Luzar, Marla Kazaglas and Lucinda Bryant. Megan Au is their cox. In lane 5 is a crew from Redlands, represented by Brielle McNabb, Clementine Jeston, Tony Meek and Ella Forsyth, and their coxswain is Emily Horrocks. In lane 6 is a crew from Roseville, represented by Estella McKenzie, Audrey Royan, Verity Spark and Sophie Belzer, coxed by Daphne Alvarado. And finally, in lane 7 is Loretto Normanhurst, represented by Ada Golding, Nikita Duff, Maddie Frost, Zalia Johnson, and Lucy Giblin, their cox, coached, of course, by our co-commentator Chris McCarthy, who we've just said farewell to up here in the tower. But how's this one playing out, Mark?
Well, it looks like as they come up to the 1,000 or the 500 metre mark, all the action is on this side of the field, where it seems to me that Roseville probably have a slight lead over Redlands just to the inside of them. And then in lane 7, closest to us, Loretto Normanhurst. But out there in lane 3 as well as Sydney Girls putting on a pretty good effort. So as they came through the 1,000 metre mark, or the 500 metre mark, it was Roseville with a second ahead of Loretto Normanhurst, about nearly 4 seconds back to Sydney Girls, and then they were followed through by Redlands and Canberra Girls Grammar. Looking at the margins, they probably hold those distances, but we see what final push is going to come as they're about 400 metres out from the finish now. And we can see the Roseville crew are holding their lead. It's perfect conditions out there, nice flat water, virtually no wind. There's no movement from the flags at the moment. So the Roseville crew is being pushed hard by Loretto Normanhurst, closest to us. And I think we're going to see a big finish from those two. Then further across, Sydney Girls are trying to hold off the Canberra Girls Grammar crew on over the far side of them, and closer to us, the Redlands crew. The Pimble Ladies crew down the back there is just sort of taking a slight scenic route as they weave their way down the course. But we're in for a big finish now as they come into the last 150 metres of this race, and we can see the Loretto Normanhurst crew has just the Loretto Normanhurst crew has just taken up their rating, put on a big finish, and they are pulling ahead of the Roseville crew next to them. But look over the far side there, Sydney Girls have really piled on the power. They're putting in big finishes. They've been coached well, push it right through to the finish, hold those blades in. We can see they're starting to get a bit tired. But what a big finish here coming from Loretto Normanhurst. They extended their lead by, I'd say, about 2.5 lengths to cross the line in winning position. They're going to be followed across by Roseville, who are about half a boat length ahead of Sydney Girls. And then it is the Redlands crew, and they'll be followed across by Canberra Girls Grammar. No, the Canberra Girls... Oh, and Pimble Ladies crew just out there. Probably their first time racing on the course by the look of it. Give them a big hand for their brave finish there. And that's the Pimble Ladies Girls crossing over now. And we move straight to race 34. Again, another division of the Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. There are only 5 boats in this race. And interesting, the next race, which is the final division, has 9 crews in it. On the far side in lane 3 from Loretto Kirribilli, Cadence Fu, Genevieve Nees, Alice Goonry, Phoebe Holt, and they're coxed by Soraya Laurendette. In lane 4 from Tara School, Naumika Paramala, Tina Z, Zara Wickramadge, Kathy Zhang, and they're coxed by Dia Mishra. Lane 5 from PLC Sydney, Madison Fung, Audrey Bailey, Tammy Shea, and Josephine Zhu, coxed by Zoe Pares. Lane 6 from Queenwood, Lucy Line, Victoria Zhu, Nicole Watkins, Poppy Pether, and they're coxed by Millie Holm. And in lane 7 from St Catherine's, Mabel Jamison, Abigail Weber Hernandez, Celeste Johnson, Josephine Rolfe, and they're coxed by Amalia Carvin.
And it is that St Catherine's crew, Mark, who are making the best of things from the lane 7 station on the near side of the course. They've probably got half a length, or they did rather have half a length ahead of Loretto Kirribilli over in lane 3 as they went through the halfway point in this race. So 5.47 the margin between first and second. PLC Sydney, well, they're a little bit back, and as is Tara School, so the rest of the race a little bit spread out. But, yep, certainly for the moment, St Catherine's showing the rest of the field how it is done. And, yeah, perhaps even extending that lead coming into the final 250 metres of this race, and just contending with the lane markers on their bow side as they approach the 1750. And yeah, I think they've probably moved ahead a little bit further of that crew from Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3 in the middle part of this race, and a mature performance from this St Catherine's crew in lane 7, coached by Madeline Mannins.
And yes, over on the far side, the Loretto Kirribilli crew is just as they've hit the 250 metre mark. I think their coxswain has said, come on girls, let's get this together, and we can see a nice change as they've taken it up a couple of points and rowing in unison now. There was a slight hiccup a little bit earlier on, but the St Catherine's crew are doing a big finish here as they come up to the last 50 or so metres of this race. And they will be followed across over on the far side by Loretto Kirribilli. Fairly spread out, but remember there's only, well, there were supposed to be five boats in this race. Oh, so St Catherine's there, something's just happened. I think somebody caught a crab. But they've still managed, they had such a lead that they are able to drag themselves across the finish line to win this race. And Loretto Kirribilli putting on a big finish there. Then further back we have the PLC Sydney crew, and it'll be rounded out by Tara School. But there should have been 5 boats, we're down to 4, but that's no problem.
Well, that just goes to show that anything can happen out there on the competition lake, doesn't it, Mark? Just in the final couple strokes of their race, that St Catherine's crew losing an oar handle and just flying past the bow seat in that boat. But a gutsy effort just to hold on and limp across the line. So congratulations to St Catherine's.
Well, it's the old story. Give yourself enough margin for errors.
Indeed. PLC Sydney crossing the line in 3rd place, and yes, just finishing this race now is Tara School in lane 4, so they'll claim 4th place. And yeah, it looks as though we haven't had a start from Queenwood in lane 6.
So, and the final division of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull is underway, and it's a full house here. We have all 9 lanes, so I'll whiz through them as fast as I can. Over on the far side in lane 1, from Loretto Normanhurst, Abby Kane, Lily Sam, Sienna Weston and Macy Palmer, coxed by Claire Cabruil. In lane 2 from Roseville, Claire Goatley, Isla Hughes, Evie Craig, Sophie Thomas, coxed by Isabella Bircher. In lane 3 from Loretto Kirribilli, Ava Maria Iacono, Harriet Stanton, Annabelle McPherson, Essie Wallace, coxed by Amelia Smith. Lane 4 from Sydney Girls, Alicia Lamb, Emily Zhu, Emily Jones, Nora Kim, coxed by Myra Gupta. Lane 5 from Pimble Ladies, Bianca Tan, Valentina McAndrews, Charlotte Lamb, Olivia Beaumont, they're coxed by Peyton Ashton. Lane 6 from St Catherine's, Diana Dye, Zali Carter, Zaria Lonigan and Thea Haywood, coxed by Charlotte Rosenthal. In lane 7 from North Sydney Girls, Ziyu Kwao, Aviana Buchanan, Zara Osman, Shivangana Tanwa, coxed by Alice Lee. In lane 8 from Queenwood, Natalie Urherabid, Florence Jones, Lucinda Terry, Bronte Russell, coxed by Adrian Huang. And in lane 9 from Redlands, Daisy Ruddock, Sonali Basu, Ella Rose Young, Sophia Georgiatis, and coxed by Molly Whiteway, and we do apologise for any mispronunciations along the way.
Thank you, Mark, for that prolific roll call. And Queenwood is the school that is in the lead at the moment. They're in lane 8, some 2.83 the margin to Loretto Kirribilli, and then 5.8 back to Roseville. So those are the top 3 crews going through the halfway point in this race. Loretto Normanhurst currently occupying 4th place. 5th place at the moment is St Catherine's, Sydney Girls, and then Redlands and North Sydney Girls through the 1500 metres. So plenty of action yet to come in this race, but Queenwood making the best of things in lane 8. So you'll get a good look at them as they come into the final stages of this race.
And we see a few steering issues there with the crew in lane 9. Just checking both sides of their lane if they can, checking out lane 10, the transit lane as they come down. So the Queenwood crew do have a nice healthy lead. Then over on the far side in lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli is working hard to hold off Roseville on the far side of them. And then out in the middle, it does look to be Sydney Girls battling it out a little bit closer to us with the St Catherine's crew. So I did call this as the last of these, last division of the Year 8 Cox Quads, but there's still 2 more to come. But this one has all 9 lanes going for it out here.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, Queenwood in lane 8. Well, there's still the crew to beat, and I would suggest Loretto Kirribilli over there in lane 3 running out of water now, and Queenwood looking calm and poised. The scullers in that boat just looking over their left and right hand shoulders just to check what's happening with the Kirribilli and how far they have to row. Congratulations to Queenwood, Natalie A. Harabide, Florence Jones, Lucinda Terry, Bronte Russell, and their coxswain Adrian Huang, the winners of that race. Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3, settling for 2nd place. 3rd place is going to go the way of Roseville, Claire Goatley, Isla Hughes, Evie Craig, Sophie Thomas, and Isabella Boca. 4th place, it'll go to Loretto Normanhurst in lane 1, Abby Kane, Lily Sam, Sienna Weston, Macy Palmer, and Claire Cabule. A bit spread out now. The race for 5th place is a little bit tighter, Mark, between St Catherine's in lane 6 and Sydney Girls in lane 4. It's really tight. They're taking their last couple of strokes. St Catherine's going to snatch it on the line. They claim 5th. 6th place to Sydney Girls. 7th place will go to Redlands in lane 9. 8th place will go to North Sydney Girls in lane 7. And they will be followed across by Pymble Ladies College in lane 5.
And lining up, we have down at the start line, we have the next division, race 36 of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. In this race, there are 6 boats. Over on the far side from Loretto Kirribilli, Annabelle Fisk, Maeve Hannon, Madison Lee, Millie Scott. They're coxed by Tilly Farrell. Lane 3 from St Catherine's, Gabriella Smith, Willow Sharma, Georgina Hathorn Jarman, Elsa Clark Jago, coxed by Luella Dady. Lane 4 from Queenwood, Kalia Fallon, Olive Hurtmer, Charlotte Garland, Aubrey Emery, coxed by Cora Talbot Stern. Lane 5 from North Sydney Girls, Chloe Gao, Wei Han Huang, Mara Yi Chen Dai, Ariel Chu, coxed by Emily Quinn. Lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Michaela Gomez, Lily Rowe, Samara Chong, Lexi Eagleton, coxed by Vivian Shen. And in lane 7 from Redlands, Claire Wendon, Emily Losser, Tatum Bannister, and Molly Whiteway, coxed by Kyra Ben-O'Leal. It looks like it's going to be some fairly close racing in this one too, Michael. Over on the far side there, we have 3 boats all together. That's the Queenwood, St Catherine's and Loreto Kirribilli, then closer to us the Canberra Girls Grammar crew is putting up a good fight too. So we wait till they come through the 500 metre mark to get a clearer picture. My guess is it's going to be the Queenwood crew. No, yes, lane 4, yes. The Queenwood crew seem to have crossed just ahead of the Loreto Kirribilli crew on the far side. They're followed through by Canberra Girls Grammar, then St Catherine's, and there are 2 more coming through. But it was fairly close as the Queenwood and Loreto Kirribilli crew came across. Looking down the course now, it does look as though the Queenwood crew managed to push ahead slightly. And then closer to us, we have the Canberra Girls Grammar crew. So as they're coming up to about 300 metres out at the moment, I would guess, it is Queenwood who are managing to, I think, extend their lead over the other 2. That is Loreto Kirribilli over the far side, and closer to us, Canberra Girls Grammar. A little bit further back to St Catherine's, and then quite some distance back to North Sydney Girls and Redlands. So the battle is on. Will Queenwood manage to find the extra? Well, they don't really need to give much extra, but we can see they are pulling away from the rest of the field as they come up to the last 200 metres of this race. They're looking pretty polished as a Year 8 crew. Whoops, there's a little bit of wobble going on, but they have a fairly healthy lead. I think we've just lost the Loreto Kirribilli crew over the far side. Something's happened, and they just got out of time there, so that's caused that's given them, the Canberra Girls Grammar crew, the opportunity to sneak ahead. Oops, they have also had a bit of a mishap there. A few of the girls, well, 1 or 2 of them looked like they caught a crab, but a very polished performance by Queenwood as they come through across the finish line, well ahead now of the rest of the field. The Canberra Girls Grammar crew have managed to hold it together for now. They've got about 5 strokes until they hit the finish line. It's looking a little bit wobbly. Unfortunately, Loreto Kirribilli have fallen back. They've got one of their rowers is not rowing just at the moment, which has allowed the St Catherine's crew to come ahead through and take 3rd place, but they too have had a mishap there. No, they've got it back together just enough to get across the finish line. Loreto Kirribilli are going to cross lanes. No. Will they manage to hold off the North Sydney Girls crew? Just. And
never a dull moment in these races,
be rounded out by Redlands. So I don't know what's happening out there, because they didn't seem to be on the boys or anything. It was just a few of them were losing strokes as they were coming through.
Absolutely, that's right. Never a dull moment in these Year 8 Cox Quad Scull races. Fascinating competition unfolding, plenty of drama. So just to recap those results of race 36, a win for Queenwood, 2nd place Canberra Girls Grammar, 3rd place St Catherine's, 4th place Loreto Kirribilli, 5th place North Sydney Girls, and 6th place to Redlands. And we will have the final school girl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull race in race 37 take off in just a couple of moments. And I do believe this is indeed the final race, Mark. I'm just going to check that before we say anything else.
It does look rigged though, Michael, because it's all Queenwood and one St Catherine's crew. Something's going on.
Something's going on in lane 3 from Queenwood. Aisha Cameron, Mackenzie Breitenbach, Jackie Ellison and Izzy Ingram. Cox by SB Sanchez, Gary Yoya. In lane 4 from Queenwood, Emily van der Plog, Abby Boyd, Georgie Fagan and Charlotte Dickerson. Cox by Isla Robertson. Lane 5, the Soul crew from St Catherine's, Valentina Squadrito, Abigail McLaren, Evie Bayliss and Paige Tainton, coxed by Lily Corkle, coached by Chelsea Baker. In lane 6 from Queenwood, Sophia Proud, Eva Gray, Michelle Dang, Jessica Bailey and Savvy Lowe, their coxswain. And finally, also from Queenwood, Ava Brooke, Sasha Lamb, Annie Zhu, Krista Jayasingham, and coxed by Emma Woods.
So it does look like the Queenwood girls are showing up the St Catherine's girls. We have the 1, 2, 3 and 4 Queenwood coxed quads, and the crews closest to us, the numbers 2 and 4, seem to have a lead, but over on the far side the number 1 crew is trying to make sure that they remain the number 1 crew at the school. Unfortunately, St Catherine's isn't in this race, so it's the 4 Queenwood crews have a lead. So the Queenwood, I would say it's the Queenwood 2, the Queenwood 4 and the Queenwood 1 crews. But the number 1 over the far side, we wait to see why they've been called number 1. As they came through, they did actually have the lead, so it's the angle we're looking at it from. And then Queenwood 2, Queenwood 4 and Queenwood 3. So the 4 crew is the one that's showing up the 3 crew. I don't know how they rank the school numbers, but I would assume it's on ability and performance. But again, we're seeing some really interesting rowing here from these Year 8 girls, where a few of them are missing strokes, but the boats are still managing to hold their spots. So, yeah, over on the far side there, it's the Queenwood 1. So perhaps the coaches did a little bit of a deal to pitch the Queenwood girls against each other in this race. I don't know.
Well, plenty of good practice over the 1,000-metre rowing course for, certainly for the Queenwood program out there in race 37. As you said, Mark, Queenwood 1, Aisha Cameron, Mackenzie Brayton-Buck, Jackie Ellison and Izzy Ingram, and their coxswain Epsi Sanchez Garayoya. They're the ones that are in the lead, and I would suggest that lead is now pretty significant. The Queenwood 2 and 4 in lane 6 and 7, their nearest rivals, and certainly plenty of bragging rights up for grabs in this race. But yeah, it's the Queenwood 1 school in lane 3 making the best of things. Queenwood 2, Sophia Proud, Eva Gray, Michelle Dang, Jessica Bailey and Savvy Lowe are the ones in second place, but they're challenged by Queenwood 4, Ava Brooke, Sasha Lamb, Annie Zhu, Krista Jayasingham and Emma Woods on the near side of the course. So that's where the competition is at this stage of the race. And as we've seen, Mark, anything can happen in the final 100 metres. But for the moment, lane 3, Queenwood 1, they're going to cross the line to finalise this race and the entire host of divisions of Year 8 coxed quad sculls at the 2026 PLC King's Regatta.
And a very exciting finish here between the Queenwoods 2 and 4. The 2 crew, who has about half a length lead over the 4 crew, did lose a bit of an oar. They've lost a couple of strokes, but they've managed to hold their lead over the Queenwood 4 crew as they cross the line. And it is slightly more relaxed pace, but again, just struggling with timing a little bit is the Queenwood 3 crew coming up to the finish line. I'm not quite sure what's happened to the St Catherine's crew. They are making a grand effort there to as they come into the last 100 metres of this race. The bow rower having a good look around, wondering how far away is that finish. It's coming up, it's coming up. No, they've just, timing's just got a little bit out there. But give them a great hand for a fantastic effort there from the St Catherine's schoolgirl Year 8 coxed quad scull as they cross the line.
So recapping the results of race 37, the final division of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, a win for Queenwood 1, Second place, Queenwood 2. Third place, Queenwood 4. Fourth place, Queenwood 3. And fifth place to St Catherine's. So plenty of depth in that Queenwood program on display this morning. We are moving ahead now in the program to race 38, and we will resume 2,000 metre racing, which is very exciting indeed, with the schoolboy year 10 4th 8 shortly, as we move from schoolgirl to schoolboy racing at this juncture in the program. And we have a delicious lineup of racing over the next hour or so as we approach the middle of the day, with the year 10 8s followed by the schoolboy senior 8s. So that'll be excellent spectacle if you would like to come and come down to the competition lake if you're in the boat park and watch this all unfold. But for the moment, it'll be race 38, and you can see, even if you're joining us on the live stream, those three boats assembling themselves down at the 2,000 metre starting blocks. We're running a couple of minutes behind, but it's a race contested by three boats, as I said. Lane 4 is the Shaw School, represented by Nathan Borgona, Jude Jansen, Ian Yip, Louis Kordek, Christian Chalinsky, Hugo Ahmed, Graham Pennefather, Daniel Chapman, Cox by Thomas Mann. In lane 5 is Scots, represented by John Shadbolt, William Littlemore, Hamish Bly, Jack Ritchie, Zach Shahidi, William Taylor, Anders Emery, Alec Rogers, and their coxswain is Noah Jones. And St Ignatius College Riverview is in lane 6, represented by James Dart, Felix Brown, John Malone, Marshall Devlin, Freddie O'Halloran, Jacob Collins, Angus Lund, Caelan Strudwick, and their coxswain Teddy Hardy. And we're underway, Mark.
Yeah, well done, Michael. So this is the year 10 4th 8. The next race will be the year 10 3rd 8, and then we have the year 10 2nd and the year 10 1st. So I assume the racing's going to get faster, but I dare say the boys in the lower rankings will be working hard to try and get themselves selected to move up the ranks as it goes through.
Well, I don't think that's too bold a suggestion, Mark. I think that's precisely what will be happening. Plenty to row for in these races. Of course, you said the 4th 8 currently on the course, race 38. You can just see some fantastic vision on the big screen or on the live stream, depending on where you are, of the crews that have just taken off in this year 10 4th 8. And I think it was a crew from St Ignatius that got away fastest, but you can just see the skills of their coxswains in command of these very long boats, just to keep them nice and straight down the course. And it's a fantastic vision you can see now of the perspective of the boat race official crew. It's the crew from the Scots College in lane 5 in the middle there, and flanked by the Shaw School and St Ignatius on either side of them there.
So as they came through the first 500 metres, it was St Ignatius about half a length over the Shaw crew over on the far side. And in the middle, the Scots crew are doing their best. We've just had some close-up vision. They're settling in now, but they were having a little bit of a wobble in that first 500 metre mark. Whoops, they've just trying hard.
Yeah, just contending with the buoy markers on the bow sides of that Scots College crew. But yeah, plenty of learnings for these young oarsmen in the year 10 4th 8s. And yeah, Shaw and Ignatius just a little way ahead now. And I just look at the conditions though, Mark, up here towards the grandstand end of town. It's really quite flat, and immaculate conditions, I would suggest, for rowing.
Perfect, except I don't know what the temperature's like out there. We're sitting here in air-conditioned comfort, but with no breeze, it actually makes it feel hotter as well. But as they come down the course, they're coming in up to, it'll be a little while, getting up closer to the 1,000-metre mark soon. And we can see the St. Ignatius crew looking pretty schmick there to cross through the 1,000-metre mark, just a boat length ahead of shore on the far side. So we could get an exciting race here for the finish of this Year 10 4th 8 race. Quite some distance back to Scots. Here they come. But the real race is on between St. Ignatius and Shore.
3.85 was the margin mark as they went through the 1,000 metres. So, I mean, it's not out of reach for that Shore crew, but it's still, a length is still a significant distance to make up without a serious and concerted effort. So, plenty to row for yet for the Shore crew, but yeah, St. Ignatius certainly in the ascendancy at this stage of the race.
And just looking down the course now, Michael, it does look to me like the St. Ignatius crew are starting to pull away from the Shore crew over on the far side. But that could also just be the quirk of the angle that we look down the course at. They were a length ahead as they came through the 1,000 metres. They certainly, they just look that slightly more polished as we can see. They're just cutting glass there as they come down the course. We're going to get a clearer view as they come past the last 1,500 metre mark.
Yeah, that is a well drilled crew in lane 6. The St. Ignatius boys there, they're looking well in time and a good length being maintained by each of those oarsmen.
Yeah, and they have extended their lead over the Shore crew over on the far side.
Yeah, about 500 metres to row for both of those crews, and Scott's just a little way back now. And that lead, that gap opens up between those top two crews and the Scots College.
So it does seem that the Scots College crew out the back there is having a little bit of difficulty. There's some quite big splashes coming off. But putting on a good effort. But as we come up to the last 250 metres, the St. Ignatius crew, I think, have just upped their rating a couple of points as well to put on a big finish to make sure that they have a very healthy lead over Shore as they come up to the finish.
Well, it's a good chance, Mark, for these Year 10-8s just to put themselves through the gears as they you know, have a chance early on in the season to do that. Of course, leading into the head of the river competitions next month. And yeah, just a really, really nice rate of striking there in the Ignatius boat. And they're looking calm and in control of this race. And they've been end-to-end leaders, of course, as well. But yeah, really nice boat run. And that 8 is ticking along nicely for the boys from Riverview. And so it will be an all-the-way win for the boys from St. Ignatius. And they take out this Year 10 4th 8 race. The first of the 8s racing for Year 10 schoolboys at the Regatta. And Shore crossing the line now in 2nd place. And Scots will have to settle for 3rd place.
Although Scots haven't finished the race yet, I will move to race 39, given that there are 6 crews, and to run the roll call is with the 8s over on the far side in lane 2 from Shore. We have Tom Roxburgh, Oliver Thompson, Jeremy Hughes, Daniel Warwick, Toby Dalgleish, Curtis Halstead, Archie Watson and William Hadfield, coxed by Lachlan Ward. In lane 3 from St Joseph's, Samson Singh, Alistair Beale West, Liam Hill, Oscar Petronov, Alexander Petronov, Ben Petherbridge, Digby Cullen, Isaac Smith, and Cox by Patrick Scott. In lane 4 from Scots, Rowan Pandit, Fergus Armour, Rupert Anderson, Ambrose McNamara, William Causa, Finn Rafferty, Will Hollis, Oliver Reynolds, and Cox by Leon Klinger. Lane 5 from Kings, Yash Goyal, Reggie Thomas, Digby Huggins, Darcy Bragg, Joe Russell, Alex Farsich, Monty Douglas, Bill McLean, and Cox by Jack Molyneux. Lane 6 from St Ignatius, Jimmy Kelly, Jack Edwards, Jamie McRae, Oliver Bion, Sydney McCosker, Jack Matthews, Xavier Kennedy, Theodore Hennessy, and Cox by Scotch O'Connor. And in lane 7 from Sydney Grammar, Shan Yu, Ethan Wang, Chatwin Swen, Randolph Tan, Travis Kennard, Samuel Dowdswell, Alec Polyak Bolton, and Marin Rajiv, and Cox by Edwin Yu.
Thank you, Mark. And that race 39 is well underway and bearing down upon us. They are approaching the 1250. I think it was the crew from St Ignatius who were in lane 6 who were making the best of things through the 1,000 metres. We'll just get a better picture as we come up to the 1,500 metres.
I reckon it's lane 6, then followed across by Shaw over the far side, just relying on my dodgy eyesight. So yes, we can see the St Ignatius crew have a pretty healthy lead over the, I think the Shaw crew over the far side. They're just coming through the 1,500 metre mark now. It looks like they're going to be followed through by St Joseph's, and then a little bit hard to call. I think it's going to be Scots, then Kings and Sydney Grammar.
We'll just have a look on the live stream. We're approaching the 1,500 metres, the last 500 of the race. St Ignatius certainly our race leaders, but as you say, Mark, Shaw School not too far behind them. Oh, it's actually really close between the Shaw School and St Ignatius. Shaw School indeed in the lead, ahead of St Ignatius at the 1,500.23 the margin. So, gosh, those two crews are gearing up for a real tight finish to this race where they all exchange blows on their way to the finish line. St Joseph's currently occupying 3rd place, a little way back. Scots, Kings as well, 4th and 5th. Sydney Grammar currently occupying 6th place, but a really tense affair up the pointy end of this race, Mark, between the Shaw School lane 2 and St Ignatius in lane 6. Couple of lanes between them. How do you do it? I mean, it's hard. It's a bit harder to judge how close you are to a crew when they're across the other side of the course. But yeah, I mean, Shaw School now just taking that boat through the gears and lifting their rate of striking. St Ignatius, I would have thought the early race leaders, but perhaps that lead's just been incrementally eaten up by the Shaw School over there in lane 2. Yeah,
and we can see St Ignatius took up their rating about 100 metres back and putting on a big effort, as is Shaw over the far side. So I think the St Ignatius has managed to pull through slightly, but anyone could tell as they come up to the finish line. I think that big push St Ignatius put on just back at about 250 metres gave them the edge, and yes, they're going to take it out by about half a boat length over the Shaw crew over the far side. That's the sort of racing we want to see out here. It's fantastic stuff. Then a little bit further back, it's going to be St Joseph's, who will cross in 3rd spot. This is the year 10 3rd 8. They'll be followed across by Scots in lane 4, then Kings in lane 5, and big effort here coming from the Sydney Grammar boys. couple of them looking round to see if mum and dad are watching, I think, but as they push through to cross the finish line. So a great finish there by St Ignatius, taking half a boat length over the Shore School, and they were followed across by, I think it was St Joseph's.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. It was a real tense affair in the final 200 metres of that race. Of course, you mentioned St Ignatius just lifting their rate and their intensity through the last 250, but just a couple of dirty strokes there. I think some missed water by the Shore crew, just running out of steam in that final bit of that race, but a fantastic effort from both of those crews, and congratulations. So race 39 draws to a conclusion. We move right along to race 40, Mark.
Yeah, racing down the course now, we have race 40, which is the second eight of the school year 10s. Over on the far side in lane 2 from Scots, we have William Boehm, William Souter, Rocco Podgornick, Joshua Hanna, Callum Engie, Saxon Smith, Frederick Wiley, Nathaniel Parks, and Cox by Eric Fletcher. In lane 3 from Kings, Henry McDonald, Harrison Barber, Lincoln Ruparel, Henry Hunt, Charlie Cullenward, Edward Thompson, Henry Slipper, William Brown, and Cox by Hunter Vickery. In lane 4 from St Joseph's, Jed Volkovsky, Oliver Scott, Alexander Curry, Callum Patton, Finn O'Byrne, James Irwin, Samuel Maloney, Angus Scott, coxed by Patrick Madden. In lane 5 from St Ignatius, Harrison Marshall, Nicholas Clock, Sam Vecchio, Patrick Kane, Iggy Jenkins, Max Gordon Twaddle, Zaire Forrester, Monty Hartman, coxed by Liam Barnes. In lane 6 from Lewington, Ryan Lowe, Harvey Drew, Aaron Thanigasalam, James Debenham, Brendan Brooks, Ali Dehennan, Lachlan Harden, Tom Davis, coxed by Jackson Kimber. Lane 7 from Shore, Sam Kearse, Ollie Hamilton, Tom Amati, Finn McIntosh, Luke Bolfin, Harry Tyrrell, Angus Edwards, Oliver Wilson, coxed by Owen King. And to round it out in lane 8 from Sydney Grammar, Joshua Hanley, Anthony Lee, Bertie Everett, Jack Mason, Tristan Marr, Josh Capan, Ben Vincent, Alexander Hu, and coxed by Joey Tian.
Thanks, Mark. Another titanic effort on the roll call, and yeah, this race is now approaching the 1,500 metres, and we'll have some a better idea as they come through. But really tense affair by the looks of things. It's lane 7, the Shore School, who are in the lead. They are enjoying a narrow margin ahead of St Ignatius College Riverview, as we so often see those two schools go head-to-head in recent times. The Scots College currently in 3rd place, followed by Kings and St Joseph's in that order. And they've still got some distance to row, but 1.54 the margin between first and second. You wouldn't be sitting too pretty at the moment if you were Shore School. Plenty of water left to row, and a chance for St Ignatius just to get themselves back on terms with Shore School as they come into the final 250 mark. But yeah, certainly plenty of excitement to happen at the top end of this race.
And we can see that the battle is on. We can see the Shore School really have taken it up, as has St Ignatius. So, and over on the far side there, Scots has also decided they want to be in this if they possibly can. Right beside them, Kings putting on a great effort. But out in the lead, we can see the Shore School really pushing hard now. They know they've got this if they can hold on for this last 150 metres to hold off the St Ignatius crew just on the inside of them. Over on the far side, the battle is on. Look at the Scots crew really going for it to try and hold off Kings beside them. But in the lead here, it is the Shore School. They have a good length over St Ignatius. And the battle over there on the far side, it's very exciting, as we can see Scots College working really hard. Can they hold off Kings for the 3rd spot? It's very close. So we have Shore has just crossed the line. They're followed across by Scots. Then, I think Kings just managed to get the Scots College over the far side by about a bow ball and a bit. And we wait for the official results to come through to confirm that. They're followed across by St Joseph's, Then Newington, no, sorry, the Shore crew of, no, it's lane 8, sorry, Sydney Grammar, I should know the colours, and they're followed across by Newington. So the official results there were the Shore in 6 minutes 33, that's pretty fast. Margin of 5.74 back to St Ignatius. Then Scots just pipped, Kings just pipped Scots by 0.39 of a second for that third spot.
Yeah, so really tight racing there in the second eight. But we'll move right along now to race 41, which is already underway. It's the schoolboy year 10 first eight, and it is approaching probably the 750 metres, or 500 metres, there we go. It's just gone through, and I'll just call out the names as crews make their way down the course. Lane 1 is a Scots, represented by Bill Singleton, Hamish Atkinson, Tyler Winterbach, Tom Willis, Remy Scott, James Halley, Angus Gervin, Samuel Lowe, and Pax Staley Lobo is their coxswain. Scratching from Newington in lane 2. So in lane 3 is Sydney Grammar, represented by Hayden Lai, Oscar Steiner, Nathan Arav, Thomas Felsman, Arthur Zhang, Tiger Han, Charlie Huggins, Justin Roberts, and Tim Zhang is their cox. In lane 4 is the Shore School, represented by Harry Ferguson, William Scammell, Henry Tams, Lawson Wood, Cooper Sparks, Louis Corcoran, and Charlie Bassingthwaite, and Owen Barnes. Their coxswain is William Johnson. In lane 5 is St Joseph's, represented by Sam Nash, Nicholas Huntington, Clancy Woodbridge, Sam Negline, Xavier McClay, Arlo Benyas, Connor Furness, Angus Sieve, and Christian Harris, their cox. In lane 6 is the King's School, represented by Benjamin Deal, Harley Collier, Ethan Childs-Tor, Arthur Zhang, Hugo Strangiori, Thomas Curtin, Harry Mann, Archer Petrovich, and Edo Dawson, their coxswain. Sydney Boys High is in lane 7, represented by Ian Huang, Mikhail Khan, Jaden Lee, Isaac Wong, Adivash Luthra, Aidan Feroz, Sean Handoko, and Leo Chen. Raymond Liu is their cox. And finally in lane 8, on the near side of the course, is Arthur Roach, Charles Holtz, Hunter Harris, Hudson Shaw, Charlie Shaheen, Darcy O'Day, Xavier Dynan, and Charlie O'Halloran. Dax Cooley is their coxswain. And how's this one unfolding, Mark?
Well done, Michael. It is pretty close, as we'd expect from the first eights. This is the year 10 first eights, battling it out. As they came through the 1,000-metre mark, it was the Kings. There was less than a length between first, second and third, but Kings was in the lead. St Ignatius just behind them. And unfortunately, it slipped my mind as to who was third place, but we'll get a better picture as they come up to the 1,500 metres, which they are approaching fast. I'd say they are about to come through shortly. So it was lane 6 and lane 8, which is the Kings and the St Ignatius crews. And looking down the course, I think it was the crew just the other side of them, which was St Joseph's in the third spot. So we just see as they come past the camera now. So
no, it is St Joseph's in the lead.
It's St Joseph's in the lead. So, oh, that's interesting, yeah. Okay, so St Joseph's was in the lead, and they followed across by St Ignatius and then Shore. Then followed through by Scots, Kings and Sydney Grammar. So the battle's on between the first and second spot between St Joseph's and closest to us, St Ignatius. So the Joey's boys out there in the red with their pink caps, and closest to us, St Ignatius, who I think have taken up the challenge. They are looking very good as they come down. Can they catch them? They look to have slightly better timing than St Joseph's, who may be tiring as they come through this final mark. Going to be a very big finish here, I think, Michael.
That's right. Here we go. Final 150 metres or so of this, the year 10 first 8. St. Ignatius. They're just lifting their rate of striking, seeing if they can reel back this slight advantage enjoyed by St. Joseph's over there in lane 5. But I think they might be running out of water here. It's the Cerise of St. Joseph's that's just got their bow ball in front, and they're just desperately hanging on in this final 50 metres or so. A couple of strokes to go. St. Ignatius throws the kitchen sink. It's just going to be too much. St. Joseph's hangs on for the win in the school year 10 first 8. Second place goes to St. Ignatius College. Another exciting finish, Mark. Goodness me. Third place goes to the Shaw School in lane 4. Fourth place to Scots in lane 1. Fifth place to Kings in lane 6. And then it'll be back to Sydney Grammar School over there in lane 3 in 6th place, and Sydney Boys High School over here in lane 7 in 7th place.
Well called, Michael. But yeah, exciting as we'd expect it to be from the first 8. And coming down the course now is the first of the 4s. So we have the 4th. Oh. Sorry, I've mixed that up. I thought, seeing we had the first 8 going through, we would be back, but we now have the third 8. So we've had the 4th, the 2nd, and the 1st, and now we go to 3rd. This is race 42. There are 6 boats in this race. In lane 2 from St. Ignatius, Archie Coble, Alexander Raymond Nash, Tommy Burton, Jack Whitson, Charlie Forshaw, Oliver Tucker, Patrick Cleary, Max Rumeus, and coxed by Charlie Vecchio. Lane 3 from Shaw, Sam Advani, Eric Eldershaw, Henry Johnston, Elliot Gordon, Benjamin Pina, Gus Pritchard, Michael Hocking, Dominic Walker. They're coxed by Will Langfield. Lane 4 from St. Joseph's, Will Campy, Hugh Jacobs, Thomas O'Callaghan, Fraser Roach, Bailey Crop, Will Brown, Ashton Rowe, Henry O'Malley. They're coxed by William Fisher. Lane 5 from St. Ignatius, Noah Beardmore, Kobe Ellis, Oliver O'Carroll, Andrew Brigg, Duke Waldron, Ben Walker, Henry Jewell, Alexander Briscoe. They're coxed by Mykola Shmatuka. In lane 6 from St. Joseph's, William Bailey, Finn Garland, Lachlan Coman, Lachlan Farrell, Oliver France, Lucas Manning, Lachlan Huwell, and Vincent McAllister. They're coxed by George Young. In lane 7 from Scots, Jason Jiang, Anton James Lutfi, Sam Marott, Will Netting, Finn Sampson, Max Algie, Oliver Colvin, Jack Shannon, and they're coxed by Hamish Wiseman. And what's happening as they come down, it does seem to me that we have fairly hard to tell, actually. We have, I can see 4 boats, it looks like, as they across the course. They're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark shortly, so the 1,500 metre mark. We'll get a better picture as they come past, Michael.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I think it could be that crew from St. Ignatius, just judging from where we are in the commentary tower, who are in the lead. But gosh, I wouldn't be writing anything in stone at this stage. It's looking as though each of these crews are more or less on terms with each other. St. Ignatius in lane 2, Shaw in lane 3, and then St. Ignatius in lane 5 and St. Joseph's in lane 6. I'd suggest those crews are all kind of within striking distance of one another, but here we go. Look at the live stream, and on the big screen, I should say, we'll have a better idea.
I think we're missing a Scots crew, so yes. We only have 5 boats in the race rather than 6.
And here we go. It is St. Ignatius 1 over there in lane 2 at the 1,500 metres in the school third 8, and followed across by Shaw and St. Ignatius 2, and then by St. Joseph's. So that's how they went through the 1,500 metres. 7 seconds. I mean, it's a pretty significant margin for Shaw to make up on St Ignatius now, Mark. 500 metres to row. St Ignatius has got a decent chance to react to any late pushes. It's a pretty tough ask from here, I would have thought.
Yeah, I think St Ignatius have easily got this, but the battle is going to be on for the second and third spots. We can see all three boats as they're coming into clear view now. That's the Shaw crew, and closer to us than the St Ignatius and the St Joseph's crew. I don't think St Joseph's is in the mix here. I think the crew next to them, which is St Ignatius, has pulled ahead, but it's the other St Ignatius 1 crew over on the far side, looking very polished as they come up to the last 100 metres or so, and extending their lead, I would guess, as they put on a big finish. This is the third 8 of the schools. So that is the St Ignatius crew over on the far side, have a nice healthy lead, looking very polished as they come up to the finish. They're going to be followed about 3 lengths back by the Shaw crew. That's the Shaw 1, and then it is the other St Ignatius 2 crew will take out the third spot over St Joseph's 1. And then some distance back to the second St Joseph's 2 crew.
Thanks, Mark. And yes, it appears as though we haven't had a start from the Scots College in that race, so just the 5 boats, as you say. And St Joseph's in lane 4 will finalise that race. So be a win for St Ignatius in lane 2. Second place to Shaw in lane 3. Third place to St Ignatius in lane 5. Fourth place to St Joseph's in lane 6, and coming across the line now, 5th place to St Joseph's in lane 4. And just as we move to the school 4th 4, we'll have another change in the commentary tower. We'll welcome back Peter Waldersee to the microphone.
So welcome, Peter, but as we're moving into race 43 now, which is the school 4th 4, and it looks like we have a full field over on the far side in lane 1 from Sydney Grammar. Oliver Keller, Matthew Sanderson, Jaden Arav, Raphael McNeil Chapman, and they're coxed by Edwin Wu. In lane 2 from Kings, Wiley Leahy, Archie Farrer, Max Gavel, Henry Pegum, and they're coxed by Devon Majavidea. Lane 3 from Scots, Marcus Lamb, Toby Hayes, Nick Phillips, Tennyson Boers, coxed by Jordan Dubov. Lane 4 from Newington, Connor Power, Connor Hunter, Aaron Koo, Arnold Lee, coxed by Toby Stewart. Lane 5 from St Joseph's, Fletcher Grenfell, Thomas Smythe, Nicholas Campy, Samuel Lonergan, coxed by Cooper Watkins. Lane 6 from Shaw, Charlie Cooper, Henry Smythe, Henry Wheeler, Max Riddell, and they're coxed by Will Langfield. In lane 7 from Kings, Harry Bellhausen, Will Ralph, Jock McGrath, Lachlan Arentz, they're coxed by Arjun Trivedi. Lane 8 from St Ignatius, Thomas Ball, Hugh McWilliam, Raf Tui, William Brown, coxed by Samuel Keane. And in lane 9 from Shaw, Campbell Binney, Jack Butcher, Xavier Coker, Peter Komonakis, and coxed by Austin Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, and thanks, Michael, for your great stint on the commentary there. It looked through the 1,000 metres like it was St Ignatius with a pretty dominant run there in the lead. We will get a better picture of that as they come through the 1,500. I believe we have timing and a camera there, so we can see on our screen there the view from the 1,500. They're probably there at the I'd say the 12:50 there mark, but got about 250 metres to go until we get a bit of a better view. But at this point, it does look like St Ignatius with a pretty dominant run here ahead of the field. They've had a dominant program for a number of years, and it's good to see that they're still striding out there with the very competent coaching of Matt Curtin and Dan Noonan there. Bit of a powerhouse team leading this this program from success to success. And it is St. Ignatius through the 1500 at a time of 5 minutes and 9 seconds, with a clear lead ahead there of the rest of the field. However, we do have a pretty good competition here between the King's School and St. Joseph's. 1.73 seconds between them, and then behind them Shaw at a margin of 6.49 seconds.
So yeah, as they're coming into view now into the last 250 metres, we can see the St. Ignatius crew have a healthy lead as determined when they came through past the cameras there. And right behind them is the King's crew, which is in lane 7, and a bit further across to St. Joseph's. So that's where the battle is on, is going to be for the second spot really. Closer to us, the Shaw crew are putting up a good battle. Over on the far side there, the Sydney Grammar crew trying hard. We're missing, it seems, the King's 1 crew, I think. Sorry, no, the Shaw 2 crew in lane 6. But a very nice finish being put on here by the St. Ignatius crew of Ball, McWilliam, Toohey and Brown, coxed by Samuel Keane. And it looks to me like the St. Joseph's might actually be trying, no, they're trying to catch up to the King's crew, but it's not going to happen. The King's crew of Harry Balhausen, Ralph McGrath and Arentz, coxed by Trivedi, but a big finish there to the St. Ignatius crew of Thomas Ball, Hugh McWilliam, Rafe Towey and William Brown. They're going to be followed across by the King's crew of Harry Balhausen, Will Ralph, Jock McGrath and Lachlan Arentz. A little bit further back to the Joey's crew of Fletcher Grenfell, Thomas Smythe, Nicholas Campy and Samuel Lonergan. They're going to be followed across here by the Shaw crew of Camille Binney, Jack Butcher, Xavier Coker and Peter Komonakis. And then there's a second race going on over there. The Sydney Grammar crew, we can see the coxswain egging them on as best he can. And they are going to finish slightly ahead of the King's 2 crew. And there's still a couple of crews coming down the course. That's going to be the Newington crew and further back to Scott's. So the time in that race was 6:56 to the St. Ignatius crew, a margin of 14.4 seconds back to King's, and then St. Joseph's was a further 5 seconds back.
Yeah, so quite a dominant lead there by St. Joseph's. Not St. Joseph, sorry, by Riverview Ignatius in that crew. My apologies, I'm looking at 2 races at once as we lead to race 44. In lane 1 we have the St. Joseph's crew, Fletcher Stevens, Finn Clare, Julius Lum, Connor Hopkins and Cox there by Cooper Chan. Scots, we have Teddy Alvarez Garcia, Eric Johannes, Hugo Du Plessis, William Porter, and they are coxed by Artie Chan. Shaw, we have Harry Fuzes, Xavier Duvernay, Ollie Mott and Harrison Frappe, and they are coxed by Seb Cheers. Kings, we have Max McGrath, Lachlan Cable, Campbell Whalen, Charlie Jones, and they're coxed by Oliver Foster. Sydney Grammar, we have Dishel Hung, Marcus Shipway, Jarrett Kwan, and Maximilian McKnight, and they're coxed by Roderick Shen. At St. Ignatius, we are Oliver Eisenhower, Archie Love, Samuel Barry, Henry McRae, and they are coxed by Thomas Bredanen. Canberra Grammar, we have Harrison Please. He has replaced Blake Six Smith, Jacob Mand, William Jones, James Pass, and they are coxed by Sebastian Anderson Moore. Newington, we have another replacement for Oscar Wong. We have Joshua Cronin, Rory Begg, Tom Perrott, and Aidan Evans, and they're coxed by Noah Clayton.
Well done, Peter. And as we're looking down the course, we can see the St. Ignatius are again taking the lead here. That's the crew of Eisenhower, Love, Barry and McRae. We will get confirmation of that as they come past the camera to the 1,500 metre mark. But it looks to be, again, they see the St. Ignatius crew has a lead, but nearest to us we have Newington, and then on the inside there, the Kings and Shaw crews battling it out, and over on the far side, the St. Joseph's crew. So they're just coming up to the camera now. We'll get a better picture. We'll know for sure what's happening, perhaps.
And it is a bit of a repeat in these races that St. Ignatius has quite a dominant presence in these 4 races. It'll be interesting to see whether the 8 races are similar, but definitely St. Ignatius, a program to look out for. That's the Joey school that we can see on the screen there. Really rowing that quite nicely. They're getting the blades in and out effectively. The Cox 4s, apologies, are a very difficult boat to row. You really want as much power behind those oars as possible. So, I guess the technique and the effectiveness isn't as important as the power that you put down in comparison to some of the other boats, such as a quad, a Coxless quad, or an 8. Definitely, the Cox 4 is just who can put the most watts behind that handle.
So as they come into the last 150 metres or so, it's St. Ignatius holding their lead over shore, over on the far side, and then we have a battle going on for the 3rd spot between the King's crew in lane 4 and the St. Joseph's crew over on the far side. But yeah, I was going to say don't discount the Newington crew closer to us, but I don't think they're in the mix at this stage. But St. Ignatius looking very polished as they come up to this last 100 metres or 50 metres or so. But as you said, Peter, we can see just they are really trying to keep that power going. Very nice bit of rowing there as they cross the line. That's the St. Ignatius ahead of the Shore crew over in lane 3. Then in lane 4, Kings. They've managed to hold off St. Joseph's over on the far side there by about a boat length. And they'll be followed across by Newington closer to us. Over on the far side there, we have Scots coming through. And there's quite some distance back to the next 2 boats who might need to just get things moving along, because the next race is roaring down the course as well. So
yeah, we have just a bit of a tail end here in this race. We have these two crews really fighting it out for the final placings. But yeah, as you said, Mark, we've got the next race coming down quite soon. They won't catch them, which is good, but it looks at this point like that will be, I believe, the King's School, unless I'm mistaken. I think I am mistaken. I believe it might be lane 7, which would be Newington. Or Canberra Grammar, my apologies. Canberra Grammar there, coming through, finalising the field. As we come into our next race, race 45.
So race 45, it's the school second 4. And we have a full house here over in lane 1 from Sydney Grammar. Samuel Lai, Ryan Teresia, Zach Wee and Charles Castoldi, coxed by Edward Stone. In lane 2 from Kings, Nicholas Walsh, Angus Purdy, Jack Webster, Sam Watt, coxed by Digby Norton Knight. Lane 3 from Scots, Thomas Irvin, Ben Vaughan, Hudson Meek, June Ho, coxed by June Ho Kim, coxed by Angus Fletcher. Lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, William Maltby, Julian Souza, Oscar Harris Talbot, Tristan Knope, coxed by Michael Satsius. In lane 5 from St. Joseph's, Angus Falk, Ari Geach, Thomas Sieve, Marco Farnes, coxed by Darcy Willis. Lane 6 from St. Ignatius, Ignatius Babbage Hockey, Luke Delaney, Harry Walker, Angus Field, coxed by Nicholas Colbert. Lane 7 from Newington, Jeremy Cooper, Nicholas Softsis, Oscar Wong, Ashton Tulipan, coxed by Dylan Henry. Lane 8 from Shaw, Charlie Glancy, Rupert Forrester, Ryan Doherty, Ed McDonald, coxed by Alex Golbin. And in lane 9 from Canberra Grammar, Jacob Thompson, Oscar Timson, William Ware, James Mossy, and coxed by Thomas Marbig. And as they're coming down the course, it does look to be out in the middle. I would say that's the St. Ignatius crew once again in the lead. Bit hard to call for second spot, but they've just come through the 1500 metre mark, and yes, it's St. Ignatius with the 10-second lead over St. Joseph's, and a further 3 odd seconds back to to Shaw. They're followed across by Kings, then Scots, and followed through by Newington. And we have a couple of insect hunters by my colleague here. There's a wasp decided to fly around the commentary box here, but a big shoe has come out and fixed it for us, I think. But out in the lead there we have St. Ignatius. That's, it's St. Ignatius of Babbage Hockey, Delaney, Walker and Field have a very comfortable lead over, I think it's going to be the St. Joseph's crew of Falk, Geach, Sev and Farnese. And they will be followed through by the crew closest to us, I think, the Canberra Grammar crew of... no, it's not Canberra Grammar. It is Shaw, Glancy, Forrester, Doherty and McDonald. But a very nice finish once again from St. Ignatius. They are certainly cooking the fours today. I think they've taken out every one of these divisions, haven't they? So,
I think so, yeah.
So St. Ignatius crossed the line looking very polished there in first position. Quite some distance back to St. Joseph's. That's Falk, Geach, Sev and Farnese. And then rounded out for third spot is the Shaw crew of Glancy, Forrester, Doherty and McDonald. Fourth spot over on the far side there is the Kings crew. Then they're followed closely, hot on their heels, by Scots. Bit further back to the Newington crew, who are looking good but just didn't quite have the pace to keep up with the boys out the front. Canberra Grammar will then take out the 5th or 6th spot. Then closer to us we'll have the Canberra Grammar crew, and over on the far side the Sydney Grammar crew. So a nice win there by St. Ignatius once again in 6:52.
Yeah, thanks, Mark, and agreed. What a great performance there from St. Ignatius. They've, as you said, I think they've got an every 4 race in the day. So we now move to the school first 4 after our wasp scare up here in the commentary. So that was a close one. Thank you, Michael, for sorting that. We move to the first 4 race. Let's see if St. Ignatius can make it a clean sweep here. We have St. Augustine's, Hamish Wise, Lachlan Schofield, Henry O'Hare, Rory Parker and Ryder Taylor is their cox. Ryder Taylor is the junior world champion from a few years back. St. Ignatius, Kieran Denners, Matthew Beeman, Benjamin Eisenhower and James Davis, coxed by Zach Burton. Sydney Grammar, we have Devlin Hua, Atticus Lee, Alexander Randell and Jackson Woodlam. They are coxed by Edwin Wu. St. Joseph, Jed Holgate, George Graham, Thomas Foster and Oliver Grainsford. They're coxed by Zachary Taylor. Kings, we have Massimo Fitzsimon, Patrick Yee, Hugo Yates, Henry Harvey, Keishan J. Surva, and Sydney Boys High, Leo Hang, James Carmichael, Vincent Wang, Michael Turing, and they're coxed by Jensen Lim, Newington, Rocco McConnell, Sam Haley, Andrew Kimenos, and William Chanter. They're coxed by Hugo Longeran. Edward Green, James Dunbar, Rocco Rossi, Conrad Lowe and John Mulluff are the Scots crew, and then from shore, Christopher Young, Taj Robertson, Braden McDonald, Will Reed, coxed by Eddie Brooks. And at the moment, St. Ignatius look like they might be able to do it. They might be able to get the clean sweep. They are being pushed there by the crew on the near side. That will be the shore crew. It might be that the shore crew are able to get a little bit of length on them, but at the moment, from our point in the commentary box here, Mark, it does look like it will be St. Ignatius looking to make this a clean sweep throughout the fours.
I think definitely they're looking again pretty polished as they come into the last 100 metres of this race. They're actually battling it out, not so much with Shaw on this side, but look at how the St. Augustine's has picked up over on the far side there to put on a big finish as well. So it's going to be a big race for the second spot, but fantastic for St. Ignatius. As you say, they've taken a clean sweep in these Cox fours today. So they're crossing the line. It's going to be a photo, I reckon, for the... Oh, I don't think I can call that. I would, if anything, I'd give it to St. Augustine's over on the far side by maybe a bow ball over the shore crew closest to us, but we'll have to wait for the official results to come through. They're followed across by the King's crew, then I think it was just getting it here, yeah, then Scott's and then St. Joseph's. So the results, I'm not sure if they're the official results yet, but they show as St. Ignatius once again, St. Augustine's in second spot, and then it says 0.58 of a second back to the shore crew. Yes. Followed across by King's, Scott's, St. Joseph's and Newington.
And we have said it before, we'll say it again though, that that's St. Ignatius crew there did finalise a win for all the fours. So that's very impressive from St. Ignatius. They're really running quite a dominant program there, and when you see depth like that, you do get excited to see how these eights are going to go if the fours are all as dominant as they are. It makes you wonder whether they're able to extend that into the eights. And thank you so much, Mark, there for your wise words. We're now joined in the commentary with Michael McRae. We've done another swap.
Thank you, Peter. We're underway in race 47, the school second 8, and they are barrelling down the course and passing through the 1,000 metre mark. So we'll just run through the crews rather than each of the rowers comprising each of those crews. So in lane 1 is St. Ignatius College Riverview, lane 2 is Scott's, lane 3 St. Joseph's, lane 4 King's, lane 5 Shore School, lane 6 Newington, lane 7 Sydney Grammar, and lane 8 Sydney Boys High. So we are getting to the pointy end of these schoolboy races, the second 8, and of course the one of the blue ribbon events of the day, the schoolboy first 8, coming up in a short moment. But as the crews approach the 1250 metre mark, I think it might have been that crew from St. Ignatius and St. Joseph's as well, up there towards the pointy end of the pack. But we'll just wait and see as this camera pans around as the crews approach the 1500 metre mark. We'll have some better data in a moment.
And just as we wait on that, Michael, just an announcement for everyone in the stands, everyone racing, all coaches. We are currently on a level 1 heat alert. Level 1 heat alert essentially means make sure that your water intake is above 500 mils and that athletes are doing no longer warm up than 30 minutes. So no longer than 30 minutes. Crews should go straight to the start. We're currently on level 1 heat alert, so we will monitor that throughout the day, and hopefully it doesn't go past that. But obviously, we will need to do what we need to do to make sure that we're adhering to the heat policy. And Michael, going back to race 47 there, St. Joseph's there in the lead. 3.89 seconds behind is Shaw, then St. Ignatius, then Newington. So St. Joseph's handing it back to St. Ignatius after their dominant run in the 4s. Is telling them not today in the 8s. So we'll see how the second 8 goes here, as St. Joseph's are having quite a dominant lead through the 1500. Will Shaw and St. Ignatius be able to pressure them from there? It looks like 3.89 seconds doesn't seem like a lot, but in an 8 through the 1500 metre mark, Michael, it's quite a bit.
It's a flattering margin, and St. Joseph's have expended plenty of effort to get themselves into this position in the final 250 metres now of this race. St. Joseph's lane 3, Shaw their closest rivals in lane 5, and fast finishing Crew over there in St. Ignatius over there in lane 1 on the far side of the course. But the question is whether St. Joseph's have done enough in the early stages of this race to be able to stamp their authority such that the lead is too flattering for Shaw and St. Ignatius, and they're just lifting their rate of striking now. They are not fading, they're empowering themselves towards the line, and just a little surge from the St. Joseph's Crew, and I think that that's done enough, Pete, to cement them in this race. They're looking very clean, they're not overstretching themselves, and yeah, that's a really tidy from that Joey's boat, and they look as though they've been all the way winners in this race. It's a win for St. Joseph's in lane 3 in the second 8 at the King's PLC Regatta. Second place going the way of the Shaw School in lane 5, ahead of a fast finishing St. Ignatius Crew in lane 1. It'll be the Crew from Newington in lane 6 who claims 4th, followed across the line by the Scots College in lane 2 who claim 5th place, and then back to Kings in lane 4 who claim 6th place, and a tight battle going on between Sydney Grammar and Sydney Boys High School over this close side of the course in lane 8 and lane 7. Grammar in lane 7. Sydney Boys high in lane 8. They're going stroke for stroke. They've been on terms for most of the second half of this race. Sydney Grammar just snatched it on the line, but a fantastic race from start to finish across the entire spectrum, and a really well-fought effort. And those guys are absolutely exhausted. And congratulations to Sydney Grammar, just winning that arm wrestle right at the end, Pete. But across the board, fantastic quality of racing in that second 8.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. What a great race that was, and really good to see Joey's taking that one out. Definitely the margin there between second and third had tightened towards the end, but that dominant Joey's Crew was able to extend their lead very capably. So fantastic to see as we move to race 48, and a big thank you to everyone watching from home. I know we've got a couple of people sending through messages, like Pat Burke and Harry Birchmore. They're letting us know they're watching the racing, and they're loving seeing this fantastic calibre of crews coming down the course. So we have the schoolboy first 8, Michael.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, we do. Race 48. It is underway, one of the blue ribbon events of the day. It's contested by a full complement of crews, which is exciting indeed. Lane 1 from Canberra Grammar is Oliver Lissing, Fergus Whiteside, Lucas Windle, James Wilson, Harry English, Magnus Dafter, Benjamin McGregor, Alexander Griffiths, and their coxswain is Teniola Blogan. In lane 2 from the Shaw School, Toby Crowther, George Scammell, Harry Faulkner, Ben McCutcheon, Henry Roxburgh, Sam Bowman, Luke Robinson, and Oliver Paris. Their cox is Will Gandy. In lane 3 from the King's School, Sam McLean, Nicholas Platus, Jack Hall, Lockie Tyndall, Hamish Matthews, Duke Millwood, Lockie Rogers, Gus Collins, and Otto Gerber, their coxswain. In lane 4 from the Scots College, Maxwell Crawford, Thomas Tyson, Hamish Marr, Hugh Anderson, Dean Lowe, Noah Perry, Henry Merrion, Max Berklow, and Charlie Cameron, their coxswain. In lane 5 from Sydney Boys High Schools, Ethan Wilkinson, Lyndon Chow, Andrew Gu, Jun Shim, Gabriel Sanzang, Max McLeod, Rory Zhang, Roman Samsonov, and Thomas Zeng, their coxswain. In lane 6, St. Ignatius College, Riverview, Harry Christie, Oliver Taylor, Thomas Roche, William Bryant, Hugo Brown, Julian Carr, Noah Coble, Hamish Walker, and their cox, Ryan McNulty, coached by Matthew Curtin. In lane 7 is St. Joseph's, River Phelps, Joseph Lane, Thomas Curran, Christian Tripoloni, George Wall, Fred O'Hara, Louis Bensuka, Kaya Nevitt and Jonathan Yates. In lane 8 from Newington is Luca van der Vesthuizen, Tristan McDonald, Lewin Whitaker, Jasper Pattinson, Charles Auld, Nicholas Trethui, Hugh Jones, Nico Colantonio and Hugo Baker, their coxswain. And finally in lane 9 from Sydney Grammar, Harry Lai, Harry Snow, Daniel Hall, Jeremy Court, Joe Lanigan, William Stumbles, Kai Holland, Will Dalton and Ian Breyer, their coxswain. Peter, how is this one unfolding?
Pretty good so far here, Michael. So as you were saying, as you were reading these crews out, you can see they've got some really top-level coaches here. We've got Jason Baker, Dave Geely, Judith Ungermark, Matthew Curtin, and I believe that the Joey's crew there is coached by Olympic gold medalist Jack Hargraves. But it looks like it's Matt Curtin's crew at the moment coming through in the lead. Through the 1,000 at least, they had about half a length lead. So that St. Ignatius dominance that we're seeing in this regatta is continuing, and this is the big one. This is the first 8, so they're really going to want to maintain that. I know talking to a few people in the boat park, they were saying that this Joey's crew will be hard to beat. They're quite a tough crew, and I think they're pressuring this St. Ignatius crew. But it is at this point St. Ignatius Riverview that have the lead. They're coming through the 1,500. Definitely the final stages of this race, it will come down to who has the biggest sprint. So at this point, I believe it will still be St. Ignatius. Unless we've had a change, unless it is Shaw that's now pressuring St. Ignatius. And it is neck and neck. St. Ignatius still with the lead there, but Shaw absolutely on their heels. So 0.95 of a second. This will be a race to watch. If you're not already in the grandstand, I'd get here now. It is going to be a very tight finish. That Shaw crew in the third 500 have gained about a second or two on the St. Ignatius crew. They only have less than a second to gain on them until they're in the lead. Will St. Ignatius be able to pull out a final sprint that can keep them in the lead, or are they going to be pressured by Shaw to the point where they will have to forfeit this victory? St. Joseph's behind them, 3.09 of a second. So they're just tailing behind. If they can hopefully catch the leaders, they might have a chance to get into first place. But at the moment, it is St. Ignatius. Shaw is hot on their heels. As they come through the grandstand, we will get a better picture, Michael.
We'll have a look at this lift, Peter, from the Shaw School over there in lane 2. They have just thrown the rate through the roof. This is an almighty surge from the boys from the Shaw School. Have they done enough? Will they be able to do enough? Will they run out of water before they can catch this fast-finishing St. Ignatius crew? Shaw School, away they go. The rate goes through the roof. Can St. Ignatius respond now? It's going to come right down to the line. These two crews are on terms. They are going stroke for stroke. St. Ignatius, lane 6. The Shaw School, lane 2. Final couple of strokes for both crews. It's the Shaw School that's going to snatch it on the line. A really tight race there. St. Ignatius having to settle for second. Third place goes to St. Joseph's. Fourth place to King's School in lane 3. Fifth place to Scott's. Sixth place to Newington College. Seventh place to Sydney Grammar in lane 9. And they'll be followed over the line by Canberra Grammar in lane 1 and then Sydney Boys High School.
And what a finish there, Michael. The St. Ignatius crew just leading probably to the 1,500 and then just absolutely had a dominant finish by that Shaw School that were able to get them in the last 500. And what a tough call that is to having an 8 to be able to get a crew in the last 500. You know, it really shows a bit of grit and determination from that crew. So the Shaw School, absolutely hats off to you. That's a fantastic effort and a very well-deserved win there from the Shaw School.
Oh, just an extraordinary level of bravery from that Shaw School to hold their hands on the stove, so to speak, for as long as they did. I mean, you talk about getting to the 1,500 in good shape and you just have to empty the tank at the end, but that's what it's all about, getting to the end of the race in good stead to be able to make a surge like that Shaw School crew did just then. And they did just enough right at the end and they timed their run to perfection to snatch the win in the first 8 race off of St. Ignatius College Review, of course, the incumbent Major Rennie title holders. So a fantastic race, that one, and a shot across the bow, certainly at this late stage of the season by the Shaw School. So we will watch with interest for the remainder of the season. The rivalry unfolding between those two schools in the first 8. But for the moment, our heart rates will settle back down and we return to race 49, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. So we have this race now coming across probably the 750 metre mark. We have Canberra Girls Grammar, Zoe Tran, Grace Fogarty, Audrey Blacker and Lila Biddington, and they're coxed by Isabella Rose. Redlands 1, Olivia Pollock, Matilda Human, Georgia Grace, Hannah Yu and Abigail Cairns. PLC Sydney, Ava Lane, Lara Rathjen, Sophie Moore and Zoe Leisha, and they're coxed by Talia Kingsley. Kinross Wallaroy, Paxton Buckfield, Ruby Hilda, Matilda Whitley and Georgia Tancret, coxed by Chloe Caro. Roseville, we have Hannah Ryan, Millie Phillips, Abby Harris, Sophia Ben and Steph Atkinson. The Armidale School have been having a great regatta today, but they've got Lucy Kelly, Xana Rose, Matilda Coddington, Luella Caulfield and Sophie Slack-Smith. MLC School, we have Maya McBrien, Lucy Stoddard, Megan Kewitt and Elizabeth Ravens. They're coxed by Sophia Ronan. And finally in lane 8, Sydney Girls, Amy McDonald, Mia Zhang, Fiang Zhang and Iris Yang, and they're coxed by Enyi Annabelle Cock. So coming through here, again, the Sydney Girls crew are quite capably coached by great Cam Ogilvie and Tao Lewis. And Michael, what's the race looking like here?
Thanks, Bertie. Yes, as they just passed through the 1,000 metres, it was the lead early on in the race, enjoyed by the Canberra Girls Grammar crew over there in lane 1, and they are still in the ascendancy in this race so far, and of course they've enjoyed some plenty of victories earlier on this morning in the junior quads, so certainly do keep an eye on the Canberra Girls Grammar crew over there in lane 1. But just as we wait for this race 49 to come down the course, we would like to take this opportunity to remind everyone out there on the boat park, as spectators, parents and coaches alike, please do wear a helmet out there on the bike path when you're watching the racing. It is very, very important that you do so. Please, it is compulsory to wear a helmet, and so please do adhere to that rule just to ensure everyone's safety out here at the boat park.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Safety first. And we come here in the Schoolgirl Year 10 first division, sorry, the Cox Quad. It is still quite hard to see who is in the lead. We have a pretty dominant performance here in the far end of the field. So that will be the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar, if I'm not mistaken, lane 1. So they look like they're having quite a dominant race here. Again, it's quite difficult when you have a big spread of the field to see just what's happening, what's going on in the race until they come a bit closer, or until we get a footage like we're about to get here, Michael, at the 1500 metre mark. So we will soon have a bit of a better picture of who's in the lead. But at this point, it definitely does look like Canberra Girls Grammar. Canberra Girls Grammar here, 5 minutes 43.61 through the 1500 metre mark, and it looks like it's quite a dominant lead there with an 8.79 second lead ahead of Kinross Wallaroy. PLC Sydney and Roseville just 0.29 of a second apart. So the third, fourth, and I would dare say second place finish will be a very good one to watch. But at this point, it is looking like Canberra Girls Grammar has a dominant lead, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. The Canberra Girls Grammar school crew, that's Zoe Tran, Grace Fogarty, Audrey Blacker, Layla Biddington, and their coxswain Isabella Rose. 8.79 the margin at the 1500. Well, almost unassailable, I would have thought, from that margin, Pete. Their nearest competitors, I should say, just more than 3 boat lengths back now. So congratulations to that Canberra Girls Grammar for such a strong start in that race, and certainly the race is theirs to lose from here. Some 200 metres to row. But strong finishes coming from those crews in lanes 3 and 4, Kinross Wallaroy and PLC Sydney. Yes, and then also the crew over there in lane 5, Roseville. Those are the crews that are closest in touch with these prolific race leaders over there in lane 1, Canberra Girls Grammar. And just as they come into the last 100 metres of their race, Peter, just have a look at it. It's some fantastic clinical quadruple sculling, and you can see why they've been the all-the-way leaders of this race. Canberra Girls Grammar looking poised to take out the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 in race 49 at the 2026 PLC Kings Regatta. And they'll be followed across the line by Kinross Walleroy in lane 4, who claims second place. And it's a tight race now unfolding between PLC Sydney in lane 3 and Roseville in lane 5. They're going stroke for stroke, but PLC will just snatch it on the line. And Roseville having to settle for 4th. A little bit back now to the Sydney Girls, a combination in lane 8, and then Redlands in lane 2. I think Sydney Girls will claim that 5th spot by half a length ahead of Redlands in lane 2. And then it will be the MLC combination in lane 7, who claims 6th and 7th to the Armadale School in lane 6.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And we've seen some pretty good performances here from Canberra Girls Grammar, so they're really doing a great job along the course.
And race 50 underway on the course. It's the second division of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 2, representing Loretto Kirribilli, is Charlie Orth, Addie Bartlett, Juliet Cortez, Lulu Chidgey, Francesca Fleming the Cox, coached by Mietta Jones. In lane 3, from Canberra Girls Grammar, Sienna Pappas, Lucy Dale, Emily Lenfield, Eleanor Hall. The Cox is Lucia Wildman. In lane 4, from PLC Sydney, is Madeline Barrett, Isabel Graves, Zoe Lee, Scarlett Askew, and Lola Britt, their coxswain. In lane 5 from Roseville is Jasmine Coker, Eleanor Forster, Millie Hawkins, Alicia Jenkins, and Libby Atkinson is their coxswain. Their coach is Sydney Krieger. In lane 6 from Sydney Girls is Reva Dotel, Melody Song, Harper Kepi, Eliza Oberd, Angela Lee, their coxswain. And finally, in lane 7, from Kinross Walleroy, Anna Orr, Charlotte Williams, Millie Hellier, Alexandra Karish, and Sophie Caro, their coxswain. And Peter, as this race comes into the final 500 metres, it's the, of course, that ever-present sky blue of Kinross Walleroy in these quads.
Yeah, Michael, and Kinross Walleroy doing a great job this regatta. Kinross across the 1500 556. I think that was quite close to the first division as well. So we see a pretty even race here in terms of the leader. We do see a bit of a closer backfield. So 7.7 seconds, which is still a very good lead there for Kinross Walleroy, but PLC Sydney just trailing by 7.7. Loretto Kirribilli 4.08, and Canberra Girls Grammar there in 4th, followed by Roseville. So we have a good spread in this field. Definitely not as stressful for the athletes, I think, into the final 500 metres as some of the races we've seen them. Definitely had a couple of really, really tight races today. So fantastic to see, and very positive that we have such a strong calibre of racing here in the PLC Kings Regatta. But it is at this point a clear leader. We'll see if any crews here can make moves coming into the last 250 metres of this race, and definitely no one taking their foot off the gas here, Michael, are they?
No, that's right. Kinross enjoying their healthy lead, and yeah, perhaps they've done enough early on in this race just to see off the competition. I'd suggest it'd be a pretty tall order now for any of these rivals just to knock Kinross off of the perch, but certainly over there in lane 4, the PLC crew on terms with Loretto Kirribilli in lane 2. And so that's where the real battleground is in this race, I'd suggest. Kinross Walleroy, I would suggest, has this sewn up at the pointy end of the race in lane 7, and they've been all the way winners for this race, so they're going to claim the win. Second place, it's going to be tight, but it is looking as though it's going the way of PLC Sydney. Loretto Kirribilli just running out of water to knock them off their perch. And it'll be second place to PLC in lane 4. And then Kinross, Loretto Kirribilli rather, who claimed third. Canberra Girls Grammar, who are in lane 3, claim fourth place. And back to Roseville in those blue colours in 5th place in lane 5, and finally back to Sydney Girls in lane 6.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And some great racing here that we're seeing today. So Sydney Girls Grammar just finalising this field in a nice quick heat, and we move to race 51 now, which is the 3rd division of the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad. We have a bit of time till they come down, so I will do a roll call. In lane 1 we have Roseville, Vienna Spear, Jess Venter, Cassie Gracie, Lily Brennan and Carmen Gow, and she's the Cox. Kinross, we have Isabel Provost, Andy Zinger, Ingrid West, Pippa Wise and Grace Lother. From Loretto Kirribilli, we have Harriet Delaney, Harriet Fallon, Sophie Dobbin and Lily Heyman. Audrey Lonergan is the Cox. St Catherine's, we have Isabel Rose Inns, Gabrielle Brown, Lily Freeman and Elizabeth Gilchrist. They are coxed by Coralie Harris. PLC Sydney, Annabeth Tuvey, Camille Brown, Orby Cohen and Lily Sullivan. And they're coxed by Colleen Navarro Flood. From Queenwood, we have Mirella Gillis, Pippa Sherlock, Eddie Mosley, Julie Finchman and Juliet Yardley. From Sydney Girls, Kelly Tang, Erin Chi, Lauren Fong, Catherine Nee and Zin Tong Hee. Canberra Girls, we have Zeta Surfrim, Sakia Gutman, Harper Nottle and Charlotte Morels, and they're coxed by Charlotte Prosser. From Canberra Girls Grammar, finally, we have Olive Mufarij and Sakia Hillage, Erin Riley and Alexandra Corialgis, and they're coxed by Sienna Gately. And just a bit of an update on the first 8 race that we had. The top 3 times there, so the top 3 Shaw, St Ignatius and Joey's now are the top 3 times for the season for the first 8 for the entire season. So Shaw currently in the lead for the top time, followed there by the second place St Ignatius crew and then Joey's. So top 3 pretty quick finishes there.
Yeah, thank you to Billigins for enabling us to keep track of the top times across the entirety of the season. And race 51 back on the course. Peter's approaching the 1,500 metres, and looks as though Kinross on the screen in lane 2 on terms with Canberra Girls Grammar, who are also the pointy end of this race over here on the near side of the course. Yeah, so it is that Kinross boat. The Kinross boat in lane 2 across the 1,500 metre mark first, and plenty of work to do now. It's Loretto Kirribilli crossing lane 3.
Yeah, some slight timing errors there, unless they've hit the 1,500 in 1 minute and 13 seconds, which would be a very impressive time. But the Armidale School, it says there, but I believe, Michael, you were right, it was Kinross in first place. So we'll see as they come through the finishing line. It does seem in these races, Michael, that we've got a really, really commanding lead for first place, and a real fight for the minor placings there from second through to third and fourth. So at this point here, it is Kinross with that commanding lead in this race. They're really doing a very good job of just striding out. We can see how they're rowing there. It looks very in time, very efficient. There's not much lost water. There's not much lost pace. They're doing a good job of keeping relaxed and just getting that length as effectively as possible, Michael.
Yeah, and we talked earlier this morning, Pete, about the difficulty that's kind of involved in being involved in a close tussle with a boat that's on the other side of the competition lake, and Canberra Girls Grammar is subjected to exactly that, contending with Kinross Walleroy in lane 2, but certainly Kinross Walleroy, they haven't really given an inch, and they've looking poised again to claim another scalp in the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull events, and yeah, they're just happy to cruise now to the finish line. They come into the final 50 metres of their race, and their nearest competitors, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3, who have just looked to pip Canberra Girls Grammar over here in lane 9, but probably looking good for second, but a win to Kinross Walleroy in lane 2.
And Canberra Girls Grammar really looking like they're charging back, but I think it will be a bit too little too late there, Michael. It looks like that very dominant Loretto Kirribilli crew in lane 3 is able to just pip them on the line. Canberra Girls not going down without a fight. They're really having a crack at that one, but Canberra Girls Grammar will come third. Canberra Grammar in lane 8 at this point, barring a disaster. My apologies, not Canberra Grammar. Lane 1, Roseville, will get 4th place, followed there by Canberra Grammar. And then we have a bit of a scattering in the back end of the field there, Michael. It looks to me like it will be St Catherine's there in lane 4 that will be quite commanding ahead of the final 3 crews. So at this point we have St Catherine's, PLC Sydney, and we have a tussle there for the final placings, Michael. So that would be our Sydney Girls crew and our Queenwood crew.
About to cross the line now is that St Catherine's crew in lane 4. And they're going to claim 6th place in this race. And a bit of a tussle now unfolding between lanes. Well, I've got 7 and 8 in the bow board. I'm not quite sure that's right, but in any event, it is Queenwood and Sydney Girls.
Yeah, it looks like almost, Michael, like they've swapped lanes. I think lane 8 has gone all the way across. They might have some steering issues there. It's been a tight finish, but we have lane 8 finishing there in lane 6, I think. So maybe the starters swapped them around, or maybe lane 8 just charged through and decided that that's where they want to be. Who knows, Michael? Who knows? But anyway, it keeps it interesting, doesn't it?
And moving along, race 52 is already underway. I believe it's the second last race before we move to our lunch break in this afternoon's proceedings. So in race 52, in lane 2 is the Armadale School, Ruby Menkins, Jessica Morrow, Rebecca McMahon, Isabel Glover, Cox by Ellie Cullen. In lane 3 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Caitlin Burney, Layla Mason, Harper Warmadam, Ivy Fagan and Cordelia Valentine, their coxswain. In lane 4 is North Sydney Girls, represented by Angelina Wang, Chloe Macri, Jasmine Ewan and Erica Cui. Their coxswain is Irie Williams. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar. They are represented by Ada Barger, Koya Napa, Sophie Morrow, Sophia Bill and Claire Gow. In lane 6, representing Kinross Walleroy, is Bruce Clare, Mila Yabsley Bell, Tilly Tancred, Grace Segar and Asher Jones, their coxswain. And finally in lane 7, representing Loretto Kirribilli, is Waverley Russell, Olivia Sweet, Georgia Ryan, Molly Mattick and Alice Smith is their coxswain. And they are coming into the final 500 metres of their race, and the statistics so far, Peter, telling a familiar story. Kinross Walleroy in the lead.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Some amazing races that we've seen today. So it's great to see Kinross here in the lead, 6:15 through the 1500. Loretto Kirribilli 9 seconds behind. And we do have a bit of a spread in this field again. So definitely it looks there like Canberra Girls Grammar trailing behind, but they are ahead of the 4th, 5th and 6th places. So they'll just make sure that they're maintaining that at this point. I think might be, again, a little bit too little too late for them to challenge for first place. but they will have a view of the crews behind them, and they'll be able to manage that. Definitely in the lead here, though, Michael. A very dominant crew, I believe, here from Kinross Wallaroi, my apologies, if I'm not mistaken, and they're charging through with quite a comfortable lead, I think, Michael.
Yeah, that's right, Pete. And we've seen in these past couple of races more or less rather spread out affairs, and Kinross Wallaroi on the right side of the ledgers more often than not. So, yeah, I mean, just I suppose as we roll through the divisions, the races are becoming a little bit more spread out, but certainly a great chance for the Kinross Wallaroi scullers here to test themselves out and run their boats through the gears over the 2,000 metre course. And Kinross Wallaroi now coming into the final 150 metres or so of their race, and they are rowing past the grandstand now. Loretto Kirribilli, their closest rivals, to their left, and they are looking handy as well, but certainly Kinross Wallaroi the tidiest crew on the water, and in their last couple of strokes.
Yeah, and they look like they're just rowing quite efficiently. You know, they weren't stressing themselves too much. There was no real need to. They had a good lead there, and they are followed here. So we have Kinross Wallaroi in first place, Loretto Kirribilli there 10 seconds behind, but they have a dominant lead on the rest of the field. So it's looking now like
Canberra Girls Grammar
yes.
lane 3, looking poised to claim third, and then Armadale School in lane 2 in that order, and then a fair distance back then to North Sydney Girls and their second Canberra Grammar School.
And positive as well, Michael, to see so many divisions in this
Yes.
in this Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. You know, we think about in these quads we have a lot of coxswains, a lot of athletes. Just goes to show the sport is alive and well, which is exactly what we want, Michael. So it's great to see as we come through. We see lane 4 here finishing off in what is, I believe, Division 3 of this race. My apologies, Division 4. So finalising this field, 2 more crews to cross the line as we come to our final race, I think, before the break, Michael.
Thanks, Pete. Yes, move along and call those crews as race 53 is underway. Lane 1 is we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews from Loretto Kirribilli in this race 53, the 5th and final division of the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1 from Loretto Kirribilli, Emily Galvin, Sadie McConkey, Pip Kay, Anna Duffy and Soraya Lauren Day, their coxswain. In lane 2, Loretto Kirribilli as well, Zoe Mannix, Sienna Ballantyne, Molly Roberts, Andy Kennard and Eloise Mikkonen, their coxswain. Canberra Girls Grammar is in lane 3. They are represented by Madison Auger, Grace Tully, Millie Levy, Amelia Russell and Georgina Banks. In lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli is represented by Matilda Murphy, Georgie Sultana, Eloise Lucas, Eloise Christian and Francesca Heath. Kinross Wallaroi is in lane 5, represented by Ella Mason, Millie Dimmick, Poppy Grinter, Lily Berryman, and Benjamin Howe, their coxswain. Loretto Kirribilli also in lane 6, represented by Grace Zuckerman, Grace Ryan, Allegra Johnston, Emma Francis and Rose Middleton, their coxswain. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7, represented by Alexia Franco, Stefania Havas, Carrie Baseby and Felicity Hazlitt, coxed by Jenny Lee. And finally, in lane 8 is the final Loretto Kirribilli crew. That's Nina Cordaro, Penelope House, Rosie Teague and Amelia Richards. Their coxswain is Francesca Vellabarden.
Thank you, Michael. And similar to the dominance of the St Ignatius crews in the Cox 4s, we sort of are seeing quite a impressive Kinross Wallaroi lineup that we have today. So Kinross Wallaroi is passing the 1,000 in first place with a pretty healthy lead. There is a good scattering of crews there for the minor placing, so second will be a fight, but at this point it is looking again, Michael, like Kinross Wallaroi with a great lead there, a real fight there for the minor placings. I believe that's Loretto Kirribilli coming through, followed by lane 8, the other Loretto Kirribilli crew. So as this race gets further along, we will get a better picture of what's going on. But definitely Kinross Walleroy just dominating this race and looking comfortable doing it as well. So we'll see if they're able to maintain this. A lot of the time in these Year 10 quads, my apologies, you do see a real front-ended race, and they're just moving into this 2 kilometre racing, and a lot of the time they'll face the starters same as they would face them in the 1 kilometre race, and doing 2 1 kilometre races back to back is difficult. So we'll see if this is a dominant performance by Kinross or a very front-ended race as they come through. They had, I believe, it was around 10 seconds there at the 1,000. As they go through the 1250, we'll see if they're able to maintain that lead and just watch the field and hold this great position they've managed to find themselves in.
Well, Kinross Walleroy again putting on the clinical performance in this race. 1,500 metres down, and the Kinross crew in lane 5 in a race that's completely dominated by Loretto Kirribilli boats. Well, they're making it look easy at this stage and not under any real pressure. 15 seconds the margin, Peter, back to Canberra Girls Grammar. Loretto Kirribilli crews 4 and 5, more or less on terms. But again, as we've seen, as we've rolled through the higher divisions, the race is rather spread out now.
Yeah, Michael, and so as we were saying before, this Kinross Walleroy crew just so dominant coming through into the 1,500. They've got 15 seconds up. It'll be really interesting to see if any of the crews can rustle anything up to get up to them. But at this stage, I don't think it's quite going to be possible with a 15-second lead. So 7 minutes and 20 seconds into the race, we do have Kinross just so dominant in their performance here in a couple of these quad divisions. As we come into the final one, it looks like they'll be doing it again as their teammates have collected medals before. And the race really, Michael, here is in the minor placings, isn't it?
Yeah, you would have thought so. It's between that Canberra Girls Grammar crew and some of those Loretto Kirribilli boats, of which there are plenty in this race. But Kinross certainly in the lead, and Loretto Kirribilli, I think that's Loretto Kirribilli number 5 over there in lane 2. They are more or less on terms with Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli 4 in lane 4, and then the other Canberra Girls Grammar crew in lane 7. So a fairly tight race for the minor placings, but certainly no doubt about our all-the-way race winners, Kinross Walleroy in lane 5, and they're looking absolutely in control of this race and have dominated from start to finish. Another win for Kinross Walleroy in the Year 10 Schoolgirl Quads. Loretto Kirribilli in lane 2, crossing the line shortly. I think they're looking poised to claim second place. But it's a closer race for the 3rd place. Canberra Grammar looking poised to take it in the final couple of strokes. It is going to go to Canberra Grammar in lane 7. 4th place to Loretto Kirribilli in lane 4. 5th place to Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3. Now yet to finish in lane 6 is the Loretto Kirribilli crew. 3 Loretto Kirribilli crews rather to finish. Lane 6, lane 8 and lane 1. You cap off a rather extensive hit out for the Loretto Kirribilli program in this race, and a fantastic testament, as you mentioned before, Peter, to the depth of some of these school programs to field a number of different quads in these divisions. Yeah,
Loretto Kirribilli is just absolutely entering as many as they can. It's fantastic to see, and great race experience as well. You see a lot of the time you get these athletes will just train and train and train, and they'll never come down to these races and just have a go, and it's what it's all about. You know, get these get these athletes in to have a bit of fun and have a hit out and figure out what racing's about. So great to see Loreto Kirribilli just having such depth in their races today. So as they come through in lane 1 here to finalise this field, Loreto Kirribilli, the 8th Loreto Kirribilli quad. So great to see so many quads of athletes out here, keen and enthusiastic and eager to go, Michael.
And with that, final siren of the morning session. Thank you for your company this morning. We're going to have a short break for lunch, and racing will resume. We're scheduled to resume rather at 1:08 p.m. this afternoon. So we'll see you shortly.
out the 1500. So we'll get an idea as to if that St. Ignatius crew is getting mowed down or if they're able to retain that lead.
Just having a bit of a discussion up here in the tower about the composition of these men's under 17 eights, and comprised ostensibly of combination, Peter, of the year 10 first and second eights we saw compete earlier on today. So another run down the track for many of these athletes in the year 10 age category. And but for the moment, we're seeing, as you said earlier, repeat of the ascendancy of St. Ignatius Review we witnessed earlier this morning.
Yeah, Michael, 100%. Now, it looks like this St. Ignatius crew is extending that lead. I was talking earlier about whether they'd be able to retain it, and they've in fact extended it. So it looks like they're really dominant here into the last 100 metres once they hit those red buoys. So they've got a couple of strokes to the 100-metre mark. They'll see the red buoys and they'll know that the finish line is in sight, but they're not taking it down. They're raising the rate. They want to extend that lead even further from, I believe that's King's School there, that is having a little bit of a tussle with Scots, but at this point it's looking like the King's School will be able to hold off that push from the Scots College. And then after them we have, of course, the very iconic Shaw Zooties coming through in lane 7. They will be just a little bit off the pack there. So the King's School crossing the line now, followed by Scots around a length down. Just getting a little bit of overlap there in the King's School. Shaw will then come across the finish line in lane 7 there. We have some of the second crews here. So in lane 9 we have a second St. Ignatius crew, followed by a second Joey's crew. Seem to have lost their number, Michael.
Yes, indeed. And perhaps a couple of non-starters in that race. We didn't have a couple of boats make it across the line, but nevertheless, win for St. Ignatius. Second place Kings, third place Scots, fourth place Shaw, fifth place St. Ignatius, and sixth place St. Joseph's 2.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And that brings us to race 55, the men's under 17-8 Division 2. In lane 1, we have Scots, William Bowen, William Souter, Rocco Podgonic, Joshua Hanna, Callum Ingney, Saxon Smith, Frederick Wiley, Nathaniel Parks, and they're coxed by Eric Fletcher. Kings 2, Henry McDonald, Harrison Barber, Lincoln Rupel, Henry Hunt, Charlie Cullenward, Edward Thomas, Henry Slipper, William Brown, and they're coxed by Hunter Vickery. Newington 2, we have Archie Downs, Ryan Lowe, Aaron Thingasalam, James Debnam, Jamie Femister, Ali D. Hennon, Lachlan Harden, Tom Davis, and they're coached by Toby Stewart. Lane 4, we have Shaw, Tom Roxburgh, Oliver Thompson, Jeremy Hughes, Daniel Walwork, Toby Dalglish, Philip Young, Archie Watson, William Hadfield, and they're coxed by Lachlan Ward. St. Ignatius, we have Jimmy Kelly, Jack Edwards, Jamie McRae, Oliver Bean, Sidon McCosker, Jack Matthews, Xavier Kennedy, Theodore Hennessy, and they're coxed by Scotch O'Connor. Lane 6 from St. Joseph, we have Samson Singh, Alistair Beale West, Liam Hill, Alexander Petronoff, Oscar Petronoff, Ben Petherbridge, Digby Cullen, and Isaac Smith. They're coxed by Patrick Scott. Lane 7 from Kings, we have Yash Goyal, Reggie Thomas, Digby Huggins, Darcy Bragg, Joe Russell, Alex Farkick, and Monty Douglas. They're followed by Bill McLean and Jack Molinay is their cocks. From Shaw, we have Nathan Borrigon, Jude Jensen, Ian Yip, Lewis Korodek, Christian Kolensky, Hugo Ahmed, Graham Penfather, Daniel Chapman, and their cocks by Thomas Mann. And finally, lane 9 from St Ignatius, we have James Dart, Felix Brown, John Maloney, Marshall Devlin, Freddie O'Halloran, Jacob Collins, Angus Lund, Callan Strudwick, and their cocks by Teddy Hardy. And they're coming through the 1,000 metres here, Michael. My apologies, 500? No, the 1,000 metres, sorry.
It is the 1,000 metres, Peter, and thank you for that. It's a pretty tight affair at the front end of this race. Shaw, St Ignatius and Scots are really quite close to one another. Shaw number 3, that's lane 4. St Ignatius number 3, that's lane 5. And Scots number 2, that's lane 1. So the top end of this pack really quite close. 0.88 the margin between Shaw and Ignatius, and then 0.58 the margin between Ignatius and Scots. A little bit back then, probably a boat length or so to Kings, who are currently occupying 4th place, but certainly plenty to play for these crews at the pointy end of, well, it's not quite a chevron, but the top end of this race nonetheless.
Yeah, Michael, well said, and it does look like there's quite a tight race there at the top end, and we'll have to have a bit of a better look. Even as they go through the 1,500, we can get a bit of a better idea of who's in a dominant position and whether they can retain that. So I guess we'll have to wait and see here.
And through the 1,500 metres now, it's Ignatius in lane 5, pursued by Shaw in lane 4. And the margins, it's probably less than a second, I would have thought. Scott's currently in 3rd place, and then a bit of a distance then back to lanes 3 and 2, Newington and Kings. But certainly plenty to row for the race leaders, St Ignatius and the Shaw School. Coming into the final 250 metres of this race, and we said before the lunch break, Peter, it's, I suppose, the part of the skill of rowing these 2,000 metre races, and particularly in a boat that's there's so much going on as like there is in an 8-oared row. It's really important to the coxswains take charge of the race plan and really kind of extol the crew to execute when they really need to. And let's just have a look at this Shaw crew, who's just chomping at the heels and have been for quite a while of the race leaders St Ignatius, and they've been there or thereabouts. They've been ready to strike for some time. Let's see if they have it in them to take the fight to St Ignatius in the last 150 metres or so, and they are raising their rate of striking. Look at them go, the Shaw School. They're just throwing their bodies back now. Hands go away. Yeah, gee, this is a really concerted push now from the Shaw School. They are taking the fight to St Ignatius. Now they're going stroke for stroke. Have they got enough water left to do it? St Ignatius lane 5, Scots in lane... St Ignatius in lane 5, Shaw in lane 4, and Ignatius just respond with enough in the end to ward off that late assault by the Shaw School, and they are absolutely exhausted, the Shaw School in lane 4. And it's absolutely justified, I would have thought. A huge effort to try and pull that lead back that Ignatius had for most of the race. Shaw coming in, Scott's coming in 3rd, I should say. 4th to Kings, Newington, and St Ignatius 4 over here on the near side of the course, coming in 6th, followed across by St Joseph's in lane 6, who claimed 7th position, and 8th going to the Shaw School over here in lane 8, and then to the King's School in lane 7. Well, almost a perfectly timed execution of a late race assault there, Pete, by that Shaw crew who just ran out of water.
Yeah, look, they had a great push there to try and get that Iggy's crew. 0.45 of a second was the margin there, so probably half a canvas in that in the 8. Really not a lot there, not a lot in that race at all. So Shaw, you could see they were really having a go. They were just doing everything they could to catch on to that Iggy's crew, but they were unfortunately just a touch too far behind by the finish line. Had the race been an extra 100 or so metres, I'm sure they could have done something, but a brave effort from the Shaw school.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could tell they really threw the kitchen sink in that last 250 metres. You saw just the body swing kind of open up aggressively in that Shaw boat. And they just ran out of steam in the end, as Ignatius had done enough just to hold on to it. It's a fascinating race, that one, and one of the races of the afternoon. Race 56 underway. We turn our attention back to the competition lake, right back down the northern end of the lake. And it's the men's under 19 coxed quad scull. In lane 1 is Redlands, represented by Cooper McDonald, Gus O'Sullivan, Oscar Pearce and Hugo Stedman, coached by Lily Van Holsen. In lane 2 is Cranbrook, represented by Oscar Auden, Tate Leggett, James Campbell, Christopher Vlahos and coxed by Owen Moody. In lane 3 from Redlands, Connor Morrison, Henry Dobson, Toby Anderson, Thomas Hooper and Henry Priest, their coxswain. Lane 4 is Cranbrook, represented by Maxwell Scales, Henry Mizon, Max Alchin, Henry Dawson and Fergus Dawson-Damer is their cox. In lane 5 is a crew from Canberra Grammar, represented by James Wilson, Jackson Miko, Edvin Grimlund and Lucas Windle, coxed by Michael Satsias. St Augustine's is in lane 6, represented by Hamish Wise, Henry O'Hare, Lachlan Schofield and Rory Parker, coxed by Henry Goldsworthy. Cranbrook is in lane 7. They're represented by James Walker, Nicholas Long, Carlo White, Samuel Perkins and Will Gloucester. And Redlands is in lane 3. This is the lane 8, I should say, and it's their third crew. It's Christopher Ferros, James Foley, Rory McLaughlin and Matthew McClellan. Their cox is Abigail Cairns.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And an interesting race, this one, the Cox Quad. The similar to the Cox 4, you have the coxswain in the boat, which does sort of weigh things down a bit more than a straight quad. So there's a bit more of an element where you have to muscle it along. And this race here, race 56, looks like we have quite a tight field there for the front end of the race. A little bit of a gap back to the rest. So we'll see as they come through. We'll get a bit of a better idea of who's in what position as they come through what I assume is the 1,000-metre mark. But at this point, it looks like it might be Redlands ahead of the rest of the field. We can give you a better picture very soon, but it will definitely be Redlands with about half a length ahead there of Cranbrook. Cranbrook is fighting off the Canberra Grammar push by about 0.79 of a second. So Canberra Grammar, I would say, is within a canvas there of the Cranbrook crew. Cranbrook doing some great stuff as of recent years from what is quite a small program. So they're really going from strength to strength there at Cranbrook and showing this here in their second place. Hopefully they can push Redlands a little bit, gain that 1 second in the next 1,000 metres and see if they can sort of reverse this result. But Redlands definitely at this point with a commanding lead. Hopefully they can hold on to the push that is, I'm sure, imminent in the latter part of this race.
Well, through the 1,000 metres, Pete, as you identified, Redlands, Cranbrook and Canberra Grammar competing for those top 3 spots and all perfectly poised to, as you said, make a push and to exert some pressure on their competitors. And certainly it's up for grabs, this race, for any of those crews. So let's just wait and see what happens, see what has occurred in the 500 metres between the 1,000 and 1,500 metre mark in this race.
Yeah, and we do move into that all-important third 500. It's where the fatigue really starts to hit in for the athletes. It's really a bit of a make or break area of the race. Anyone can have a bit of a sprint towards the end and that first 1,000 really takes it out of you. And it looks at this point here, Michael, like Redlands has extended that lead, which is exactly what they would have wanted to do into that third 500. Extend that lead, make it a little bit safer for them going into the sprint. They've now extended it to a bit over a boat length. They're definitely in a comfortable position here. If they're able to hold that, if they haven't expended too much energy there in the third 500.
Yeah, absolutely, Pete. And tactically speaking, a really valuable move by that Redlands crew, because they've more or less now, I would have thought, foreclosed the risk of a late sprint, because they can now respond to any if there does come any sprint from Cranbrook or the other Redlands crew. So a really mature third 500 there from Redlands in lane 2.
Yeah, 100%, Michael. That's the sort of thing you like to see in the sort of more senior, I guess we're in the under-19 quad. We have the year 12s here, the more senior races past under-23s. That's the area of the race that you'd like to see a really sort of dominant push, and they've done exactly that, the Redlands crew. So very impressive from them, and a very gutsy way of being able to just extend that race before anyone's able to capitalise right at the end. The St Augustine's crew, though, is really giving a push, though, to the Cranbrook crew that were coming second. St Augustine's might even be in a position to challenge Redlands here, but this is where that third 500 is all important. That St Augustine's crew is absolutely going hell for leather. They are going for them with everything they've got, but that third 500 for Redlands has just cemented their way to a point where they can just hold off. They can see them. They know they're there. They're aware that they're pushing, and they're pushing hard, but they're not quite going to get them, Michael, I don't think. That St Augustine's crew, though, what a push from them. Yeah,
absolutely. They've done enough to overtake two crews to come in to claim second position, but as I said, tactical masterclass from Redlands there in lane 3. Connor Morrison, Henry Dobson, Toby Anderson, Thomas Hooper and their Cox. Henry Priest take a bow. A really well-executed race.
Close finish here, Michael. Looked like lane 2, then lane 1. So it looks like there we had Cranbrook, then Redlands 2. That was probably a photo, I'd almost say. It says 0.3. I think it was just the Cranbrook crew that got Redlands there for 5th and 6th. Definitely look at the replay on that one. That was on the surge, I think. We have the latter Cranbrook crew there in lane 7. This is Cranbrook 1 that is going to just pip the Redlands crew in lane 8, Redlands 3, and will be safe from that final position. So good work to Cranbrook, and a great push from St Augustine's, but some very scientific racing there from Redlands, I think, Michael.
Yeah, really clinical. So recap the results. Race 56, win for Redlands. Second place to St Augustine's, third to Cranbrook, fourth to Canberra Grammar, fifth to Cranbrook, sixth to Redlands, seventh to Cranbrook, and eighth to Redlands. So really a tale of two programs in that race. But race 57 underway. The first division now of the fours. We're staying with in the men's under 19 category, but moving from sculling to sweep. And in lane 1, representing Sydney Grammar, is Anton Perimal, Daniel Hall, William Stumbles, Joe Lanigan and Ian Beera, their Cox. In lane 2 is the Shaw School, represented by Christopher Yun, Taj Robertson, Braden McDonald and Will Reid, Cox by Eddie Brooks. In lane 3 is the King's School, represented by Massimo Fitzsimon, Patrick Yee, Hugo Yates, Henry Harvey and Kishon Jaya Saraya. Ignatius is in lane 4, Kieran Dennis, Matthew Beeman, Benjamin Eisenhower, James Davis, and Zach Burton. Canberra Grammar in lane 5, Benjamin McGregor, Harry English, Magnus Dafter, Alexander Griffiths, and their coxswain is Tenyola Balogan. Sydney Grammar in lane 6, Harry Snow, Harry Lai, Kai Holland, Diamond Leonard, and Edwin Wu, their Cox. In lane 7 is St Joseph's, Jed Holgate, George Graham, Thomas Foster and Oliver Gainsford, Darcy Willis, their Cox. Newington in lane 8, represented by Rocco McConnell, Sam Haley, Andrew Comonos, William Chanter and Hugo Lonergan. And in lane 9, Canberra Grammar, represented by William Weir, James Moss, Fergus Whiteside, Oliver Leasing and Harrison Pius. Peter, this one's almost over.
Almost over there, Michael. We've said it once today, we've said it 10 times today. We'll make it 11, but St Ignatius is in front. So it seems like it's a bit of a repeat sort of race for us, that St Ignatius has got quite a dominant lead. They're really credit must be given to Dan Noonan and the program he's running there. He's got a great group of coaches and a good culture in the sheds, and it's obviously bearing great fruits, Michael. As St. Ignatius have a decent Clearwater lead here in this Division 1 of the men's under 19-4. They will take this out barring a complete disaster. Lane 5 Canberra Grammar has another pretty dominant lead there amongst the race that we're now seeing between the King's School and what I believe lane 6 is Sydney Grammar. So Kings and Sydney Grammar tussling it out here. At this point it looks like it will be Sydney Grammar that get Kings. Kings having a bit of a push there, but I think it might be a little bit too little too late. It will be Sydney Grammar in lane 6, followed by Kings in lane 3. Lane 7 St Joseph's will cross the line next, followed by Newington. A decent spread there between St Joseph's, Newington, and then finally Canberra Grammar. My apologies, Michael. I didn't see lane 1. Sydney Grammar over in the far side will pip Canberra Grammar on the line. We now move to men's under 19-4 Division 2. I will quickly call the names as they come down the course. We have Charlie Glancy, Rupert Foster, Ryan Doherty, Ed McDonald, and they're coxed by Seb Cheers in Shaw. St Joseph, Angus Falk, Ari Greach, Thomas Sieve, Marco Fance, and Zachary Taylor is their cox. Kings 2, Nicholas Walsh, Angus Purdy, Jack Webster, Sam Watt, and Digby Norton Knight is their cox. Newington, Jeremy Cooper, Nicholas Softsis, Oscar Wong, Ashton Talipan, and Dylan Henry is their cox. Ignatius Bagby Hockey, Luke Delaney, Harry Walker, Angus Field, and Nicholas Colpert is the crew from St Ignatius. Newington, we have Joshua Cronin, who we've seen quite a bit today, Rory Begg, Tom Perrott, Aidan Evans, and Noah Clayton. St Ignatius, Oliver Eisenhower, Archer Love, Samuel Berry, and Henry McRae. Thomas Berridon is their Burdenham is their cox. Shaw, we have Harry Fuzis, Xavier Duvernay, Ollie Mott, Harrison Frape, Alex Golpin is their cox. And from St Joseph, Fletcher Stevens, Finn Clare, Julius Lamb, Connor Hopkins, and Cooper Chan is their cox. And Michael, what are we looking at?
Looks like we're looking at a strong performance from, I think it might be an Ignatius boat in the middle there, Pete, in lane 5. Not far off them either is the Ignatius crew in lane 7.
Yeah, I believe so. It looks about right. And so we've said it 11 times, we'll say it 12, Michael. Ignatius again in a pretty commanding lead. We have Ignatius from the looks of things for first and second.
But have a look at Shaw in lane 1 over there on the far side. They're contesting with St Joseph's in lane 2, probably for that silver, the second, third place. Yep. There or thereabouts. And next to them is Kings in lane 3.
Not to write off St Joseph's in lane 8 there as well. So I'd say the far extremities of the course might have a good race on their hands. Again, we've mentioned it before, but it makes it very difficult for these crews. If you're the St Joseph's crew in lane 8 and you're racing the Shaw crew in lane 1, you really have to turn your head quite a bit. You need to listen to your coxswain and just trust their judgment. Something I'm sure these athletes do quite well, but definitely St Ignatius at this point in the lead.
Well, it's Ignatius in lane 5, Babbage Hockey, Delaney, Walker, Field, and Colbert, who are in the lead, and they are being challenged by their colleagues over there in lane 7, Eisenhower, Love, Barry, and McRae and Brednam, but they're going to run out of water. It'll be a win for Ignatius in lane 5, and they are looking poised to claim the second place as well out of lane 7, and third place is looking as though it'll go the way of the Shaw School in lane 1. Glancy, Forrester, Doherty, McDonald, and Cheers. Fourth place will be tight between St Joseph's in lane 9 and St Joseph's in lane 2. Lane 9 claim it. Sixth place going the way of the King's School in lane 6, followed by Newington in lane 4. Newington in lane 6 rather, and Newington in lane 4. Crossing the line in about 50 metres.
Yeah, some good racing there, Michael. 7:01 is the time there for that St Ignatius 2 crew that was in the lead unofficially. But some really, really good racing to see there. As we move now into race 59. Now, this is the men's under 19-4. They are coming down the course at a rapid rate, so I won't go through all the names because we'll simply run out of time. But we have in lane 1, Kings. In lane 2, Newington. In lane 3, we have Shaw 4. In lane 4, we have St Ignatius. In lane 5, St Joseph's. In lane 6, Kings. In lane 7, a second Kings crew. Third Kings crew, my apologies. In lane 8, Shaw. And in lane 9, Scots. So we have a couple of repeats there. We have 2 Shaw crews, a Scots crew, 3 Kings crews. So we'll see when they start coming down the course who is in the lead in this. And the Cox 4 again is a very heavy boat, very favours strong athletes, so maybe more so than technically proficient athletes. And we'll get a bit of an idea here. It looks there like it would be lane 1, which would be the King's School there in the lead.
Yeah, I think it might be 2 Kings crews in the leaders of this race. Kings in lane 1, Max McGraw, Lachlan Cable, Campbell Whalen, Charlie Jones and Oliver Forrester. Slight advantage ahead of Kings in lane 6, Harry Ballshausen, Will Ralph, Jock McGrath, Lachlan Aarons and Arjun Trivedi. So those 2 crews are going up against it. Crewmates and classmates. Plenty of pride on the line in this race, I would have thought, between those 2 Kings crews, but not too far off the pace is the Scots crew in lane 9, probably poised in 3rd position at this stage. But I would have thought it's a bit spaced out, this race. We're probably not looking at a grandstand finish in the ways that we've seen earlier on this afternoon, but certainly a good opportunity for each of these crews to put themselves through the paces and go through the gears under the February sun.
Yeah, 100%, Michael, and credit to the King's School here. They've really, really extended that lead, haven't they? So both King's crews here in this men's under 19-4, we can tell that they've got a pretty decent coaching staff here to get them across the line, and they've got a really dominant 4s program. 2 4s that are just realistically quite a distance ahead. They've got quite a bit of clear water on that next Scots College crew. Scots College look like they're still leading the race there from the 3rd Kings crew, so they're able to knock one off the board, I guess, Michael. But definitely at this point it looks like it will be the Kings crew in lane 1 that are going to just prevail over the Kings crew in lane 6 by, I'd say, a second and a half a length. Not much in that at all. So some really good inter-club or inter-school rivalry there. Would definitely be a good opportunity to get to those 2 boats out and get them training together. As we turn our attention now to the Scots College, who are raising the rate. They're really going for it, getting a good time in there, and they will prevail ahead of the lane 7 Kings crew, who will just pip the Newington crew there in lane 2. That Newington crew, Henry Morris, Connor Hunter, Aaron Koo, Arnold Lau and Jackson Kimber is the Cox of that Newington crew coming out. Just finalising our field as we run to the, we're back to the 8s, Michael.
We are. Division 1 of the men's under 19-8 is barrelling down the course. In lane 2, St Joseph's, represented by River Phelps, Joseph Lane, Thomas Curran, Christian Tripoloni, George Wall, Fred O'Hara, Louis Bensuka, Kaya Nevitt and Jonathan Yates. In lane 3 is Newington, represented by Lucas van der Westhuizen, Tristan McDonald, Lewin Whitaker, Jasper Pattinson, Charles Auld, Nicholas Trethewey, Hugh Jones, Nico Colantonio and Hugo Baker. St Ignatius in lane 4, Harry Christie, Oliver Taylor, Thomas Roach, William Bryant, Hugo Brown, Julian Carr, Noah Coble, Hamish Walker, Ryan McNulty is the Cox, coached by Matthew Curtins. Lane 5 is the Shaw School, Toby Crowther, George Scammell, Harry Faulkner, Ben Hutchison, Henry Roxburgh, Sam Bowman, Luke Robinson, Oliver Paris and Will Gandy. In lane 6 is the Scots College, Maxwell Crawford, Thomas Tyson, Oliver Milling, Hugh Anderson, Dean Lowe, Noah Perry, Henry Merrion, Max Burklow, Charlie Cameron. And finally, Kings are in lane 7. Sam McLean, Nicholas Walsh, Jack Hall, Lockie Tyndall, Hamish Matthews, Duke Millward, Lockie Rogers, Goss Collins and Otto Gerber.
Thanks, Michael. And what a race it looks like it's going to end up to be between Kings and St Joseph's at this point. They are being pushed there by Scots and Newington, but at the moment I'd say the race would be from the far extremities of the course. Kings, St Joseph's at the 1500. It looked like we had St Joseph's ahead of Kings by 1.98 seconds. That Kings crew will have to pull something out of a hat to be able to come through the St Joseph's College crew as they're really raising the rate. That St Joseph's crew has seen the danger, other side of the field, but they're still able to analyse that danger, figure out what's going on, and they're charging through the field. King's School has raised the rate as well. The King's School is going with them. Can Kings pip off St Joseph, or will St Joseph's be able to hold that charge from the King's School? It looks at this point like St Joseph's will just narrowly edge their nose in front. They are about half a length in front now. And as they're coming through, it will be St Joseph's, followed by Kings. And then finally we have Scots College and Newington, I believe.
That was in some ways a repeat of the partially of the field of the first 8 race that we saw earlier on today. But yeah, congratulations to St Joseph's in that race, just pipping the King's School and managing to hold on, fast finishing crew over there in lane 7, the extremities of the course, as you say, Pete. But another strong hit out under the sun and a great race rehearsal for the couple of months ahead.
Yeah, 100%, Michael, and a good bit of aggressive racing there from both crews, all 4 crews in that race.
Race 61 underway, the second division of the men's under 19-8. Shaw is in lane 2. This is Austin Hamilton, Micah Minchin, Alex Rogan, Lachlan McIntosh, Ollie Kosh, Matthew Giuretta, Alistair Curry and Liam Kennedy, coxed by Oscar Miller. Scots is in lane 3. Charles White, Charles Carmody, George Little, Hamish Marr, Hugo De Napoli Long, Max Prout and Thomas Beck. Jasper Tousell and Zach Sperring their cocks, I should say. In lane 4, St Joseph's, Samuel Spark, Tate Fredrickson, Jackson Gordon, Edward Reinhardt, Henry Campbell, Rocco Densley, Raphael Cousins, Lexington Spires and coxed by Noah Bellantonio. St Ignatius in lane 5, Sydney Roche, Thomas Tancred, Banjo Metcalf, Edward Bateman, Harrison Poland, Jack Hare, Thomas McClintock, Boston Kirkby and James Stack, their coxswain. Kings in lane 6, Prem Siva Gangbalan, Jeremy Blatchford, Denver Purden, Paul Klink, Oscar Parsons, Harry Irving, Charlie Camilleri, Jade White and Troy Graham. And Newington in lane 7 looks as though we haven't had a start from them, and perhaps a couple of scratchings in the afternoon heat, but this one is through the 1500 and it appears as though St Joseph's in the lead lane 4.
Yeah, Michael, looks like St Joseph's is just narrowly edging their bow in front there a little bit, and Tom McClintock, a very good name in rowing, a very good old lightweight, I believe, but I would assume this isn't the same Tom McClintock as these crews race through. St Joseph's has still got this lead as they come into the last 250 metres. It's not a huge lead. This Riverview crew will desperately want to reverse the results of the first 8 race where they were rowed through. They'll I'm sure, try and do the same thing as St Joseph's crew. But at this point, it looks like it'll be Joey's in the lead. I don't think that Riverview crew can quite get them, but they're having a crack. They are going for it. They're having a good run here into the final 100 metres. They'll see the red boys This is a long way in an 8th race, Michael, but anything can happen, and it looks like Riverview is really pushing for him. St Joseph's has seen that push though, and they are pushing as well. They will be able to retain this lead. St Joseph's will win this race in lane 4. Riverview half a length behind, but they gave it all that they had there into the final stretch. King's School here, lane 6, will get 3rd place.
Yeah, Ignatius just running out of water there in the end, Pete, just to try and snatch the lead off of St Joseph's, who'd done plenty of work in the early stages in that race. Scott's now finishing in 4th place.
Thank you, Michael. And we just move now to race 62, the men's under 19, 8 Division 3. We have St Joseph's, William Bailey, Finn Garland, Lachlan Comyn, Lachlan Farrell, Oliver France, Lucas Marning, Lachlan Huwell, Vincent McAllister, and George Young is the Cox from St Ignatius. We have Archie Coble, Alexander Raymond Nash, Tommy Burton, Jack Whitson, Charlie Forshow, Oliver Tucker, and Patrick Cleary, Max Ramus, and Charlie Vecchio, my apologies, it's Cox. From St Joseph's, we have Will Campy, Hugh Jacobs, Thomas O'Callaghan, Fraser Roach, Bailey Crop, Will Brown, Ashton Rowe, Henry O'Malley, and William Fisher is the Cox. Finally, lane 6, St Ignatius, we have Noah Beardmore, Kobe Ellis, Oliver O'Carroll, Andrew Bigg, Duka Waldern, Ben Walker, Henry Jewell, Alexander Briscoe, and they are coxed by Mikola Schmutz-Kua. Now I believe Henry Jewell is the brother of Charlie Jewell there from St Ignatius, another very competent St Ignatius rower. Charlie Jewell had a fantastic career in open rowing. I believe he won the Youth 8, and we'd be keen to see what his brother does here in this race. But race 62 we are now setting our eyes on, and that is the St Joseph's crew that we see there in front of our eyes. It looks like St Joseph's in lane 3, St Ignatius lane 4, lane 5 St Joseph's 4, and lane 6 St Ignatius as well. That St Ignatius crew in lane 4 that we see on the screen, just looking a little bit more refined there. They're able to really get the blades in and out, and they're sitting up quite efficiently. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone's able to get within striking range of that lane 4 St Ignatius crew. At the moment, it definitely looks like they have a pretty commanding lead, Michael, coming into the 1500.
Hey, you would have thought so. St Ignatius, plenty of work done in the early stage of that race, and as you said, Pete, they're sitting up nice and tall and letting that boat run really nice and clean. And yeah, I'd be surprised if that advantage can be reeled back at this stage of the race.
Yeah, 13 seconds through the 1500 metre mark. That's a pretty dominant race there. St Ignatius 4 is coming second there to St Joseph's in 3rd. So it looks like it'll be a St Ignatius 1-2 at this point, St Joseph's 3-4. So unless that St Joseph's crew might be able to pressure the second St Ignatius crew, hopefully they can have a bit of a run at them into this final 500. Definitely today's regatta has been, you know, St Joseph's, St Ignatius, St Joseph's. We see 2 St Joseph's crew on the pontoon at the moment, and 2 St Ignatius crews coming first and second in this race. So it's definitely been a good rivalry between these 2 historic schools.
And it's a dominant win for St Ignatius in lane 4. Archie Coble, Alexander Raymond Nash, Tommy Burton, Jack Whiteson, Charlie Forshaw, Oliver Tucker, Patrick Cleary, Max Remus and Charlie Vecchio. And happy to drift across the line more or less. And their colleagues in lane 6, Beardmore, Ellis, O'Carroll, Big, Waldron, Walker, Jewel, Briscoe and Schmatuka. About to cross the line. And St. Joseph's adding some colour to results in this race. Finished 3rd. And finally, St. Joseph's in lane 5 to finalise the 3rd and final division of the men's under-19 8. And we're moving from men's under-19 8s back to the schoolgirl 8s. Now, race 63 on the course, and some exciting racing coming up in the next 10 minutes. The school second 8 on the course now, and the schoolgirl first 8 coming up next race in race 64. So the second 8 contested by 8 crews, or 9 crews I should say, if we've got a full complement. Lane 1 is Loretto Normanhurst, represented by Lara Dwyer, Sophie Whalen, Ruby Mullins, Ruby Matthews, Lucy Meek, Alexandra Hare, Anna Ward, Poppy Bensley and Rosie Lennon. Cameron Grammer in lane 2. Claire Gow, Demi Seraphim, Harriet Digweed, Harper Nottle, Charlotte Murrells, Charlotte Prosser, Amelie Wertnauer, Marsha Bodie and Ada Barger, their cocks. In lane 3 is Queenwood, Penelope Rolls, Tessa Calverley, Chelsea Yates, Charlotte McWilliam, Gemma Wirrell, Isla McMillan, Bronte Hannah, Charlotte Garner and Juliet Yardley, their cocks. Kinross Walleroy in lane 4, represented by Anna Orr, Charlotte Williams, Paxton Buckfield, Katie Lawler, Ruby Hilda, Millie Hellier, Matilda Whiteley, Katie Smith and cocks by Ruby McKay. St. Catherine's in lane 5, represented by Holly Corcoran, Isla Tink, Lillian Orange, Aroha Tumohe Campbell, Stella Olenderek Smith, Tiali Moore, Georgie Smith, Zoe Elliott and Bridie McGregor, coached by Luca Roncolato. Loretto Normanhurst in lane 6. They're represented by Jacqueline Whitaker, Sally Hines, Jazz Burgoyne, Sahara Bornstein, Catherine Stark, Amelia Edwards, Ella Jones, Beatrix Germain, and Charlotte Fagan, their coxswain. Pimble Ladies in lane 7, represented by Genevieve Bazina, Caitlin Bilney, Lucy Simpson, Saskia Alexander, Kelly Clifton, Allegra Taubenschlag, Georgina Curtis, Zara Kinneberg, and Emily Bartop. Queenwood 2 in lane 8. Represented by Arabella Line, Nyla Russell, Jasmine Ramsey, Edie Molesley, Virginia Dixon, Minnie Mai Ulgiachi, Vivian Walk, Chloe Grimmond and Jazz Salmon. And finally, in lane 9 from Loretto Kirribilli, Phaedra Kevin, Lily Cadwallader, Zara Luce, Luella Cordaro, Belle Tripp, Paloma Zhang, Beatrice Cadman, Elizabeth Roberts and Charlotte Clarkin, their coxswain. So that's the roll call. What's unfolding out on the lake there, Peter?
Well, through the 1,000 there, it was Pimble Ladies with about a length lead there on Queenwood. Through the 1,500, there's been no change. So that Queenwood crew not dropping back there in the third 500, but not quite able to make a gain there on that. Pretty dominant Pimble Ladies College in the distinctive yellow M-Packer there in first place. Loretto Normanhurst there, 7.8 seconds behind. We have a bit of a race there. St. Catherine's hot on their heels, coached by the ever-capable Luca Roncolato, another legend of the sport. We have then Loretto Kirribilli behind them. So a bit of a spread in this field, but definitely Pymble Ladies, a crew to watch out for. They're in the lead. They have been for the third 500. And they're able to probably be in a position where, unless they have really front-ended this race, they should be able to just fend off that push from Queenwood School.
Yeah, you mentioned that push from Queenwood, Peter. I just wonder whether they are going to run out of order. I think the Queenwood boats are lifting their rate now, and they've seen the 1750 mark, but plenty of work done and plenty of effort expended in the early stages of this race by Pymble Ladies College in lane 7. Queenwood, well, they're throwing the sink now, but I just wonder whether it's now too late. Pymble Ladies College, well, they're in control and they can respond now to any late pushes by the Queenwood boat, and looking very, very sharp and polished indeed is that Pymble Ladies crew in lane 5. We're going to claim the schoolgirl second 8 at the 26 PLC Kings Regatta.
This race here now, Michael, between St Catharines and Loretto Normanhurst will be very, very interesting. St Catharines were 1 second behind. Is it that they have now gained a bit? No, I think Loretto Normanhurst will be able to fend off that push from St Catharines, but they were definitely at the 1500. They had about a second difference. It's looking now like it's more like 2 seconds. So Loretto Normanhurst able to just extend that lead a touch as the Queenwood crew in lane 8 come through here in their distinctive Hudson boat. Followed there by lane 9, Loretto Kirribilli. And a bit of a scattering in the final stages of the field. Lane 4, Kinross Wallaroi. And it looks at this stage, Michael, like it will be lane 2, Canberra Grammar. And then finalising the field, we will have lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst, I believe.
There's a Loretto Normanhurst across the line. We turn our attention back now to one of the big blue ribbon events of this afternoon's program. It is the schoolgirl first 8. Of course, highly anticipated all day. In lane 2, it's Loretto Normanhurst, represented by Mia Dranganudis, Amelia Branley, Gracie May Lander, Ellen Ogilvie, Juliet Mason, Matilda Cronin, Poppy Russell, Patricia Boland, Cox by Del Simon. Pymble Ladies College in lane 3, represented by Harriet Murphy, Olivia Norton, Madison Langriebe, Claudia Wyatt, Summer Phillips, Scarlett Olsen, Millie Cullinan, Leander McLaughlin, Mia Solomons, their coxswain. In lane 4, Kinross Wallaroi, represented by Grace Tancred, Bridget Thompson, Isabel Grout, Rani Jarrick, Alice Dimmick, Ruby Liego, Emily Wise, Belle Clinton, and Jane Bruce. In lane 5, St Catharines, represented by Phoebe Sherrod, Madeline Inns, Genevieve Link, Stella Dodwell, Sarah Rupnick-Williams, Ashley Innes, Matisse Borthwick, Florence Hennessy, and Zinnia Shu. In lane 6 is Loretto Kirribilli, represented by Charlie Reeves, Kiara Crino, Maddie Wheelahan, Indiana Orth, Millie Fallon, Sarah Holt, Mary Dunstan, Gemma Ronan, and Lulu Warren. And finally, Queenwood in lane 7, represented by Scout Ferguson, Isabella Kennedy, Lucinda Doku, Sally Fainganuku, Flo Veach, Lauren King, Elsie Hood, and Claudia Gassman. Peter, how is this unfolding in the schoolgirl first 8?
It's looking good, pretty good here, Mark. It looks like Pymble Ladies will be very similarly to the second 8. Pymble Ladies will have a lead coming into the 1500, a time of 5 minutes and 2 seconds. 5 seconds behind is Kinross Wallaroi. That will be a hard margin to get back in 500 metres, as will the margin between Kinross Wallaroi and St Catharines School, 8.54 seconds. So some really definite positions being laid out in the early stages of this race. The minor placings are Loretto Kirribilli and Queenwood might be a close race, 1.96 seconds. So we will be definitely watching between 4th and 5th to see Loretto Kirribilli and Queenwood to see who gets on top there. But at this stage, Michael, I would say Pymble Ladies have got a pretty dominant lead on the rest of this field here. They've obviously put in some really good work really early in this race to be able to get their nose in front and in fact get some clean water to just watch the rest of the field. And it's been such a commanding pace in this race.
Yeah, well, this really is a shot across the bow. If ever I've seen one from Pymble Ladies College, only a month or so out from the big dance, and they are really firing on all cylinders here. Pymble Ladies College, they look calm and in control of their boat, and really, really long. Kinross Wallaroo, well, they're the second, currently in second place, and probably a length or two behind at this stage, Pete. So really, really strong showing from Pymble Ladies so far. They are sitting up and they're being urged along by their coxswain, Mia Solomons. You can just see her on the screen there. 20 metres to row, and a really dominant performance from Pymble Ladies College. Congratulations to that crew and their coaches. Coach Harrison Randall there. It's a win for Pymble Ladies College. Second place is going to go the way of Kinross Wallaroo and the girls from Orange. They're in lane 4. St Catherine's coming in third place. Fourth place is going to be a little bit tighter, but it's going to be claimed, I would suggest, by Loreto Kirribilli in lane 6 and by Queenwood lane 7. Currently, who've just claimed 5th place, I should say, and 6th place to Loreto Normhurst in lane 2. Well, it's a pretty significant example of just the power of getting out in front, Pete, and just commanding the race from start to finish. A really, really dominant performance by Pymble Ladies. Are they the ones to beat this season?
Yeah, especially in the 8s, Michael. I think that first 500, we've said it before, is so important there. We saw as well the Loreto Kirribilli crew through the 1500 just with a 1 second lead there on Queenwood, and they're able to just extend that by an extra second there towards the end. So they've obviously had quite a good push there towards the latter stage of the race. But as we said, a pretty clear leader, Michael, and perhaps that might be the crew to watch out for as we edge closer and closer towards head of the river. We now move into race 65. This is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 1. In lane 2, PLC Sydney, Grace Kinslaw and Vanessa Feltus. Lane 3, Loreto Normanhurst, we have Charlotte Horden-Smith and Annie Shepherd. Lane 4, Pymble Ladies, Lucy Leo and Freya Andrews. Lane 5, PLC Sydney, Lily Burrows and Maya Burnett. Lane 6 from Askham, Jess Robillard and Jess Brown, coached by the great Mitchell Caponis. North Sydney in lane 7, North Sydney girls, we have Lillian Yan and Isabel Vathakarfi. And in lane 8 from Canberra Girls Grammar, we have Emily Doikus and Lucinda Barlow.
Just while we're waiting for race 65 to come down to the business end of the competition lake, welcome up Clement Zhang to the commentary tower. Welcome, Clem.
G'day viewers from abroad and online, as well as here at the hot and lovely Cirque course today for the last few hours of exciting racing of schoolboy, schoolgirl racing today.
Absolutely, and race 65 is kicking us off for that exciting afternoon racing. Askham in lane 6, that's Jess Rebillard and Jess Brown. Certainly setting the pace, some 7.43 the advantage ahead of Loreto Normanhurst in lane 3. That's Charlotte Horton-Smith and Annie Shepherd. And then it is a smattering of competitors who are just a little bit off the pace, but all within striking distance of one another. So plenty to play for so far, and plenty of opportunity for these crews to compete for these minor placings. But Askham certainly in the lead at the moment. 7 seconds the advantage over Ludo Normanhurst. How do you see this one playing out, Clem?
And they're looking really relaxed out there, actually. Nice pacing. They don't look like they're particularly rating high, and a good lean back. I think 7 seconds is pretty difficult in a double.
It is, yes.
But you never know. As a U9 girl, they've got plenty of energy to make that last push. If they hear the coach saying, legs, push, maybe there'll be a catch-up there.
So Askham, represented by Jess Rapilliard and Jess Brown in that boat, coached, as Peter mentioned earlier, by Mitchell Kaponis. And they are certainly in the ascendancy, and the crew to beat in this U9 double scull event so far. We've got...
and they have increased rating, and they're really like putting the legs in, so not giving any ground. I think they're probably going to try to set a new 2026 season start PB for themselves. Normanhurst also putting some legs in there. And like you said earlier, 3, 4, 5, still difficult to see. We've got a bit of steerage issues here. For a lot of girls, U9 is the first time you're really sitting inside a double where you've got to steer in such a wide course.
It's a win for Askham in lane 6. And the second place is going to go the way of Loretto Normanhurst in lane 3, but it's pretty spread out. So they claim second place, third place. Okay, here we go. It's between Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 8. It's between North Sydney Girls in lane 7 and PLC Sydney in lane 5. Canberra Girls, they were looking good. They just had a couple of dirty strokes. Are they running out of steam? North Sydney Girls responds, but Canberra Girls...
Canberra's got it. They've got to clinch their victory.
Yes.
North Sydney get there, squeezing it in. PLC Sydney comes in after that. Nice effort there, though, in the last 250. Very good effort to maintain that energy levels.
And coming in 6th place, it's that crew from Pimble Ladies over there in lane 4. Lucy Liu and Freya Andrews, and in 7th place to finalise this race, Grace Kinslaw and Vanessa Feltis.
And the next race is underway. It's race 66. It's the U9 Double Scull Division 2. In lane 2 is PLC Sydney 4. That's Annabelle Cameron and Matilda Kirkwood. Lane 3 is Canberra Girls Grammar 3. That's Abigail Deserton and Harriet Russell. Lane 5, Loretto Normanhurst 3, Miller McMillan and Sarah Murray. Lane 6 is Redlands 1, Annalise Beattie and Sammy or Samantha Halliday. Lane 7, Tara School's Dora Her and Siona Mishra. And in lane 8 is North Sydney Girls 2, Sarah Liu and Yuying Ouyang.
So it's the crew from Redlands in lane 6, Annalise Beattie and Samantha Halliday, currently occupying 1st place. And Loretto Normanhurst's Miller McMillan and Sarah Mully. Only 2nd place, 2.85 the margin. It's I want to get their skates on, all the girls from Loretto Normanhurst, if they're to challenge Redlands for the lead.
And from our view, the rating looks relatively the same between those two crews of Redlands and Loretto Normanhurst. And the wind factor, looks like there's a slight breeze, so I don't think there's going to be any significant advantage or disadvantage. So it will come down to that clean technique. And it looked from here, the Redlands crew looks very nice and clean.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we saw almost immaculate conditions all morning, but wind just whipping up ever so slightly this afternoon. And it's which is not uncommon for conditions out here at the Regatta Centre, but certainly not bothering the Redlands crew too much. They're in the lead, Annalise Beattie and Samantha Halliday.
Well, as the temperature spikes to 34, maybe that breeze is actually good. But it looks like the Redlands crew look still steady and calm and rating the same. The Normanhurst 3 crew running a bit out of steam, but I think they might give it a big push right now. But you do see over in lane 3, the Canberra Girls Grammar 3 crew, they look like they're trying to really lean back and push. But not much chance here now of that catch up. There you go. Redlands now responding with that last finish, coming in nice and clean in first place.
Yeah, absolutely. Win for Beattie and Halliday of Redlands. Second place going the way of Macmillan and Murray from Normanhurst. Third place goes to Canberra Girls Grammar, Abigail Dezote and Harriet Russell. And fourth place, it'll be tight, but it'll go to PLC Sydney, I would think, who just wards off a fast finishing Tara School combination of Dora Hay and Siona Mishra. And followed across the line now by North Sydney Girls, Sarah Liu and Yu Ying Oyang.
And on the course we have, that's race 67, is the Schoolgirl United Double Scull Division 3. In lane 2, PLC Sydney 1 is Miller Stewart and Zara Rutherford. Lane 3 is Queenwood, Elizabeth Fanganaku and Lucinda Hughes. Lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar 1 is Tabitha Campbell and Annie McMillan. Lane 5, North Sydney Girls 3, Sherry Gore and Alicia Chung. Lane 6 is Loreto Kirribilli 2, that's Sadie McConkey and Emily Galvin, coached by Zoe Bond. In lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst 2, Isabella Lander and Constance Whitaker. And in lane 8 is Kinross Walleroy, Ella Mason and Asher Jones, coached by Rebecca Pearce. So at the 500 metre mark, we did see Loreto Normanhurst's Isabella Lander and Constance Whitaker coming in at that first place position, but very close behind was the Queenwood crew of Elizabeth Fanganaku and Lucinda Hughes, just a small margin of 0.39. And looking at this last part of the race, it does look like Queenwood is within half a boat length. And the rating for the leading crew at Normanhurst is now spiking to maintain and push off that lead. Let's see if Queenwood can respond. Will Queenwood respond? It does look too close for me to call. Probably a canvas there between the two of Normanhurst and Queenwood. Normanhurst is leaning back. They're looking across. They've now got a comfortable lead. And in first place is, in lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst, Isabella Lander and Constance Whitaker, followed by the Queenwood crew of Elizabeth Fanganaku and Lucinda Hughes. And in third place is the Kinross Walleroy crew of Ella Mason and Asher Jones. Over on the far side is the PLC Sydney 1 crew, followed by the Canberra Girls Grammar 1 crew. And making that last effort on the far side is North Sydney Girls 3. And pushing through strong is Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6. Well done, girls. And now we've changed boat class. We're now going to the schoolgirl Year 9 single scull Division 1, and that's race 68 on the program. In lane 1, we have City Girls 3, that's Savini Partaban, coached by Zara Greenwood and Connor Greenwood. In lane 2, we have Queenwood's Manola Taylor. Lane 3, Sydney Girls 4, Claire Wong, coached by, again, Zara Greenwood and Connor Greenwood. Lane 4, we have Loretto Normanhurst 3 with Camilla Ogilvie. Lane 5, Redlands 1, Pearl Brown. Lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst 6, Tiffany Morley. In lane 7, PLC Sydney 1, Lara Sangster. And in lane 8 is Sydney Girls 7, Larissa Liu, also coached by Zara Greenwood and Connor Greenwood. And as they pass the 500-metre mark, we see that Pearl Brown from Redlands 1 in lane 5 clocked in first place, followed by Camilla Ogilvie. And she was in lane 4, then that's Loretto Normanhurst. Tiffany Morley came in third from Loretto Normanhurst in lane 6. Fourth was Lara Sangster, fifth Larissa Liu, sixth Savini Partaman. And it's very uncommon to have a lot of time and experience in these small boats. So for a Year 9 schoolgirl, this is a fantastic opportunity to race here out at Cirque, and possibly could be their first or second opportunity to do so. So such a daunting task, but these girls are looking very confident. And in particular, it looks like the Redlands small boat program is doing very well and representing very well at this regatta. Quite a bit of a wide spread that we can observe now coming into the next quarter of this race. And as usual in the small boat, less opportunity to really make a significant catch-up if there's a gap. So it does look like Pearl Brown from Redlands is sealing her dominance over this field, looking very calm and relaxed. And that's closely followed. Not much change there between the two Normanhurst scullers of Camilla Ogilvie and Tiffany Morley. If anything, there may be a change up in the second and third place, depending on how much gas and energy they've got left in this remaining set of 20 to 30 strokes. And even as we near the finish line, Redlands Pearl Brown looking very confident, really leaning back and trying to drive and get a solid personal best time here as she crosses over in first place at 4 minutes and 30. And coming across the line now is lane 4 in Loretto Normanhurst 3, Camilla Ogilvie, followed by Tiffany Morley, also from Loretto Normanhurst in lane 6. Not much change there. Lane 7 coming through, PLC Sydney's Lara Sangster.
Very nice!
I can hear the coach there calling out, very nice, certainly so. And in lane 8 is Sydney Girls, Larissa Liu coming in through right now. Well done, girls. And on the far side in lane 3 is Sydney Girls, Claire Wong. And making her way to the finish over in lane 1 is Sydney Girls 3, Savini Pardaman. Well done, girls, on that valiant effort. That was a great row there for Year 9 single sculls. And on that note, a public service announcement just to remind everybody about the heat. Like I said earlier, it's currently 33 to 34 degrees Celsius. So please limit your time on the water. No laps, go straight to the start. For those of you in the paddock area and currently loading in, make sure you have full water bottles as you enter your boat. So don't run out of water or take a half bottle. And if you're not feeling well, please speak to your coaches. Make sure you get the coaches to monitor the cruise and back and forward. It's hot. We want you to maintain safety and be assured to stay cool. Now, the next race is underway. It's race 69. It's the Schoolgirl United Single Scull Division 2. In lane 1 is the Sydney Girls 1. It's Vivian Gall. In lane 2 is PLC Sydney 2, Anna Prokhorov. Sorry, my bad. In lane 3 is the Loretta Normanhurst 5, Kate Dean. Lane 4 is Sydney Girls 6, Eva Lee. In lane 5 is Loretta Normanhurst 4 of Neve McGowan. Lane 6 is Queenwood's Charlotte Butland. Lane 7 is Sydney Girls 5, Ishana Singh. And in lane 8 is Redlands 2, Imogen Bush. And at 500, you'll see that Charlotte Butland came in. She's from Queenwood in lane 6, and she took out the first position there. Closely followed by Vivian Gall at 3 seconds behind in second place. And Vivian is from Sydney Girls, and she's in lane 1. And then Dean came in the third place at the 500. And Kate, you'll find, is in lane 3 and from Loretta Normanhurst 5. Followed by is Neve McGowan, Imogen Bush, Anna Prokhorov, Ishana Singh, and Eva Lee. And as they start feeling the burn in this third 250-metre mark of this 1 kilometre race, this is where the lactic is starting to really come in through those legs, and they're really feeling that energy, that need to keep pushing on, and that's where the training and the focus comes through. And here you can see it does seem like the second and third place positions are in contention. They're kind of battling it out there. It looks like the colours are between Loretta Normhurst and Sydney Girls on the far side. With the first place position from Queenwood, the Charlotte Butland, looking quite comfortable in first place, leaning back there. Unlikely to be any massive change there because she does look like from this angle that she's got about 2 boat lengths advantage there. Looking very comfortable and smooth as she comes in to the last 25 strokes or so. Normanhurst doesn't look like there's much change there as well. Kate is looking comfortable. I can see that she's leaning back and putting some more power in there. There is some challenge there. Vivian Gall on the far side in lane 1 is really, you can see the effort there. Trying to maintain that pace and catch up. Congratulations to lane 6 Queenwood's Charlotte Button. And in lane 3, Loretta Normanhurst 5's Kate Dean coming in second place. And in lane 1, Sydney Girls 1, Vivian Gall coming in third place. And here you can see the next wave of this flotilla is in lane 5 is the Loretta Normanhurst 4, Neve McGowan. And in lane 7, you have Sydney Girls 5, Ishana Singh, really pumping up the rating there to come in at 5th. Followed by lane 8's Redlands 2 is Imogen Bush. And returning back over to lane 2 is Anna Prokhorov from PLC Sydney. We are now switching over. The next race is on the course. It's race 70, the Schoolgirl United Division 3 single scull. Lane 1 is Ascom 1's Poppy Mallet. Lane 2, Sydney Girls 8 is Advita Prasad. Lane 3 is Loretta Normanhurst 7's Lucy Reardon, coached by Yomi O'Carrigan. In lane 4 is Loretta Normanhurst 1's Clara Bradford. In lane 5, North Sydney Girls, Vicky Lynn. Lane 6 is UTS's Violet Brensgrove, coached by Sam Fennessy. Lane 7, Loretto Normanhurst 2's Camilla Lamp. And in lane 8 is Sydney Girls 2, Shin Tung He. And whilst we wait for the timing to come up on the screen, it does look from my angle that in lane 3, Loretta Normanhurst 7's Lucy Reardon appears to be holding the lead position, looking quite comfortable. And her compatriot here over in lane 7, Camilla Lamp, also looking like she's in second place. Definitely a big push there from a... Oh, my pardon. It's Clara Bradford in lane 4 that is passing through in the first position, first place. And in lane 7, Loretta Normanhurst, Camilla Lamp looking like she's in a comfortable second. Although lane 6, UTS Violet Brensgrove is doing that last minute push to come in third place. Over on the far side is Askham 1's Poppy Mallet. And then a close finish between lane 8 and lane 3. That's lane 8, Sydney Girls to Shin Tung He. And in lane 3 is Loretta Normanhurst, Lucy Reardon. Apologies for that missed call there between lane and 3, 4. And coming up now to the closing part of the race is lane 5's North Sydney Girls, Vicky Lynn. So again, that public service reminder, as we feel the heat and we can see the heat, obviously put on your sunscreen, limit your time on the water, don't do any laps, go straight to your start line. Make sure you have full water bottles as you climb into your boat. If you're not feeling well, please let your coaches know. Just lining up now at the 1000 is race 71, and that's the men's under 16 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In lane 1 we have St Augustine's Doug Schofield, Asher Kelly, Arjun Gotti, Connor Buchanan. Ian Guillaume is the Cox, coached by Joshua Wilson and Remy McKay. In lane 2, Kinross Wallaroy 1 is Henry Power, Ruben Cleary, Hamish McDonald, Henry Jones and Cox by Harry Oldroyd, coached by Benjamin Watt, Will Stanley Davies, Jackson Humphreys, Oliver Stanjovic, Sam Parsons, James Dory, and whoops, that my bad. Too many words in one line. Coached by Benjamin Watt and Will Stanley Davies. In lane 3 is Redlands 1, it's Jackson Humphreys, Oliver Stanjovic, Sam Parsons, James Dory, Cox by Alice Benath. In lane 4 is the Armidale School, Charlie Howlett, Campbell Shannon, Charlie Shorter, Frank Pike, and Cox by Jack Bellinger, coached by Patrick Swanson. In lane 5 is Cranbrook, Julius Liver, Sol Golovsky, Archie Tremaine, William Toole, Cox by Edward Nolan. Lane 6, Kinross Wallaroy 3 is Charlie Laird, Oscar Engelman, Maxwell Whiteley, Hugh Gain, Charles McLaughlin is the Cox, coached by Will Stanley Davies. Lane 7 is Redlands, William Morley, Hudson Villalonga, Alexander Morley, Joshua Dick Yun, and Cox by Zach Beaton. In lane 8 is another Redlands crew. It's Sam O'Sullivan, Leo Coonan, Charlie Easton, Elias Ilya, and Cox by Chris Preston. And in lane 9 is Cranbrook, Darren Tay, Alexander Kitto, Jack Mayer, Selim O'Kelly, Cox by Arlo Pollock. And that's a full field of 9 lanes underway. So this under 16 Cox Quad Scull would place them roughly in the year 10 kind of category there. So obviously with now 3 years of rowing competitive experience, most likely, in terms of physical fitness and form, certainly in underway in terms of build and endurance. And at the 500, we can see that Kinross Wallaroy 1 came in the first position. 9 seconds later is the Redlands 1 crew, followed by Cranbrook, St Augustine's, Kinross Wallaroy 3, Cranbrook and the Armidale School. Now, with the naming of the Cranbrook and the some of the Redlands crew, it's hard for me to cross-reference back to the names, but we do see Kinross Wallaroi 1, the crew of Henry Power, Reuben Cleary, Hamish McDonald, and Henry Jones, coxed by Harry Oldroyd, with a very comfortable lead there. A significant lead from my position that I can see up in this tower, and that's over in lane 2. In second place, it does seem like it's a bit of a stoush there. It looks like it possibly could be a lane 9, which is your Cranbrook crew, but over there is a Redlands crew in lane 3 that is also contesting. The Redlands crew looking very uniform in their stroke pattern. They have upped the rating slightly. The question then is, will Cranbrook in lane 9 match that rating and attempt to keep pace with that to hold that second place position? But it does look like that Redlands crew over in lane 3 looks quite comfortable. Crossing over the finish line is in lane 2, Kinross Wallaroi 1. Well done, boys. Redlands in lane 3. That's the Redlands 1 crew of Jackson Humphreys, Oliver Stanjovic, Sam Parsons, James Dorry, and coxed by Alice Bernath coming in second place. And now and then it's a battle then between the Cranbrook crew in lane 9 of Darren Tay, Alexander Kitto, Jack Mayer, and Celia O'Kelly, coxed by Arlo Pollock. They come in third. And on the far side, in lane 1 is the St Augustine's crew of Doug Schofield, Asher Kelly, Arjun Gotti, Conan Buchanan, and Ian Guillaume coming in at 4th. Followed by the Kinross Wallaroi 3 crew and the Cranbrook crew in lane 5. The Armidale School coming in at 7th.
Well done, Taz!
And we have the Redlands crew in lane 8 coming in. And finishing off the race, we do have in lane 7, the Redlands crew. So that crew of William Morley and Hudson Vallelonga, Alexander Morley and Joshua Yon, coxed by Zachary Beaton. Well done, boys. Keep going. That last part of the race is always the hardest and the best part of racing. Lining up now is the next race that's underway. It's lane race 72, the men's under 16 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. In lane 1 is Cranbrook Taj Collar, Oliver Hurst, Charles Hourigan, Ralph Simons, coxed by Zachary Evans. In lane 2 is Redlands Charlie Halliday, Lincoln Morrison, Bailey McDonald, Leo Carroll, and coxed by Edward Grinham. Lane 3 is Cranbrook's Gus Pulsford, Miles Gregory, Oliver Peter, Oscar Derry, and coxed by Thomas Lukes. Lane 4 is Redlands 3. It's Lachlan Balderston, Charlie Benfield, Calvin McNabb, Lucas Jar, coxed by Charlotte Scott. In lane 5, Kinross Wallaroi 2 is Alfie Lord, Jonathan Wilkinson, Marcus Piggott, Ralph Shannon, Thomas Wass is the cox. In lane 6 is St Augustine's Leo van de Geel, Elliot Turkenson, Finn Folsham, Oscar Gilliland, coxed by Sam Harrison. In lane 7 is Redlands 2, it's Alexander Dunnett, Julian Lundberg, Logan Trass, Emilio Dressler, and coxed by Kyra Benoliel. And in lane 8 is Cranbrook's Hugo Lane, Blake Hex, Tom Richardson, William Holt, and coxed by Emilio Papignano. And looking at the camera right now, it is no surprise that the dominant colour in the first position is that of the blue of the Kinross Wallaroi School. And that's lane 5's Kinross Wallaroi 2. It's the crew of Alfie Lord, Jonathan Wilkinson, Marcus Piggott, Ralph Shannon, and Tom Wass as the cox. And they look like they've got a relatively comfortable lead there. probably 11 seconds. Yep, that's maybe 2 boat lengths out there. In second place is the Cranbrook crew, followed by Redlands 2, Redlands, and then Cranbrook and Cranbrook. My apologies for the delay in some of the call-outs. I have to switch my lens from my glasses for both reading paper, reading the screen, and looking out the window. And unfortunately, I don't have multifocals, so I do need to focus in and focus out at every moment of the race. But looking out the window, it does look like Kinross Walleroy 2 in lane 5 with a very comfortable lead. Coming in second place, doesn't look like there's going to be much difference there. It does look like Redlands 1. Looks like they are sitting quite comfortably there. Although the other Redlands crew in lane 7, with the parallax view in mind, it does look like there is maybe potential there. But I suspect that in lane 3, the Cranbrook crew may have an opportunity there. Kinross dominating as they come towards the finish line. Very clean and nice strokes there from that blue boat as they push hard towards the finish of the race. We do have lane 3, as I said, the neon caps of the Cranbrook boys, the Gus Pulsford, Miles Gregory, Oliver Prater, and Oscar Derry crew, coxed by Thomas Lukes, really trying to lean back and hold on to that second place position, because that crew of Redlands 2 coming on close and tight there, with Redlands out in lane 2 followed very closely there. In lane 8, crossing right now, is the other Cranbrook crew of Hugo Lane and Blake Hex, Tom Richardson and William Holt. And on the far side in lane 1 is the Cranbrook crew of Taj Collar, Oliver Hurst, Charles Hourigan and Ralph Simons, coxed by Zach Evans. And it looks like we have a technical issue here over in lane 4, the Redlands 3 crew of Lachlan Ballston, Charlie Benfield, Calvin McNabb and Lucas Jar, coxed by Charlotte Scott. And it looks like we're now preparing to reset for the next set of 2 kilometre full race length regatta races. And you can see on the camera the Year 10 schoolgirl coxed 4s just lining up for race 73. And that is the Canberra Grammar 1 crew in lane 4 of Claire Gile, Charlotte Prosser, Amelia Vertenhauer, and Marsha Body, coxed by Ada Barja. And in lane 6 is the Canberra Grammar 2 of Demi Seraphim, Harriet Digweed, Harper Nottle, Charlotte Morals, and coxed by Zeta Seraphim. And whilst I had made the public service announcement for the girls to make sure they're hydrated, all the parents and families and friends on and at Cirque today, don't forget to also keep your liquids up. And we can see here the boat holders at the starting line, at the 2 kilometre start line for race 73, the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox 4, getting ready. And it's vitally important again. Community sports is always strongly resourced and led by an army of volunteers, and we thank those that are volunteering today. And we encourage all the schoolboys and schoolgirls to consider and to participate as well. Now, for those of us new to the rowing world, the schoolgirl Year 10 is pretty much their first opportunity to row in this sweep all category. So they would have started sometime in maybe August and September. It's a totally different style. Whilst it may appear to be the same, it is the same biometric or physiology in terms of legs and back and arms. However, the balance of the boat and the timing and the amount of angle you can receive whilst pushing off is a different skill set. So it'll be great and interesting to see how this schoolgirl Year 10 Cox 4 race goes for these 2 crews from Canberra Grammar. In lane 4, we have the Canberra Grammar 1 crew, and in lane 6, the Canberra Grammar 2 crew. And on this boat regatta officials' camera view as they sod along to ensure the safety of the race, it appears there's not much difference in it between these 2 crews. The pacing of the rate looks relatively similar. It is a 2 kilometre race, so very essential to not only power on, but to maintain and ensure that you have enough power to peak at the right times. And on our camera view, you can probably see now that the lane 4 crew has a slight lead on the lane 6 crew. Having said that, we are still early in the race, and peaking here at this early point at the first 1,000, things can vastly change, especially given that this is the first quarter of the race. That looks like it's a boat and a half length distance there between lane 4 and lane 6. Although it did look like lane 6 was being given a call from their Cox to make a big push. So let's see if that made a marginal and incremental difference in that gap there to close. And just some early observations for those who are watching online, either in Australia or abroad. You can see here the stroke pattern. This is actually quite a lovely view to enjoy. It's not often that parents and spectators get to ride along a race, or let alone witness their family participate actively in this sport. And you can see here that the girls in lane 6, they're attempting to maintain synchronicity and the timing of placing the oar in at the same time and exiting and using the same arc. And the more synchronicity, the less wastage. And one coach said to me that rowing is a sport for lazy people, because the less you do, the more energy you have for the race. And that wasted energy is never good in sport, particularly in the sport of rowing, where it requires so much more effort and physical fitness. But at this, as we reach the 1,000 mark, it does look like that lane 4 crew is sitting comfortably with a 3-boat length margin. And by this stage, as we pass the halfway mark of the 1,000, a lot of coaches will encourage the athlete to make a push in this next 500, at least to maintain either the lead they have on the other crews, or at least to try to pursue or reduce the gap rather than let it increase. And then in the last quarter of the race, it's then just blowing a gasket and letting it all out. But often it's that third 500 that is where the pain really settles in. And it's a mental factor. It's certainly about endurance and oxygen. It's about the training. And it is the early part of the season. And I'm fortunately joined here in the tower by my daughter, who's giving me a race recap, and it seems like the weather on the water is very hot. And again, as the first set of races at the return to rowing season in January, the girls have been training over the summer break, and today was the first test of mettle, and enthusiasm sometimes overtakes, and one can push themselves too hard in this heat. And so please, girls and boys, make sure you're sufficiently hydrated. As we're coming in here towards the last 500, closing off the race, it's all about breathing, making sure you minimize the wasted energy, making every stroke count. And at the start line, the other race that's following is underway, and that's a race 74, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 1. When they come on the camera, I'll call out those names, and we're now just finishing off race 73. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox 4. Entering the last part of this race, Canberra Grammar in lanes 4 and lane 6. Looking very comfortable and composed is lane 4, Claire Gall, Charlotte Prosser, Emily Vertenauer, Marsha Body, and Cox by Ada Barger. In lane 6 is Demi Seraphim, Harriet Digweed, Harper Nottle, Charlotte Marles, and Cox by Zeta Seraphim. And crossing the finish line is the lane 4 Canberra Grammar crew. And coming into the closing last 30 strokes is the Canberra Grammar 2 crew in lane 6. And that crew in lane 6, giving it everything they got in the last 10 strokes. Maintain that composure. Well done, girls. So now we return back to the race that's underway. It's race 74. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 1. In lane 2 is Askim's Daisy Balderston and Ingrid Sabota. In lane 3, the MLC School 1 of Molly Bentley Lamp and Tabitha Lloyd, coached by Charlotte Armand. And in lane 4 is Canberra Grammar 1. It's Sophie Morrow and Sophia Bill. In lane 5, PLC Sydney, Sophie Moore and Zoe Leisha, coached by Fabrizio Antonelli. In lane 6 is Tara School 2. It's Millie Sivaram and Catherine Shun, coached by Lauren Goldie. And in lane 7 is Canberra Girls Grammar, Annabelle Milgate and Ivy Fagan. And here you can see in the line-up here, just crossing the 1250 mark, you do have the Aspen School. It appears to be in the lead. No, my bad. Looking at the colours, I think in lane 5, it would be PLC Sydney's Sophie Moore and Zoe Leisha, but I'm looking from my window view and not from the official time. Races. And we can see on the camera, currently in shot is the lane 2 Askham crew, crossing the 1500 line. That's Daisy Balston and Angren Spotter. But ahead of them, it does look like it is the PLC City crew in lane 5. And that is a significant and comfortable lead in lane 5. It's the PLC Sydney crew, Sophie Moore and Zoe Leisha, coached by Fabrizio Antonelli, well ahead, almost to the point where I was questioning the race lineups. Looking super comfortable. The technique there is looking great, clean in and out, nice lean back, good boat run, significant boat speed. For those of us who aren't familiar with rowing, if you look at the efficiency and length of that rowing stroke on camera, that's a very excellent execution there by PLC Sydney. In lane 5, it's Sophie Moore and Zoe Leisha. We continue back on the race course. We can see in lane 2, Askim's Daisy Balston and Ingrid Sabota still there, holding on to the second place position, followed by, in lane 3, MLC School 1's Molly Bentley Lamp and Tabitha Lloyd. And we can see on camera now the awarding of the medals for the Race 73 Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox 4. And that's the crew of Canberra Grammar's Claire Gall, Charlotte Prosser, Amelia Ertenauer, and Marsha Body Cox by Ada Barger. Congratulations, girls. We just then saw crossing the finish line was the Askim, followed by the MLC School of Molly Bentley Lamp and Tabitha Lloyd. And in lane 6, just coming through now from the Tara School, is Millie Sivram and Catherine Shen. Well done, girls, for finishing off that race. The first 2K race probably for them in a double scull. Cannot imagine the endurance and the performance required. We do have another race that's underway, and I will call that shortly. As we see in lane 4, the Canberra Grammar crew of Sophie Morrow and Sophia Bill make their way towards the finish line. And as you can see on the screen, we do have underway, that's race 75. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 2. In lane 2 is the Armidale School Jasmine Ryan and Isabel Glover, coached by Emily Stevenson. Lane 3 is Loretta Normanhurst, Isabel Jones, and Isabel Kellett, coached by Arabella Barr. Lane 4 is Queenwood's Morella Gillies and Piper Sherlock. Lane 5, Tara School's Adrina Marajan and Ruby Odbert, coached by Lauren Goldie. Lane 6, Canberra Grammar 2, Koya Napa and Saskia Gardman. And in lane 7 is PLC Sydney 3, Orby Goen and Lily Sullivan. And we do have stacked straight after that is race 76, that's also underway. There's a flurry of race activity. So as you can see on there is race 76, it's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 1. And in lane 2 is from Glebe is Miller Gray. Lane 3 is Sydney Girls 1 Iris Young. Lane 4 Pimble Ladies Sasha Paris. Lane 5 Sydney Girls 6 Eliza Obard. Lane 6 Kinross Walleroy 1 Georgia Tancred. Lane 7 Sydney Girls 7 Melody Sung. And in lane 8 Blue Mountains Grammar Maya Edwards. And that was me announcing race 76, which is the Year 10 Single Scull Division 1. We return back to the race that's coming across the finish line, and that's the race 75 Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 2. And it does look like in lane 4 is the Queenwood crew of Morella Gillies and Piper Sherlock, again with a comfortable lead there. And looking above, there is a battle taking place. That's right, a battle between PLC Sydney 3, that's Orby Cohen and Lily Sullivan. And it's a battle with Tara School's Adrina Marajan and Ruby Odbert. It does look like PLC Sydney is going to take the finish. They're going to lean back and they're not going to give up any ground. Well done into lane 7, PLC Sydney 3. And in lane 5 is the Tara Schoolgirl crew of Adrina Marajan and Ruby Odbert. And across the far side is the Armidale School's Jasmine Ryan and Isabel Glover coming in 4th, followed by in lane 3 the Loretta Normanhurst crew of Isabella Jones and Isabel Kellett. It does seem to be that some crews are scratching or not appearing, so just taking note of that. And coming across the finish line is the Canberra Grammar School Koya Napa and Saskia Gubbin closing off that race. Well done, girls, for surviving those difficult hot conditions in a very long 2-kilometre race there. And we can now turn back to the race that's also underway. It's race 76. It's the Year 10 Single Scull Division 1. And it does look like there is one very clear leader here. And second and third also does look like it's well and truly obvious. And judging by the camera, my guess is that it's Georgia Tancred from Kinross Walleroy 1 in lane 6. And yes, that's those blue oars with the bow number. Georgia looking very comfortable there. Now with the timing up, we can see there, Georgia is in the lead. My guess was correct. Miller Gray in second position from Glebe, followed by Maya Edwards there from Blue Mountains. And Maya Edwards from Blue Mountains Grammar, coached by David Waddell, Angus George and Miles Harold. Again, these single scullers in Year 10, particularly at this Division 1 level, some of these surnames you will have come across, I certainly have, and no surprises there. Lane 4, fourth position is in lane 5. It's the Liza Obard from Sydney Girls 6, currently placing in 4th place. Looking very comfortable, Georgia Tancred, Kinross Wallaway in lane 6. Nice and long, calm and relaxed. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast, and it certainly looks like it's smooth and fast. Looking nice and calm and beautiful. That's Kinross Wallaway, Georgia Tancred crossing the finish line in lane 6. Over on the far side in lane 2, you can see it's Glebes Milligray. And in lane 8, Blue Mountains Grammar is Maya Edwards. Crossing finish line, Glebe Milligray in lane 2. And in lane 8, crossing the finish line, is Blue Mountains Grammar, Maya Edwards. So coming through towards the finish, we have race 77 underway. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 2. And lane 2 is Nepean Lise Coral. Lane 3 is the Sydney Girls 4 Harper Kepi. Lane 4 is Sydney Girls 2 Amy McDonald. Lane 5 Glebes Evelyn Chu. Lane 6 Kinross the Wallaroo 2's Alexandra Karash. And in lane 7 Sydney Girls 8 Riva Dortal. It does look like there's a battle underway between lane 2's Nepean and lane 6's Kinross Wallaroo 2, and that's Elise Coral versus Alexandra Karash. Both names familiar to me. Certainly seen them on lineups before. Although at this level, Harper Kepi from Sydney Girls and Amy McDonald is also names that are familiar to me. But those three, looking at the last 30 strokes, definitely a continuing struggle and battle here in the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 2 race 77. Question remains, can Kinross Wallaroo's Alexandra Karash hold off that push by the Nepean on the far side? Elise Coral, I don't know, it looks, oh yes she does, she is leaning back, she's putting that last push, seems to be sufficient enough to give her a boat length at the finish line, pushing away from Nepean's Elise Coral, closely followed by, in lane 3, Sydney Girls Harper Kepi. What a really tight and exciting finish there. Coming across the finish line is lane 5's Evelyn Chu as well. Great racing there. We still have one more that I can see closing off the race, and that is in lane 4. Looks like Sydney Girls Amy McDonald also making her way. And on your screen, you'll see that there's a following race there. It's race 78, the Schoolgirl Year 10. It's now Division 3. In a lane 2 from the Armidale School is Matilda Coddington, coached by Martin Inglis and Emily Stevenson. Lane 3 is Loretto Normanhurst Eloise Moore, coached by Arabella Barr. Lane 4 is Sydney Girls 3 Mia Jung. Lane 5 is Kinross Wallaroo Madeline Miller, coached by Benjamin Watt. Lane 6 is Sydney Girls 5, it's Fair Young Jung. Again, the Sydney Girls all coached by Cameron Ogilvie and Miku Johnson and Tal Lewis. And in lane 7 is St Catherine's Ingsa Dive. So that should be an interesting battle there in the Schoolgirl Year 10 Division 3. And coming now over the finish line is the race 77 Schoolgirl Year 10 Division 2, and it looks like to be in lane 7 Sydney Girls Riva Dotel. Well done, Riva. 2K race is certainly not easy, especially in a single scull, and she looks confident and strong, finishing off with great grace there. We turn our attention back to the screen to race 78 that was underway at the 1500 mark. You could see there Ingsa Dive currently placed in first place. No surprises there, with Ingsa being well known to spectators of schoolgirl junior rowing. Ingsa having participated in pathway programs and early identified as a potential future star, and here you can see on screen there, it looks like it's lane 6, is that right? Sydney Girls, Fei Young Zhang on camera there. But Ingsa certainly in lane 7, closely followed by in lane 2 over there is the Armidale School's Matilda Connington, also giving it a good solid run there in second place. Both looking pretty comfortable. The sun at least getting some cloud cover and having a little bit less UV, but Ingsa looking very, very nice and relaxed there. certainly not letting up on the pace. We come in through the last 10 strokes. Lane 2, Matilda Coddington from Armadale School, increasing the rating. She's also not giving it up either. I love the persistence and the perseverance that the sport requires. That last bit of finish line is not over till it's over. And there she crosses, Matilda Coddington, Armadale School, coming in second place. It does look to me from this distance is lane 4. Sydney girls Mia Jung coming in, likely to come in the third place. And followed by lane 6 is Sydney girls Fei Yang Zhang, who will be battling it with Loretta Normanhurst's Eloise Moore. So lane 4, Sydney girls 3, Mia Jung, making a last push in the closing stages of this race. Still looking nice and comfortable there. Maintaining composure at the end of this exhausting distance is significant. Well done on maintaining that through the closing piece. And in lane 6 we can see Sydney girls Fei Zhang also getting some nice boat run there. And in lane 3 we have Loretta Normanhurst's Eloise Moore, coached by Arabella Barr, giving a nice finish off there. Well done, girls. And now we have a race underway, and that's race 79. That's the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 1. Bear with me as I go through this huge lineup of 9 lanes. In lane 1 is the PLC Ladies Pimble Ladies 1 of Charlotte Lynn and Serena Cummings, Charlotte Blakelock and Isla Campbell, Cox by Tamika Tran. Lane 2 is Canberra Girls Grammar 1, and that's Sophie Murphy, Chloe Owen, Camilla Griffin, Charlotte Bowen, Cox by Rebecca Alicia. In lane 3 is City Girls 1, Alison Rao, Camilla's uncle, Mia Williams, Xenia Palmer, and Cox by Hayley Hui. In lane 4, Cranbrooks Rio Churchill, Emily Fletcher, Rafi Reed, Florence Vanell, and Cox by Fergus Dawson Damer. In lane 5 is PLC Sydney's Chloe Lau, Virginia Russell, Willow Swift, Carla Rosica, and Cox by Isabella McFarlane. Lane 6 is Melcy School 1's Eliza Kershaw McDonald, Rebecca Beaton, Eve Parker, Sophie Winnell, and Cox by Alana Ng. And they're coached by Charlotte Armand and Rafe Stanford Maisel. In lane 7 is Askham 1's Anouk Lafferty, Charlotte Francis, Lara Drover, Charlotte Hourigan, and Cox by Remy Malouf. And in lane 8 is Tara School 1's Rita Liu, Isabel Dulumoff, Layla Odbert, Amy Rouse, and Cox by Charlotte Goy, coached by Jessie Allen. And in lane 9, Canberra Grammar 1, Emma Waldron, Edeline Roldan, Anna Breeden, Ailey Webb, and Cox by Teniola Balogan. And here we can see at the halfway mark, race 79 of the Schoolgirl Division 1 Cox Quad. Looking at that camera view and from the tower here, it does look like lane 2 Canberra Girls Grammar 1 of Sophie Murphy, Chloe Owen, Camilla Griffin, and Charlotte Bowen, coxed by Rebecca Elisha, seems to have first position. And the timer at the 1500 confirms that. We have MLC 1 in lane 6. That's Eliza Kershaw McDonald, Rebecca Beaton, E. Parker, Sophie Winnell, Cox by Alana Ng coming in there as second. And then you've got Tara School 1, Rita Liu, Isabel Dulumov, Layla Odbert, and Amy Rouse Cox by Charlotte Goy coming in third place. You have then Sydney Girls 1, and that's in lane 3. That's Alison Rowell, Camilla Zankel, Mia Williams, Xenia Palmer, and Hayley Hui as the Cox. So you do have this distinctive first wave coming through in this race 79, the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 1. And looking at the time, it's 3:28, 3:27, and the race was scheduled at 3:19, so we're still a little behind schedule, but not too exhaustively so. And these girls are coming towards the finish line, and they certainly are not looking exhausted at all. That Canberra Girls crew over in lane 2, definitely looking comfortable. Their distinctive quad that is in green at the bow and the stern, marking out that pattern as they lean back and come towards that last closing 30 strokes. Similarly looking strong here is in lane 6, the MLC school, I believe. They're also looking quite comfortable as they make their way. And that's MLC school 1 in lane 6. That's Eliza Kershaw McDonald, Rebecca Beaton, and Eve Parker, and Sophie Winnell, Cox by Alana Ng. And in lane 8, Tara School, also looking very synchronous there. Tara School 1's Rita Liu, Isabel Dulumov, Layla Odbert, and Amy Rouse, Cox by Charlotte Goy. And over there in lane 3 is the Sydney Girls 1 crew, climbing to the close of this race for them, and that's Alison Rowell, Camilla Zinkel, Mia Williams, and Xenia Palmer, Cox by Hayley Hui. So congratulations so far to the first 4 to go through, and that was won by Canberra Girls Grammar 1 in lane 2, Sophie Murphy, Chloe Owen, Camilla Griffin, Charlotte Bowen, and Cox by Rebecca Elisha. We now see the second wave of this race coming through, and that's in lane 9, the Canberra Grammar 1 crew of Emma Waldron, Edeline Roldan, Anna Breeden, Ailey Webb, and Cox by Taniola Balogan. Great finish there, girls. And in lane 5, PLC Sydney is making its arrival. That's Chloe Lau and Virginia Russell. Willow Swift, Carla Rousica, Cox by Isabella McFarlane. And as the crowd calls out, we do have a battle now ensuing between lane 4 and lane 7. That's Cranbrook versus Askham. Looks like Askham has a comfortable lead. Notwithstanding, that's Anouk Lafferty, Charlotte Francis, Lara Droller, Charlotte Hurrigan, Cox by Rami Malouf comes in there. And then in lane 4 is Cranbrook, Rio Churchill, Emily Fletcher, Rafi Reed, Florence Winnell, Cox by Fergus Dawson Danner. Well done, crews. And on the far side, from Pymble Ladies is Charlotte Lynn, Serena Cummings, Charlotte Blakelock, Isla Campbell, and Cox by Tamika Tran. And that last 20 strokes as we close off this 2-kilometre race. Well done to the girls. Don't forget to have a nice cool drink and keep hydrated. And then there's again another race underway. It's race 80. It's the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 2. In lane 1, we have North Sydney girls Andrea Dong, Luo Jiatang, Xiao Zuoliu, Imogen Zabo, and Cox by Airy Williams. In lane 2 is Canberra Girls Grammar, Sienna Papas, Caitlin Burney, Harper Warmadan, Layla Mason and Cox by Isabella Rose. Lane 3, Redlands 1, it's Alana Winder, Isabel Campbell, Ava Ford, Grace Ford, Cox by Lillian Chen. In lane 4, PLC Sydney's Amelia Barry, Grace Moody, Mia Wilson, Kiara Ewing, Cox by Lily Cameron. Lane 5, the Armidale Schools, Olivia Bellinger, Isabel Coddington, Elsie Caulfield, Georgia Jones, Cox by Lucy Taylor, coached by Martin Inglis. Lane 6, MLC School 2's Nicola Keast, Jemima Blake, Clementine Hendricks, Ella Hu, coxed by Steffi Liang, and coached by Charlotte Armand and Rafe Stanford Maisel. Lane 7, Ascom 2's Jemima Crawford, Clover Nolan, Bianca Pellegrini, Zoe Threlfall, and coxed by Caitlin Heald. And in lane 8, closing it off, is Sydney Girls 2, Bonnie Steele, Alice Gall, Aisling Considine, El Shalim, and coxed by Jenny Joel. So we crossed that 500 mark. It's the beginning of the race. It did look like the livery there. I cannot tell. Looking from back and forth from my paper to the screen, it did look like in the middle of the pack, either it was the Armidale School or PLC Sydney. Now we can see from the boat racing officials' view that it looks to be possibly a Redlands in lane 3 or a PLC Sydney in lane 4. And my friend John up there in the control tower above me is giving me a zoom lens so that I have a better view. It does certainly look from that angle and the all colour that is a battle between, yeah. Well, certainly we can see that view of Redlands there with the distinctive yellow and black, or the gold and black. Some would say blue from this distance. And then the Tara School with, the Armidale School, sorry, with their distinctive neon. It does, though, however, look like it is the Redlands crew over in lane 3. Armidale School in lane 5 looks like they're in second, and a bunch in third, fourth, and fifth. We'll know more as they follow the next timing at the 1,000. And it does look like lane 3's Redlands 1 of Alana Winder, Isabel Campbell, Ava Ford, Grace Ford, Cox by Lillian Chen crosses over in first place. And Armidale School in lane 5, crossing in second, with Redlands following that. No, MLC School, sorry. Okay. You want to write it here? Yeah. And that Redlands crew on camera looking very steady state there, looking very relaxed. And it seems to me that lane 3, Redlands, certainly looking nice and calm and relaxed as they pass through the 1500 mark there. The question will be those in second, third and fourth position, if the last 500 is where they have sufficient energy to make that big push and secure that change in position. Armadale School there, coming in second, so no change there from the previous timing, and MLC School 2 in third. So again, not much change there in that middle, that 500 between the 1000 and 1500. PLC Sydney then coming in fourth position. And we take that finish line camera view. It certainly seems to be the case that first, second and third, certainly not much change there between the 1500 to the 1750 and the last 30 strokes. Redlands 1, looking again comfortable. Alana Winder, Isabel Campbell, Ava Ford, Grace Ford, Cox by Lillian Chen, cruising towards the finish. Armadale School, again, coming in second. Not much change there. Olivia Bellinger, Isabel Coddington, Elsie Caulfield and Georgie Jones, Cox by Lucy Taylor. Third place looks to be MLC's School 2. It's Nicola Ekeast, Jemima Blake, Clementine Hendricks and Ella Hu, Cox by Steffi Liang. The battle will be for 4th, 5th and 6th and 7th. And that question mark remains. It does look like lane 4, PLC Sydney, is holding on to its position, and that's Amelia Barry, Grace Moody, Mia Wilson and Kiara Ewing, Cox by Lily Cameron. Looks like no change there. Following that, however, it does look to be close between Canberra Girls Grammar, and on this nearer side, the Sydney Girls 2 crew. Although in contention is North Sydney Girls in lane 1 on the far side, and that's Andrea Dong, Luo Jia Tang, Xiao Zuo Liu, and Imogen Zabo, Cox by Ari Williams. So it's very unclear to see exactly as we come to the finish, but it does seem to be Canberra Girls Grammar coming in next in 5th position. And that's Sienna Pappas, Caitlin Burney, Harper Warmadam and Layla Mason, Cox by Isabella Rose. And in lane 1 is North Sydney Girls. That's Andrea Dong, Luo Jia Tang, Xiao Zhou Liu, and Imogen Zabo, Cox by Ari Williams. Followed by, in lane 8, is Sydney Girls to Bonnie Steele, Alice Gao, Aisling Considine, Elsha Lim, Cox by Jenny Zhou. We do have one more crew there and a following race that's underway, and that's race 81. That's the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 3. And in lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar 2. That's Grace Disney, Eliza Punch, Lara Clues, Mia Wiley, Cox by Grace Ralston. Lane 3, Redlands 2. It's Olivia Pollock, Olivia Goodland, Lillian Forsyth, Matilda Hugman, Cox by Abigail Cairns. Lane 4, Roseville 2, it's Emily Wong, Eva Zhang, Claudia Berger, Alice Bestich, and Cox by Zia Chapman, coached by Alex Brown. Lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar 3, it's Meg Story, Annabelle Milgate, Fleur Baisby, Hannah Watch, Cox by Cordelia Valentine. Lane 6 is Roseville 3, that's Lucy Ryan, Madeline Edge, Lily Coonan, Sabine Baird and Cox by Hannah Ryan, coached by Sophie Hurl. In lane 7 is Redlands 3, that's Eva Simpson, Georgia Grace, Catherine Budden, Francesca Richardson, Cox by Henry Priest. And in lane 8 is Canberra Girls Grammar 4, that's Georgina Leggett, Katia Economos, Adelaide Potts, Emily Roy Cox by Memphis Lynham or Lynham. We do know though that Canberra Girls Grammar 2 is scratched, so that race is certainly coming across that 1,500 mark. And we do now congratulate Askham 2 from the previous race of race 80 for finishing off that 2 kilometre race. And that was that race 80 Division 2. And underway is the following race, which is race 81. It's the Division 3 race. And again, Redlands in lane 3 coming and finishing very strong there. Extremely strong at a time of 8 minutes 10. Followed and then close by in lane 5 is Canberra Girls Grammar 3. And again in lane 7 is Redlands 3 in 3rd place. And on the lane 4 is Roseville 2 in lane 4, coming in 4th. So again, that's in 1st place then, it's unofficial, it's Redlands 2, it's Olivia Pollock, Olivia Goodland, Lillian Forsyth and Matilda Hugman Cox by Abigail Cairns. Congratulations. Lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar 3, it's Meg Story, Annabelle Milgate, Fleur Baisby, Hannah Watch, Cordelia Valentine being the Cox there. And in lane 7, in 3rd place is Redlands 3, that's Eva Simpson, Georgia Grace, Catherine Budden and Francesca Richardson, Cox by Henry Priest. And then we saw then in lane 8 and in lane 6, that would be Canberra Girls Grammar 4 and Roseville 3 coming in there in 7th and 8th respectively. Sorry, 5 and 6. There is again another race that's already underway, and that is race 81, and that's the schoolgirl. That's the schoolgirl Coxed Quad. And in lane 1 is Roseville, that's Annabelle Eburn, Abigail Kelly, Chloe Franklin, Piper Robertson, coxed by Alex Davies and coached by Jack Henderson. In lane 2, Tara School 2's Nicole G, Gemma Waterhouse, Kelly Lee, Hannah Ryan, Mackenzie Track is the cox there, coached by Laura Bruness. Lane 3, Canberra Grammar 1, it's Iris Ranjar, Addison Perry, Charlotte Lynch, Eliza Jones, coxed by Isla Morgan. In lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli's Zara Jean Felinsky, Julia Kearney, Katerina Landis, and Luella Cordaro, coxed by Lucy Karamanian, coached by Monica Dunstan. In lane 5, Loretta Normanhurst's Poppy Russell, Juliet Mason, Matilda Cronin, Ellen Ogilvie, and coxed by Adele Simon, coached by Hannah Coop. In lane 6, Canberra Grammar 2's Grace Ring, Alice Allen, Edith Warboys, Claire Templeton, coxed by Madeline Dearlove. Lane 7 is Canberra Girls Grammar Grace Disney, Eliza Punch, Lara Clues, Mia Wiley, and coxed by Grace Ralston. In lane 8 is Loretta Normanhurst 1's Portia Gill, Elizabeth Peddington, Maddie Ferreira, Matilda English, coxed by Harriet Lamp, and coached by William Newham and Jack Crampton. And g'day to all the parents of those, some of the girls there that I'm familiar with. The English family from Loretto, g'day. And of course the Loretto Kirribilli girls there. And it does look like on screen the Roseville girls were charging in lead position, certainly closely followed by what would seem to be Canberra Grammar 2 in lane 6. Again, as a 2 kilometre race, it's difficult to maintain that energy level as we come to the close, the last 20 strokes there. The battle between Canberra Grammar 2 and Roseville in the far lane in lane 1. It looks like Canberra Grammar in lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, seems to have the edge now. They've really thrown everything they can to hold that and take that first position there. Congratulations, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7. In a valiant effort there in lane 1, that's the Roseville crew over there. In lane 5, we have Loretta Normanhurst crossing over in 3rd place. In lane 3, the Canberra Girls Grammar Crew 1 coming in 4th. In lane 6, we have Canberra Grammar 2. I'm a bit dyslexic, the difference between Canberra Girls and Canberra Grammar. And lane 2, we have the Tara School there coming in. And in lane 8, we have Loretto Normanhurst 1 coming through right now. So in first place, Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Disney, Eliza Punch, Laura Clues and Mia Wiley. Cox by Grace Walston came in first place, followed by Roseville, Annabelle Eburn, Abigail Kelly, Chloe Franklin, Piper Robertson, Cox by Alex Davies. In lane 5, they came in third place. That's the Loretto Normanhurst crew of Poppy Russell, Juliet Mason, Matilda Cronin, Ellen Ogilvie, Cox by Adele Simon. And crossing there was the Loretto Kirribilli crew, Zara Jean Valinsky, Julie Kearney, Katharina Landis, and Loretto Cordaro, Cox by Lucy Karamanian. And right behind there is underway the men's under-17 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. That's race 83, a 2-kilometre race. In lane 2 is Canberra Grammar 1. That's James Moss, Oscar Timpson, Jackson Michaud, Edwin Grimland, and Cox by Michael Stasius. Lane 3, Cranbrook, is Hawk Dubenhorst, Jesse Lane, Lachlan Randall White, Felix Parry Husbands, and Cox by James Walsh. Lane 4, Kinross Woolloory 1. That's Henry Power, Ruben Cleary, Hamish McDonald, Henry Jones, Harry Oldroyd is the Cox there. In lane 5 is Redlands 1, Hugo Stedman, Christopher Ferris, Rory McLaughlin, and Cooper McDonald, Cox by Lily Van Holsen. Lane 6, the Armidale School, Hunter Coventry, William Harding, Boddy Kavanagh, Ewan Benham, Cox by Jack Bellinger, coached by Patrick Swanson. Lane 7, Cranbrook's Lucas Aiello, Perry Martin, Oscar Gerard, Flynn Henderson, Cox by Felix Evans. In lane 8 is St. Augustine's Max McDermott, Jasper Moy, Oliver Kennedy, Daniel Corrigan, and Cox by Ian Guillaume, coached by Josh Wilson and Remy McKay. And this race, the men's under-17 Cox Quad Scull Division 1, the boys in the blue boat from lane 4, Kinross Woolloory, definitely battling it out there with Canberra Grammar 1 in lane 2. Not much in it there between the two of them. And coming in third place is in lane 8 is St. Augustine's, followed by Redlands 1 in lane 5. So the battle at that 1500 mark, which is certainly coming close towards the business end of this race, is between Kinross Woolloory 1, that's Henry Power, Ruben Cleary, Hamish McDonald, and Henry Jones, Cox by Harry Oldroyd. And I believe they just rode in another race just a moment ago. And that battle is between Canberra Grammar 1 over in lane 2, and that's James Moss, Oscar Timpson, Jackson Michaud, and Edwin Crumland, Cox by Michael Stasius. Looking at the longer view, not much in it between the two. It will come down to this last set of 30 strokes whatever efficiency they can squeeze. It's all going to make a huge difference right now as they come to the closing stages. Parallax view does look like there's not much in it though. It does look like Kinross seems to have the advantage now. The crowd is calling out. It does look like there is a response coming from Canberra Grammar over there in lane 2. It does seem to be giving them an edge there. Kinross does respond. The rating has gone up from Kinross. It does look like it is enough to give them half a boat there over Canberra Grammar, who did make a gigantic push there earlier on. We do have then lane 8 here, St Augustine's coming across in 3rd place. That's Max McDermott, Jasper Moy, Oliver Kennedy and Daniel Corrigan, coxed by Ian Guillaume. And in lane 5, the Redlands 1 crew coming across, Hugo Stedman, Christopher Ferris, Rory McLaughlin and Cooper McDonald, coxed by Lily Van Halsen. We have lane 7 now, making their last strokes. That's Lucas Aiello, Perry Martin, Oscar Gerard, Flynn Henderson, coxed by Felix Evans, making their way. Well done on completing that 2K race. And now the battle between the Armidale School and Cranbrook. Now those neon hats are starting to confuse me, at least from a distance without looking at referencing the camera. But you do see now, coming towards the end is the Armidale School in lane 6. Fighting it out with lane 3, Cranbrook. And behind that is underway race 84. That's the men's under 17 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. In lane 2 is Kinross Wallaroo 2. That's Alfie Lord, Jonathan Wilkinson, Marcus Piggott, Ralph Shannon, and Thomas Wass is the Cox there. Lane 3, Cranbrook, Archibald Simmons, Oliver Southall Keeley, Jensen Lee, Frederick Emmanuel, Cox by Thomas Lukes. Lane 4, Kinross Wallaroo 3, that's Charles Laird, Oscar Engelman, Maxwell Whiteley, Hugh Gain, Charles McLaughlin is the Cox there. In lane 5, it's Cranbrook, it's Ishan Gina, Willem Murray, Harry Moylan, Sebastian Coxar is in there as well, and Cox by Arlo Pollock. In lane 6, it's the Armidale School, it's Arthur White, Thomas Peach, Clement McKimmie, and Joseph Gordon, Cox by James McLaren. G'day, Clement. Lane 7 is Canberra Grammar 3, that's James Pass, Sebastian Anderson Moore, William Jones, Archer Glaskin, and Cox by Harrison Pace. And in lane 8 is Canberra Grammar 2, that's William Maltby, Oscar Harris Talbot, Tristan Nope, and Julian Sousa, Cox by Thomas Marburg. So there's this race, and there's one final race. That's the Schoolgirl Representative 8, which is very exciting. It's IGSA versus the New South Wales Independent School. So that is certainly a nice one to wrap the last of today's PLC Kings Regatta. And tomorrow, for those of you, there will be IGSA on tomorrow. So close off the Schoolgirl Representative 8 with the IGSA race, series of races tomorrow. And it does look like on this camera, the blue boat standing out as usual. And that looks like to be in lane 2, Kinross Wallaroo 2 in first place position. And that's the crew of Alfie Lord, Jonathan Wilkinson, Marcus Piggott, and Ralph Shannon, coxed by Tom Wass, coached by Will Stanley Davies. They look to be relatively far out there in the lead. And as they pass that 1,000 halfway mark, Kim Wallace Roller 2 in lane 2 in first position. Looks to be followed by Armadale School in lane 6 and a Cranbrook crew there. And a Canberra Grammar crew there. So without the timing there, your guess is as good as mine in terms of counting that. But we do know that it seems to be lane 2, Kinross Walleroy in the first position and in the lead. And it does also look like Cranbrook in lane 3 is up there as well in second place. But without the official timing, we can only guess from what we can see on the camera and what I can observe from the tower here. But it certainly does look like that second and third place to be a battle between Armadale School and possibly for third and fourth. That one is too close to call from this particular angle in the tower. So we are crossing over the 1,500 metre mark of this men's under 17 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. And it does appear to be that lane 2 Kinross Walleroy 2 is still holding that first place position. Although Armadale School again from this viewpoint, that's Arthur White, Thomas Peach, Clement McKerney and Joseph Gordon, coxed by James McLaren. They do appear to be holding that second place position. And in that third place, it is a closely held battle, possibly by Cranbrooks, Archibald Simons, Oliver Southall Keeley, Jensen Lee, and Frederick Emmanuel, coxed by Thomas Lukes. And that's lane 3, Cranbrook. Hard to tell because Canberra Grammar over in lane 8, that's Canberra Grammar 2, of William Maltby, Oscar Harris Talbot, and Tristan Knope, Julian Sousa, and Thomas Marburg may have enough gas in the tank to take them on, but unlikely to be the case now. We do see lane 2, Kinross Walleroy, comfortable, increase the rating, just not letting it go. We do then see Armadale School also trying to keep Cranbrook at bay. Doesn't appear to be enough there from Cranbrook to try to gap that 2 boat length gap. Well done, Kinross Walleroy over in lane 2. They've, as predicted, come across in first place. Lane 6, the Armadale School, looking very comfortable as they hammer through those last few strokes. In lane 3, we have Cranbrook coming over in third place. And in lane 8, Canberra Grammar 2 coming in fourth. That's William Maltby, Oscar Harris Talbot, Tristan Knope, and Julian Sousa, coxed by Thomas Marburg. And then a nail-biting battle between lanes 5 and 7. That's Cranbrook and Canberra Grammar 2. Cranbrook's Ishan, Gina, William Murray, Harry Moylan, and Sebastian Koska, coxed by Allard Pollock. And Canberra Grammar 3's James Pass, Sebastian Anderson Moore, William Jones, and Archer Glaskin, coxed by Harrison Pays. And finishing off right there in lane 4 is Kinross Ballroy 3. That's Charles Laird, Oscar Engelman, Maxwell Whiteley, Hugh Gain, and Charlie McLaughlin is the cox there. Well done, boys, in finishing off that 2K men's under 17 Cox Quad Scull Division 2 race. And to close off today's PLC Kings Regatta 2026, race 85, the Schoolgirl Representative 8. And then lane 4, representing IGSA 2, Harriet Murphy from Pymble, Ingza Dye from St Catharines, Charlotte Garner from Queenwood, Claudia White from Pymble, Isabel Bugg from Askham, Scarlett Olson from Pymble, Scout Ferguson from Queenwood, Leanna McLaughlin from Pymble, and Charlotte Clarkin is the cox, coached by Lizzie Chapman, and that is a replacement. Charlotte Garner was replacing Madison Landgrove from Pymble due to medical reasons. In lane 5, representing New South Wales Independent Schools, it's Grace Tancred, Bridget Thompson, Isabel Grout, Rani Jarek, Alice Dimmick, Ruby Lego, Emily Wise, Belle Clinton, coxed by Zoe Mackay. And in lane 6 is the IGSA 1 crew. It's Isabella Kennedy from Queenwood, Heidi Heap from Winona, Lotte Ravidstein from Monty, Emily Barrett from PLC Sydney, Florence Hennessy from St Catharines, Millie Collane from Pymble Ladies College, Summer Phillips from Pymble Ladies College, Patricia Bolden from Loretto Normanhurst, and Alice Holmes from is the cox, and the coach is Kieran Glynn. And we come across the last closing parts of this race, and it looks to me to be lane 5. The New South Wales Independent crew is in the lead by what looks to be a boat length. That's Grace Tancred, Bridget Thompson, Isabel Grout, Rani Jarek, Alice Dimmick, Ruby Lego, and Emily Wise. Belle Clinton, and coxed by Zoe Mackay. That's lane 5, the New South Wales Independent crew. Not by much though, very, very closely followed by the IGSA 1 crew in lane 6. Closing part 250 metres left. Possibly some legs to push in there and give it a push there. Looking like a boat length difference between the New South Wales Independents and in lane 6 the IGSA 1 crew. IGSA 1 slowly, incrementally making a move there, probably half a boat length. Calls from the crowd there. Independents matching it, keeping them at bay. Looks like New South Wales Independents by half a boat length over the IGSA 1 crew of Isabel Kennedy, Heidi Heap, Lottie Robenstein, Emily Barrett, Florence Hennessy, Millie Collane, Summer Phillips, and Patricia Boland, coxed by Alice Holm. And that was IGSA 1 crew coming in second place. New South Wales Independents in lane 5. That's Grace Tancred, Bridget Thompson, Isabel Grout, Rani Jarek, Alice Dimmick, Ruby Lego, Emily Wise, Belle Clinton, coxed by Zoe Mackay coming in at first place. And in third is the IGSA 2 crew. It's Harriet Murphy, Ingson Dive, Charlotte Garner, Claudia White, Isabel Bugg, Scarlett Olson, Scout Ferguson, Leanna McLaughlin, and coxed by Charlotte Clarkin. And that closes off today's proceedings. Thank you, girls, boys, ladies and gentlemen, parents, grandparents, supporters, and all those online viewers. We'll see you tomorrow, girls, for the IGSA Regatta, and the rest of you, we'll see you for the rest of the racing season for the next 2 months as we close off the summer 2026 rowing season. My name's Clement, and I'll see you again shortly. Don't forget to drink water. Keep it nice and hydrated. Thank you, everybody.